intention to be perplexing, or do you think he was being okay?
Without a doubt, he intended it to. People on the left need to keep other people on the left in line. So this is one of the ways that they manipulate their audience to keep you in line.
But do you see why even I am like, why in Wolf's wildest notion would he think that he himself was a target?
Because he sees himself as a celebrity, and he saw someone, and he was near where it happened, and he saw someone coming in with it in the violent way, and he sees himself as self-important as a celebrity, and probably to the same extent if Megyn Kelly was standing there, or I'm thinking people, or Jake Tapper. I mean, they see themselves as celebrity targets. That's how I think it is.
Doctor.
Al, real quick, just want to add to what Patty just said there.
Sure.
Is, these guys all want to document history too. I mean, they are all witness to history. You realize that. So, if you just put like the bias aside, like whether or not, Wolf was just playing it up, I do think these guys really wanted to document what was happening. And we'll see what's happening. I don't know about you guys, but so far, I haven't seen anything that seems like their accounts have been widely inaccurate so far. So this might be a blessing in disguise in a way. Because they actually might have maybe not some fake news that come out of this. They actually might have some real headlines, but that's the big thing.
The whole thing. So let's take the account. Wolf could have been a victim. He could have been shot. I mean, this guy breached through the 6 layers of security, managed to beat all the guys with that force, somehow overpowered with his flashlight superhero speed, zipped in there and started spraying the room. Wolf could have been hit. Doubt it. It's probably highly unlikely, but given that event, maybe he feels a particular way. Maybe he's like AOC, where she said she felt like the knock at the door with the Capitol Police coming to secure her when she wasn't even in the Capitol building at the January 6th convention, and how fearful she was, and she made up this really grand tale about how she was hiding and barricading under her desk, and it turns out that was all just BS, and she wasn't even in the Capitol at that time. So, I mean, again, he's just taking hyperbolic, but to other speakers' points, they're right. They have a right to be upset because they are tired of seeing the people and the laws, because they were told, go out and vote, I'll make a change. Your voice matters when you vote. And they have been told to sit back and do what is right. They followed the laws, they followed the voting patterns, they listened, and the left called them terrorists, KKK, racist, xenophobic. They're out there hunting people. They're hanging Juicy Smollett with dental floss in the middle of the night. They want to impede on indigenous people. They hate everybody. They're the worst people. And at some point, you have to recognize that, like, you know what? No, these people aren't it. They're not. The Trump supporters, if you go to a Trump rally, they're not beating the shit out of each other. And if there is a fight outside, guess who's usually the culprit? 99.9% of the time. It's the fucking twits that are fucking going to do the protest because they're libtards and they're wanting to be fake Antifa fucking mock-ups where they're pretending they're some fucking soldier of fortune. Yeah, and trying to fucking do that shit. And then these guys have to suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, they get infringements on their rights under states. They get told that they're going to be doxxed. You have politicians now saying, oh, you wait, we're going to go around and figure out who voted for Republicans. They even were told that their service to the nation as a soldier wasn't good enough post-January 6th, and there were calls to remove Republicans from the fucking military by fucking politicians. So, yes, these people that support Trump, conservatives, Republicans, they should all be absolutely fucking angry. And holding back that anger, the left is really lucky. The conservatives like me and others aren't really chomping at the bit to go out and level them. Not yet. if you continue down this pathway, yes, and then you're going to cry victim, and no one's going to hear it because again, we don't care. Like you're coming to the point where conservatives just do not fucking care to hear your tears anymore.
Yeah, and I was going to say too, Doctor, you said something I think people miss, but you essentially said, well, we can't really know for sure, or I'm paraphrasing what you said, that things are so complicated and there's so many variables that we can't know for sure. No, we can know things for sure. There are things in the world that there may be nuance, but that nuance does not detract from things being knowable, for being able to draw conclusions. And it is, maybe it's a reflection of your own personal feelings, or maybe it's a reflection of your political viewpoints being on the left. But that is the typical, and I'm not accusing you of this, I'm asking you as someone who appears to be thoughtful, to question that very ideology, because that is the ideology that the left uses to confuse and obfuscate, if I said that correctly, now I'm not sure I did, everything. There are many things that we know. Well, for example, there are two sexes. We know that you're either pregnant or you're not. We know that at some point you were born, and at some point you will die. And the list goes on and on and on and on and on. But the left, the strategy of the left is to question everything and to question even things that seem so basic that it's foolish, yet they somehow come up with some sort of academic justification to questioning why, I don't know, I can't think of a stupid example right now of things that they have come up to question, but the list goes on and on. So I would, for yourself, I would question why you think nothing is knowable and we can't come to any conclusions. Now, maybe you're actually thinking that, or maybe you're on the left, you're doing this on purpose. I don't know, I'm going to assume it's the former, but that kind of speaking, those kinds of arguments can be quite distracting, and that's the nicest way I'm going to say that.
Well, I'll go back to the thing about, I was really struck by Wolf Blitzer. I knew one of his producers years ago, and I remember talking about it because we were younger. She was my age, and she was his producer. I'm not going to dox her, but she's real savvy, and I always was curious. Well, what's Wolf Blitzer really like? Blah blah blah. And I always got the impression that I've never met. I thought he was a pretty objective, professional reporter. And tonight, and I haven't followed him that closely over the years, but I've just seen him here and there. But I was really struck by this because it was alarming, and maybe it's just it's so incidental, it's unnecessary to broach, but the fact that he said, I was worried over and over again that I was a target, and admittedly it was a scary moment, but then I rehashed it in my mind. I'm thinking, wow, in some ways, he is exploiting this opportunity. I hope not. But to think that he would be a target where there's hundreds of other journalists in there, lots of prominent public figures, the way that he said it was a little disturbing to me. And I'm not doing this to kiss the ass of, I believe him. He's got an abnormally...
Yeah, and first off, I'm not doxing Emily. Emily's pretty much a public figure anyway. She comes on fucking social media all the time. I know her too. Like, she...
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Dude, shut up.
Yeah, Thomas, shut up.
says. But at the end of the day, she still believes him. I've had talks with her. She's not a bad person. She's got a job to do. But she even says it's all, at times, it's, quote, your sensationalism that actually kind of conveys it. And she goes, it's a show, and I get paid to work on a show.
The person I'm talking about now lives in Texas. She teaches she's a courtesy professor at a university in Boston, not one of the bigger ones. And she's married with kids, and she hasn't been with CNN for over 10 years now.
But Blitzer's producer is Emily Atkinson. It's not like it's not unknown. She's gone on Twitter or Twitter. She goes on X and talks about shit all the time.
The reason I was want to talk about this particular person is because this person is behind the scenes, and she wouldn't want people to know that she shared anything with me about Wolf Blitzer. That's the only reason. It has nothing to do with her.
You just said the producer, man. No M's the fucking producer. So that's who's producing. Exactly. Like, you're not making sense again.
I don't even know.
We go past that mic around.
Honestly, fuck Wolf Blitzer. He's a bitch. He tries to always make shit about himself. I never liked him from the start.
I thought he was pretty good when he was doing the Gulf War. Like, you remember in the beginning when he was in Kuwait and he was reporting like in the early days. I mean, I thought he was pretty good then.
But that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I agree. It was a long time ago, but I gotta give him that and that's kind of what jump-started his career.
Maybe he's not irrelevant enough anymore, because what happened, which was kind of funny, was that people after he went on his diatribe or after his reporting, other CNN personalities and anchors said, "Wow, Wolf Blitzer's seen all kinds of things in his life as a professional journalist, and he's clearly very upset by this incident." And who wouldn't be if you were that close to being shot, I suppose? But they were even struck by his response. And maybe he is self-important. I didn't used to pay that much attention to him, but I'm curious if anyone saw Van Jones talking on that similar segment, because he called somebody out and I couldn't hear who he was talking about. If anyone saw that part, one of the fellow journalists on the panel.
You were probably the only viewer. talking in this room. A bunch of showboaters that they come on, man.
He might have been watching CNN.
Joey, so let's put on CNN.
Oh, hell, I couldn't even remember. I'd have to think about it. So they didn't kill the shooter, right? They got him arrested.
Yeah, it's in custody.
Not to distract, but the last good host on CNN was very key. He was pretty good. We gotta send that fucking piece of shit to Guantanamo Bay. Honestly, there needs to be people who, we gotta make an example out of these fuckers.
Are they releasing any manifesto or anything? Has anything come out about this guy?
No manifesto yet, but my question is, he was at the Hilton across the street, right?
The Washington Hilton is a pretty big hotel. That's where the event.
I thought it was at the White House.
No, it was at the Washington Hilton. It's at the Washington Hilton every year. It's a very big ballroom, and it's a big hotel. And it's been there, I don't know, someone can check it.
Across from the White House?
Not exactly.
So
It's right there, but it's not exactly across. I forget what's across street.
So you guys can tell me that I have Trump derangement syndrome or that I'm a new acolyte, but I thought it was very wise of him, or very creative, very smart and coincidental. He mentioned that this is a great reason why we're building the new ballroom over at the White House. I mean, I gotta give it to him, whether that's true or not, that was brilliant, right? Like that was him being brilliant. At first I said to myself, what bullshit? And then I'm like, hey, you know, how can the collective disagree with that? I mean, this is where he's brilliant in finding opportunity to either reinforce truth or maybe mess with them a little bit to make it make sense. And I'm curious how you all feel about that.
Well, he wasn't the first president to push it. Secondly, I always find this I guess it's privately funded, so it's not costing the taxpayers a dime. Secondly, we should have a ballroom in the fucking White House. We have dignitaries, heads of state areas. It's an easier place to secure. You can't get the mass of people there. There's multiple layers of security, defensive networks. It's very easy to control in that kind of area. I think Nixon asked for one, for multiple presidents throughout time have tried to appropriate funds. Trump got it paid for by somebody else. And yeah, why wouldn't we? And furthermore, don't a lot of people on the left get pissed off when the president picks their favorite hotel, or because it was a campaign donor that they go and use that hotel for some kind of event that he's going to be attending, and they get all up in arms about him stealing money, even though all presidents do this. I mean, now you got it at the White House, so now nobody gets a profit off of that, which, you know.
Some journalists who are Democrats boycotted the event, which I don't think actually, I think that was in bad form. But there's precedent here, and it's always been held here. If they did move it to the White House,
they couldn't. It's too big. It's like about 2,000 people. It's too big. What they're building at the White House will not hold this many people. It's probably always going to be in a venue like this. If it's not in this venue, it will be moved to the convention center. Do you know DC at all? Do you know the convention center? Have you ever been to an event? It's part like with the Marriott Marquis and the convention center are like one big complex. Based on the size of this event, it will have to be in a place like that.
Actually, moving into the convention center is just, it has more ingress points. It just.
But they can lock that down.
Yeah, I know they do lock it down.
Definitely lock that down. It's same with the Marriott. Well, Marriott Marquis they're the same building, and they have the walkways there. But that it would have to be in a big venue. I mean, it's a bigger event than what they're going to be able to house at the White House.
There's some breaking news. The suspect has finally spoke, and they put it in the chat too. But he said that he told law enforcement that after that he had intended to target officials within the Trump administration. So he has confessed his motive. Just let everybody know.
Well, we knew that.
I have, but people are always wondering on this stage what was his intention really, you know what I mean?
True.
But it wasn't CNN anchors.
Exactly.
Actually, for those who didn't watch CNN, which is apparently all of you but me, a lot of Van Jones, others are very supportive of Trump, as they should be about his safety, but they were very supportive about the fact that he wanted to. This was interesting because they know that the event would have had to be moved based on the circumstances tonight, but they were also actually very supportive of his interest in kind of fighting back and wanting to not succumb to the threats of what they call they didn't necessarily say domestic terrorists, but so it was very interesting. CNN had a couple other people. Who was on else tonight? I have to go look. You'll see if you watch the recordings, but they were pretty supportive of some of what he said before he even made his statement, his actions, right as it was happening.
So how many assassination attempts has there been on Trump so far?
Well, we were trying to, actual attempts, if you add in what we just talked about, the Iranian attempt where the guy just got convicted.
Yeah.
So you have the one in Butler, you have the one at the golf course. There was something that was not an attempt and it falsely got reported as an attempt. There's actually a guy from Nevada that drove down to an event in Arizona, and he is a big Trump supporter. But what's legal to have in your car in Nevada with guns is not legal in, I believe it. I may be wrong. I think he was driving to Arizona, not California, and it was not legal in Arizona. And his car got stopped. So they were trying, it got reported that he was heading to a Trump rally, which in fact he was, and he got roughed up by the sheriff's department that stopped him, but he was cleared of everything and there was no issue. So that was not an assassination attempt, although it got reported initially that it was, just because of the weapons, the guy had weapons in his car, because he always has weapons in his car, and it's perfectly fine in Nevada, but not where he was.
And also the guy in the tree, right?
The guy in the tree was the
fourth one?
No, so the guy in the tree was the Trump International golf course.
Well, there's another one, like in the hunting thing at the top of the tree, and overlooking the airport.
And Palm Beach.
Yeah, it was on the top part of the airport.
Oh, okay, so that's
you
3
had the
plus
podium,
ranking is 4, so this would be 5.
you had the podium during his campaign speech where the guy ran up on stage.
Oh yeah, like early
Got
on.
that?
Yeah. By the way, I think
So he can't be stopped.
I think there was a poisoning one too. I gotta look that one up. There was something about somebody attempted to do something with something. I gotta look that one up. But yeah, there's
Poison?
Yeah, literally poison. Like no joke.
They keep trying our president, don't they? Well, you know what's ironic? You know what's actually sad, is wasn't Erica Kirk at this event? She running away in tears. Like, her husband was killed at a similar style shooting. I mean, who's safe anymore? That's a real fucking question. Who's safe anymore? This shit is just crazy. This happened at our federal government event. But yeah, I mean, tomorrow or Monday, there's a Democrats. Chuck Schumer's gonna go to that store and say, well, it's Trump's fault.
Did Bush Jr. have any during his
He
time?
didn't seriously rat him in Baghdad.
I'm gonna say that. I think was he the one that had the grenade thrown at him? I think he might be the one, or was that somebody else? That was Obama, maybe. Actually, do you guys remember that incident or no?
So I remember the show.
It was overseas. Someone threw a grenade. I which president was. I think it was Bush Jr. And it just didn't go off. It was over in one of these, I don't know, like Croatia or something. I don't even know, some country like that.
That was Bush.
So Bush did have one there.
The grenade, it was one attempt, and till BC, whatever it was, I can't even remember it.
Georgia.
That's what it was. And I don't think Clinton had any really that I'm aware of, right? It seems like all those guys get unscathed on anything too major.
I just feel like sometimes there's an attempt, but with Trump, like when there's an attempt on a president, the Secret Service will like hunker down, they'll figure out any of their weaknesses, and they'll get back to like top notch. But with Trump, for some reason, and I'm not blaming the Secret Service here, but for some reason,
Going backwards.
keeps happening. Yeah.
Well, first off,
There was one for Clinton.
there's the guy who shot, like, I can't remember, he just unloaded at the White House when Clinton was inside, and then there was was a 95, 96 plot to kill him overseas. So he had 2 assassination attempts on Clinton.
You know, could this be the norm? I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there. It's just something that's going to be considered every president going forward. I mean, just throwing it out there. I don't know.
So far there's I think there's over 25 cases, federal success. Eventually get caught, and I think when the Butler happened, what was it, like 15,000 cases are still ongoing for investigation by the Secret Service for threats against presidents in total, so that are still considered active. So I mean, they're going through a long list of them.
A lot of these leftists do want to see our president murdered in cold blood. Let's
That's
be
because
honest.
he's white. They want to kill him because he's white. It's racist. That's all it is. It's racist.
Yeah, I mean, they really hate him, and a lot of them have no empathy, sympathy for a president. They want to see him killed. That's just a
No, on some real shit though, Teflon Donnie is a threat to the white liberal white nationalists that want to leverage and traffic in racism to get him up out of it, because he's really essentially exposing the different root elements of power, even with the Epstein files that exonerates him more than anything. But it exposes the power of right? And saying about the figuring out the things that he's doing, he's putting America back on track. And there are people that are fundamentally embedded into American fabric society that really want to take him out. And it's the people that look like him that traffic in racism. You haven't seen even this many attempts on Obama's life, right? So, like, what the fuck is it about? That's such a threat that so many people want to kill this man, and he's just trying to put America back together. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I'd say, in my 45 years of living, this is the best president I've seen in my lifetime.
If we're such a racist country, why do you vote in about it? And I thought they would try to kill Obama.
With Obama was an operative though too, but Obama was to appease a certain demographic, a certain group of people, right? I mean, don't get it twisted, because the only time I ever voted was for Obama the first time, because he was black, right? I mean, shit, I was like maybe 27 at the time, so I just did it for the symbolism. But after he killed Gaddafi, I was like, oh, fuck that. And the more savvier I became in terms of dealing with, politics and understanding it more, I became unfucked from that mindset anyway. But with Trump, here's a man, honestly, in my opinion, that he said it himself. He's the least racist president that we've seen. But I personally don't think you're racist or not, because I think that's for the low IQ. And if you are racist, you're a politician. It's better for me because I can manipulate you better, right? But at the end of the day, that's not his calling card. Trump is about America. He's not even about the money. Think about this man that's dealt with billions and billions of dollars for 4 to 5 decades, right? So I believe that he's doing this shit for legacy. He wants to go down as the greatest president ever, who did all of this amazing shit that he's been talking about for 45 plus years. And for the very most part, he's achieved, if not half, almost all of those goals. Because it also, yeah, exactly. But he's also doing it for himself in terms of legacy. But what he's also doing in the process of that, he's saying, fuck the power system, the powers that be. He's going against that grain
and exposing a lot of other underlying shit that doesn't just look one way. It doesn't indict all the Republicans or racists and Democrats or pro-black. No, it actually indicts the Liberal Party and their access to evil and looting and trafficking and things like that. At the same time, it highlights the obvious, right? But that's the thing. The whole core of the racial issue is like, I think, a proxy to cover up something a little bit more nefarious. Because at the end of the day, let's go with the facts. This guy doesn't give a fuck if you're Benjamin Netanyahu on air or if you're Obama. He will criticize. He tells you exactly how he fucking feels and what he plans to do about certain shit. And when he says he's going to do something, doesn't matter how long it takes, he ends up doing it, right? Even if it goes against his own party, which he'll hold hostage and show them like,
or the other party comes around to our side.
Say it again.
Or the other party comes around to our side.
Yeah, either or. It's just, for him, it's just like the agenda. And his agenda is not the powers that be's agenda. You see what I'm saying? So is he playing to a certain tune? Yeah, but it's his own. You know what I'm saying? So it's just that everybody gets so riled up with the racist rhetoric shit. And really, I don't think that that's a fair indictment of him. I don't believe that he's half as racist as everybody would pretend. I think he's matter of fact about his position about, the solutions that he has. But the whole racism trope, that's a whole fucking liberal thing. If anything, they're probably some of the most racist people I've ever come across myself personally. But this whole shit, I mean, it's like, why? One should have to wonder, what is it about what he's doing that makes people really want to kill this man? And if you start really unpacking it truthfully and without bias, I think you'll get past a lot of the layering and racist tropism and shit like that and get to something a lot more nefarious.
It's not just that. Like, what we have now is the fact that, and I'm not going to throw all the Democrats in there because there are some that are just sitting there going, I can't co-sign the shit that's going on in the left, and they're calling it out daily. Fuck, you got Frankenstein about across the aisle. He's probably going to go independent, but I mean, he might as well just cross the aisle and just get it done with. According to the left, they've turned on him. You've got like fucking idiots like Bill Maher out there, and he's not an idiot, but I mean, still at the end of the day, you have this guy sitting there trying to, like push people and say, where are the Democrats at? Because this isn't the party that I was part of. And you have a lot more crossing over onto the Republican side. And I'm just sitting here watching this, and when the left loses, they do become violent. They do attack because of, if you hear conservative speech, you don't hear Trump, you don't hear Vance, you don't hear anybody really sitting there condemning and saying that the left is a threat to fucking your existence. You may have people now saying this because, quite frankly, they're tired of getting shot at, they're tired of getting beaten in the streets, they're tired of being doxxed online. But the odd thing is that the left is losing their shit. They can't make Target close their stores. They can't boycott Tesla enough, which is really stupid. I don't know why they were going around damaging Teslas, because, quite frankly, it was them that bought the fucking things. But they continuously jump and flip. There's no line. There's nothing they're offering, and so whatever affects them as a group, they just virtue signal and become violent. And then they're screaming, "Oh no! We're the ones standing on the right side of history." And you can't win with a group like that. You just can't. And Americans don't want to coast ass, which is evidenced by the last fucking election that Trump took all of the swing states. Not even close. And the majority of swing counties. Like, it wasn't even a fucking match. And it's weird. If they actually realize, hey, maybe our message isn't sinking in with the majority of Americans, maybe we're the ones that are wrong, maybe people would hey, you know what, why don't you take a few years, figure that shit out, and then let's put reasonable people back into play. But the left can't do that.
the recent cipher with the recent indictments of the SPLC for funding Charlottesville. Are you familiar with that?
No, educate me about it.
So the Southern Poverty Law Center was just indicted last week for funding right-wing extremists to throw a protest called Charlottesville. And this was during Trump's first term. They then framed Trump as the racist when he said something like, well, there's good people on both sides.
Yeah, I was just waiting on a clip of that. Do you know what? Did you watch the whole 4 minutes?
For sure. I'm familiar with that. Look, Joe Biden, when he declared to run for president for the 2020 election, he said, I'm running because of Charlottesville. So now it's all come out in this indictment. They're not guilty yet, but it's all come out in this indictment that the Southern Poverty Law Center is funding the racism that they intend to fight against. So the racist trope is completely manufactured from a cottage industry. And the left and the Democrats seize on to advance their agenda. You should look at all this stuff.
I was literally talking about this in the other group, and I played the 4 minute thing. He literally, in the same 4 minutes, utterly obliterated and condemned white supremacists and white nationalists. And even, I believe, in the same year of 2019, there's a joint house resolution that designated white nationalists and racists as domestic terrorists, which could imply that murder if they're on one side of the law enforcement or not. If you deem them or connect a nexus to them in white nationalism, will exonerate you of any criminal repercussions, because you'd be getting rid of a citizen or you getting rid of a terrorist. So it's an identifier, if you will, right? So the whole thing that the left is leveraging racism, like Joe Biden's goofy ass saying, you have a hard time figuring out whether to vote for me or Trump, that you ain't black. I would slap the dog shit out that bitch ass motherfucker. Like, I would definitely ask him what kind of audacity did he get from where, because that is one of the most egregious shit. The corn pop to that. Yeah, and the corn pop too, and yeah, it's so much shit about him. He's the real motherfucker, racist. And you really want to know something about Biden's legacy? Go look up the 78-79 Biden which he took from fucking, if I can remember. It's how he pushed for an allocation on schools, for school funding. School busing, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, all that shit, and how the funding actually worked, and how it actually promoted and actually allowed more segregation while it was codified under law, and denied funds to fucking black majority schools in the country. Meanwhile, he's lauded as a great hero for civil fucking rights. I'm sitting there going, I never saw him in pictures with fucking Rosa Parks, and he never gave money to Jesse Jackson. He didn't give money to the Black Panthers or fly Nelson Mandela in. He didn't sit with Michael Jackson in the goddamn courtroom of both trials every single day. He didn't house Jennifer Hudson and her entire fucking family after they were massacred for 9-6 months. I mean, it's just so much about Trump in his personal life that he didn't even ever even speak on, which even lets you more know that he's not on that shit. He's been a part of the black community, or not black community, black culture in a sense, as the Wells-esque guy, right? He's even on the fucking Wu-Tang albums. I think it's the early 2000s and shit. Nobody started saying that he was a racist until he ran for office as a Republican. Then they start talking about all the other shit. See, the other thing about it is too, and this is where I have to give you guys both sides of the shit, because I can't tolerate white nationalism, white racists too. So if you feel indicted by it, just check your heart. Only thing I would say, if it doesn't, feel any kind of way about it, just roll with me on this. As a black man in America, I understand the nature of how this country was built upon, right? And I understand we want to move forward past it. So it's hard to do without reparation, and it's hard to do without admitting facts and just correcting history. But I would say to you this, the racist trope is valid.
to a degree. He validates Trump's ideology, even though I believe in a lot of ways he is a scapegoat. He validates the anxieties and the complaints that other ethnic groups, especially Black Americans, say about white Europeans. On one hand, he's embarrassing. On the other hand, he builds up or props up white nationalists because they want to align with him, even though he rejects them, the enemy, right? That being said, I feel like it's fucked up because he might not be nearly half of the guy that everybody purports him to be. But at the same time, his existence highlights an undercurrent that has never been really fully fleshed out.
Right,
So we have to deal with it.
Here, bear with me a moment. So when Trump came down, his first statement was he wanted a 6-month moratorium on all Muslim immigrants, right? You remember that?
Right.
Okay. So bear with me because this is a bit of it's a road to get there, but it's not. I'll say it really quick. The people that have the loudest vocal racist cries against Trump tend to be immigrants. They tend to be of a certain persuasion. These are also the same individuals who go and set up shops in Black communities or impoverished areas and watch how they actually treat Black Americans as if they were lower than dog shit, as if they don't they complain, they scream, they say all sorts of things. But when it's convenient or when they feel that, oh wait, I can gain a grift off of this, they literally jump on the backs of Black Americans saying, you sit down, you're at the back of the line. I'm the one that's being oppressed. And they jump above it, trying to take over and narrate the story of Black Americans. And that's the issue I have with a lot of those tropes, like in Ilhan Omar.
Right. That's fucking accurate. We have our battles on certain days. I think on Mondays and Tuesdays we get along and agree. On Wednesdays and Thursdays we fight and argue. But I'll tell you this, brother, what you just said was accurate and it was wise, and that's the truth. And that's the thing that I try to tell some of my people about this war, if you will. It's not even a war against Black and white. It's really about good and evil, right? And the devil is a manipulator. He sets the stage. If you keep people divided, then they can't never come together. There's going to be constant war. You can hedge your bet because you're going to bet on both sides of the situation. And whoever wins, even though there's no winner, the adversary wins in that, right? But when you're dealing with intelligent minds that can see the manipulation, that's why I'm not feeling no fucking kind of way, because I be thinking about the Democrats. You're like, well, you should be outraged and you're enough of time. But when I let them know they use that trope, I know you didn't read the book because the protagonist in that book was Sambo, right? So unless we know that's ignorant. But then the other side of it is why do you want me to be so offended, right? Like people talk about Venezuela. Do you know the Venezuelans were happy about what Trump did? Iran, same thing. Nigeria, same thing. But they want motherfuckers to be outraged so you could leverage that to validate trying to assassinate him and his character, or trying to devalue the good work that he actually is and has been doing. Right? So I saw eggs go down. Shit, at the top of the year, when I came back to America just to stop in, I got gas for $1.72. It's in my PTR. You feel me? When everybody else paying off y'all, like, how the fuck is y'all complaining about this dude? So it's like, in the world's eyes, you have to have a villain story to kind of scapegoat or bypass a lot of other shit that nobody really wants you to pay attention to. So I agree with you there. And in terms of those immigrants, we know that they're not our partners. We just saw that Latino fucking officer in Houston, Texas, talking about how good she felt to use the N-word. Like, dude, like, you know what I'm saying? We know that there are other motherfuckers that come to this country that's racist as shit, that are real racist. And they talk about our oppression like we should feel away about it. I'm like, look, at the end of the day to me, like, yeah, I feel safe from South American shit. But I asked them, I said, you know what, shit, why the fuck would you want to come to America? Because the lighter your skin is, oh, we think we can get in. I was in the elevator with motherfucker, and they was talking about that shit. And I said, hey, and where I come from, y'all Colombians, y'all are worse than niggers. You guys will be treated lower than Black Americans, right? So that being fucking said, Like, don't think that this is because your skin. When she starts speaking that Walla shit, they gonna put your ass in a Dorito bowl too. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying, like there's a shit stain that only Americans can really fix, but you have this left hand over here that wants to be morally right. That's just as corrupt, if not more, than the motherfucking Republicans are keeping the shit going. And if you did trace back racism, you did trace back a lot of racist rhetoric and legislation, it starts with the Democrats. But historically, whether it's Democrat or not, I feel like they're both two wings on the same dragon. It's just about good people. If you're a good person, you're a good person. If you're a shitty person, you're a shitty person. No matter what your political affiliation is, evil doesn't have an address or a political party or ethnic.
I just wanted to say I put in the chat a couple links. There was an incident when Trump was leaving the dinner. A woman came running out in front of his motorcade, going after the motorcade. There was a pro-Palestinian protest happening outside while the event was going on, and she was one of the people from the protest. I also put in the chat some of the protesters that were inside the lobby area, you know, that hallway we were talking about, Code Pink. Yeah, so I mean, one of the things that also occurs is there's all these other parties that are happening at the same time, and then leading into the dinner itself. So that's why there's also so many people in the hallway. They're already in the building at like pre-parties, and you know, maybe the AP has a party. You know, different news outlets host different events, and so it's kind of like, imagine a convention center. You know, it's chopped up. There's a big ballroom, but then there's all these smaller rooms where they're having other events. So that also enabled a lot of the people to have access inside the building and these protesters. And then the third thing I put in the chat was the signage after he was leaving, calling for his death and him as a tyrant.
What's Code Pink?
Code Pink is, boy, get me on that subject. It's an organization, very, very left, you know, like a communist left, advocates and protesters that it's run by this woman, Malia, I think I'm probably saying her name wrong. Medina, thank you.
Yeah.
And her co-founder Jody, who was married, or I'm still married to Roy. I'm so bad with names. It's late. Bingham Singham, that's lives in China. It's involved with the Communist Party, so that's where their funding comes from. And they're an extreme political acts group, and you'll often see them. This may sound familiar to you. They hang out in the halls of Congress, and they go after members of Congress, Senate, and try to corner them. And the older lady, like blonde, very, very wormy looking, like mousy, wormy looking. Yeah, that's her.
She attacked Trump outside.
The interesting part is the funding for them is related to this boy. Is it Singham or Bingham? Who lives in Shanghai, and they're funding is the funding behind them. There's
they're funded by China indirectly, you know, through multiple entities. But I think somebody or some entity, a government actually found out that they were being funded directly by China, and you know that's where they're getting their funds. So it's like, hats off to China for creating an operation called Code Pink that just screams at military personnel as they walk by. They're almost as bad as the Westboro Baptist fuckers.
Oh yeah, I just looked it up. It says, New York Times reports that Neville Roy Singham is based in Shanghai and accused of supporting CCP was funding Code Pink. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah, and it's under federal investigation now.
Is he American? Neville Roy Singh?
It sounds like a British name. But he's married to this Joe. Is it Jodie Evans? I can't remember her last name.
Married to that old lady?
No, not the old lady. The old lady's the other founder of Code Pink. Jody something. But anyway, you often see them on television because you'll see them accosting different members of Congress. Or they go into the hearings and they disrupt the hearings. I put a video in the chat of them in the hallway outside the ballroom.
So they were part of this? Allegedly?
No, of the assassination attempt? No, I'm saying that they were trying to explain the temperature of what was happening outside the actual dinner and who has access to it, and there was protests going on. So I put that in.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't this the fourth or fifth assassination attempt on Trump?
I think this is the fifth.
That's what I thought.
I mean, he's had a couple other attacks. Like, I mean, there was the English idiot that was going to drive a forklift and he got stopped before it even came to materialization. It was somehow his grand plan was to drive a forklift into the beast. Not sure if that would have worked, but yeah, I kid you not. And then there was like some other guy that tried to take a cop's gun. He was arrested before the president was even in the area. So, I mean, he's got like 25, right now, he's got like 25 prosecutions where people are locked up for threats on him. And, I mean, I guess maybe they'll start bringing back the ricin, letters that they used to send to Obama and other members. And I'm waiting for those to break out now.
Wow. Crazy work, man.
I forgot about the rice letters.
Yeah. There was
Is
a
it
rice
anthrax?
Yeah, the anthrax too. Yeah, I was gonna say that the anthrax and the ricin. Look, they can do a ricin for a longer time than the anthrax. I think the anthrax just came out with Obama. And then, yeah. It's crazy work, man. Crazy fucking work. I mean, I really feel like this motherfucker is everybody's going maybe Epstein this and money hungry this or that. I mean, he's for the money for sure. He's about this. He's a businessman. That's what we both put it in for. But he literally, I'm convinced that he's about legacy. He gives a fuck more about his name than he does more about, they might talk shit while he's alive, but when you unpack like that man for the shit they're saying. It's hard to put that on. Like, I can't see. I'm crazy that I see how people can be manipulated, but just saying, the shit that they're saying about him, like, I just can't see it. Like, dude, like, he brought trillions of dollars in new investments to America, bro.
If he walks away with his goal of $21 trillion investment, now it'll be a few years before we see that trickle down.
Right.
But if he brought $21 trillion, by the time he leaves, that's literally over half of what our deficit is. That's just, he'll go down as the greatest president in our history, giving us a sustainability for another 250 years. Like, multiple administrations will be bankrolling off of that. It just, you can't do that. And he's reshaped the political landscape, and he might bring peace to the Middle East, or at least some sort of stability. He's already made some inroads there. So, I mean, he may actually achieve. He will definitely go down as one of the most prominent presidents in our history, and his name will be long remembered. But I think you're right. He wants a legacy that says he's the best, and he was a great president, and people look back on him with kindness because he's always been about his name and his family, and he wants that. And I just feel bad for Baron because that kid is fucking tall as hell, and I can't imagine being Secret Service and being like trying to guard that poor teenager.
He's up next, Brad. He's up next. And you know what? As long as the stock market is up, I don't give a fuck what Trump does. Fuck the Epstein files. Let's fucking go.
But here's the thing about the Epsteins. There's not one, you gotta consider the source. Two, there's nothing in there that indicts him on any fucking thing. And three, it's like he left him alone when he told the FBI in 2006 to go after him and Ghislaine. And the emails about Trump being all of this, that, and the third didn't come out till 2019. And he was what then at the time? The president. So of course, you're fucking mad. You're a fucking convicted pedophile. You're still dealing with left and right wing motherfuckers, and you have all these different connections and resources. Your old buddy is now the president of the United States. You don't like him because he kicked your freaky ass out of his motherfucking place, and you was a part of some goofy ass shit for the years that you didn't want to be a part of anymore. And he let the FBI know, which means you know that he talked about that before he was even the fucking president. So if anything, the collaboration effort with the guy that's for files, which most people ain't read on 3 million emails, let alone one. That writes him up. So the obsession with him is just like, when I see shit like that, I automatically start to question the source. Like, you're saying all this shit about this guy, but a lot of things aren't stated. What are you really after him for? Yeah, what are you really after him for? What's motivating you to want to take him down that much? That's too much effort.
Money is the root of all evil, bro. Absolutely.
The love of money is a tool. It's also a hell of a character filter. I see money do a lot of good stuff. What's that guy's name on Facebook? Zach something? That does it. He acts like he's pure shooting these people money. No, not Mark Good. This is
MD
one guy.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he's
Lovely guy.
He just wants to look like he's homeless, and he's
like, watch this shit. His content is dope, and it's authentic to me. You know what I'm saying? And he changed people's lives and shit. He got the celebrity kids, and the celebrities' kids are following him. Like, that's a good, positive thing, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna do a lot. No, that's the Mike or Zach something. I forget his fucking last name. It's like I can't pronounce last name like that. Like the survival school type shit. I don't fucking know. But he's a cool motherfucker though, man. And at the end of the day, that's why I was going to go back to the point that money is not the root of all evil. It's the love of it. When it becomes your God and you'll do anything for it, that's when it becomes problematic.
You know, I used to think it was money. I no longer, at my age, think that it's money. I think it's power. I think money is just a stepping stone to help you get power, but I think what really is truly the evil that we have is power. Because once they get it, they can't go, look at AOC. She's done nothing for her district. She's brought nothing in terms of creation. She's boosted her portfolio, but she hasn't done anything for the people of that area. She's stopped on jobs. She stopped on investment opportunities there. She cheered on McDonald's, the mayor of New York, and now she's really good at making Instagram speeches, and acting like she's a victim. But she hasn't done it. But she craves that power. She isn't willing to step aside, and she wouldn't bite the hand that was making her the money. She never wants you to sit in at Nancy Pelosi's office and then bent over and said, yes, dear Aunt Nancy, I'll take it any way you want to. And she like that little semblance of power. But she can't win a Senate.
Just like the chick from Texas that got defeated. What's her name? Jennifer Congressman. Her goofy ass. I can't claim her, man. Like, listen, I love my black women and everything, but that woman is an imposter. I have yet to see a true honorable, not saying they don't exist, but I've yet to see a true honorable, clearly like righteous fucking politician. Like, they're worse than drug dealers. There's drug dealers that got more moral compass than most of these motherfuckers. In fact, most of the most egregious crimes and indictments come from these people. Even the brother that killed him and his wife, and while his kids were at home, Virginia and shit. Like Virginia got a lieutenant governor just opened it up.
Shocking on Crockett, you're not going to believe I'm saying this, but in some ways I wish she had won that primary, because the guy that she lost to his politics and his policies are so far left and so disturbing. Tallarico, I don't know again if I'm saying his name right, but as nuts as she is, she's not as extreme as the guy that ended up winning that primary. I never thought I'd be defending Jasmine Crockett. He's pretty bad.
Can you give me like a contrast of between their politics?
With the gender affirming stuff, he's Tallarico's like super far left. That's one issue that pops out with him, but for me, I'll try to give you like his main policy. He's like a Beto, only more to the left than Beto O'Rourke was. And Crockett, as a member of Congress, was not a squad member. She definitely, I agree with you on a lot of stuff about her, but she wasn't as extreme as the squad, to my knowledge, and someone can tell me I'm wrong on this, but I don't think she was.
I don't know if you call her a squad, but the fact that she didn't win her election seat, it was gifted to her. And I'll do this, I don't like Al Green's politics, but I can tell you what, visiting Texas, here's something that Jasmine didn't do that Al Green does. There was a problem with pretty shitty apartment buildings around here. A lot of people are complaining about elevators, especially for those 55 and older communities. Most of these happen to be minorities or elderly poor, impoverished areas. So Al Green showed the fuck up, even outside of his area. He took time out. He left the fucking thing to go down to his people. He showed up. He sat there and said, "Hey, these ACs have been off for a month," and he's sitting down there having a glass of water with a 90-year-old woman. And listening to her complain, he actually listened. Then he got on the phone calls. He called other people. He brought them in. I have a lot of complaints about Al Green's policies and his actions, but when it comes to being there for his constituencies, the motherfucker shows up. You can't take that away from him. There's a respect level, and he showed up. Jasmine never did that for anybody in her district. Never showed up to help absolutely anybody.
Well, when you can manipulate the stocks with your vote and get rich doing that, and really not have to do shit, you have a whole staff that looks over legislation, and you have an agenda that you vote and follow, and you get paid six figures, and get all this other shit, fanfare, and it's an easy sell. That's why I'm saying some of the most corrupt people I've ever met are politicians. Bankers are second. The investment pool and the political pool. Oh man, that's just the jacuzzi inside of the hot. That's like the hot tub inside of the pool. Like they're both doing the same shit. It's just, you know what I mean? Which one do you feel comfortable with?
Yeah, it's like that the girl out of Florida, 25th district, saying that she took an anger.
His name was Sean Thomas IV, 16th. So I'm playing the buttons. Am I in a room? Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Thomas is that guy.
Yeah, but anyway, it's like that congresswoman out of Florida that she just resigned, but she was going to face, they were going to remove her out of Congress. And she's walking around and saying, "I never spent $3 million on a yellow diamond ring." And when they do the investigation, she violated list of ethics, which I find laughable, because it's probably all of them done. But she's got the diamond ring on during one of her speeches and a couple other incidences while she's up at the fucking in DC. And then she's like, and they're just like, "Here's a picture of you wearing the fucking ring."
That's crazy.
Tallarico, one of the things he said is God is non-binary. He's had some radical stuff about they say too radical for Texas. A lot of gun control. I mean, in a state like Texas,
He's
things like that.
being shit like that. He's gonna lose.
Yeah.
That's probably good that he's in, because Jasmine seems like she would have been more powerful than he would have been. But that's a good thing. You know, here's the thing, guys. We're not going to pretend that America doesn't have blood in our hands and like karma doesn't exist. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, I'm a fucking American, so I don't really do. I think it would be nice to visit China or even do business. It would be good if America and China had better relationships, honestly. I wish they could find a pathway forward. That would be nice if they could all get along in terms of money and everything else. But there's going to be things that are going to happen that's going to make the human race have to come together. I can see it in our lifetime. There will be events that will force inflection points to where it's not going to be about black and white. It's not going to be about countries. It's going to be about the have and have-nots. And even then, it should be something to where I would like to see, where it doesn't matter as long as you're a fucking human being and you're a good person, like you're cool. But it's not, the world doesn't work that way yet, right? It's just that this shit is so divisive, and at the same time, I'm on this side of the fence. Regardless of anywhere I go in the world, I'm cool to have my blue passport, but also know that my house is fucked up too. I'm not gonna sit here and shine a finger at anybody else knowing that there's three pointing back at me, but I'm gonna rather be on this side of the fence than the other. I don't want to live in China and be a under their political system. I believe in America. It is racism. It is some bullshit out there in South America. It's fucking beautiful, and I feel safer there. But at the same time, I don't have the same freedoms or the same infrastructure as I would in America. I see from a business opportunity or a business position that if America could get their house in order, right, internally, we would be better positioned to lead. And I believe, in my opinion, that that's what Trump wants to do. Whether he does it or not, or whatever the case, or anybody else frames it, I think that he literally probably shares some of the same thing. But America should lead that cause. Who else better, right? It's just, time will tell. Time will tell. And I'm not one of those motherfuckers that want to see, America's going to lose this war with Iran. I don't know if I can see that. I'm in the house, I want it to burn down.
The American Empire is fairly strong. We get a lot of attacks, and it's weird. Everyone tries to emulate being America. They want, but they also stand there with their hands outstretched. They're like, yes, give me. When you actually start looking at countries and looking at it, like all this stuff, you're just like, wow, we really do pay for the world. We do subsidize literally the world and then protect it at the same time. So it's kind of a crux. Everybody hates you when you're on top, and they don't. And I always say this: America adds a bottle. Yeah, it's not right. But like America has no true allies. We don't have any friends. We'll have alliances based on convenience and monetary value. And as long as we keep doing what we do, we'll still have those, and we'll stay on top. And then eventually another empire will come, but we'll all be dust in the wind and, be forgotten about.
You know what though? I agree with you. There's a paradox to that though. Like what you just said. I'll go to another country and they'll shield Americans, but love us at the same time, right? Where like literally some of the same people that'll be on my dick in South America because I'm black and American will try and shine on me in America. So if they come to America and they're white or white with me, they'll leverage that, right? They'll literally like, well, black Americans, blah, 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 blah. But when I'm in your country, you want to charge me 4 times as much. You want to invite me everywhere. I'm a celebrity, right? You come in there, you think that you're like this, and they don't fucking like you. Like, I had to tell them, say you're less than black people in America just because you got this skin. As soon as you start talking like blah shit, that's you know what I'm saying? You see how you people being treated on the news, right? So it's just like, but that's something that America has to get rid of. But I'll tell you this, man. If America deals with the issue of race for real, once and for all, then they'll be in a real moral position to lead. That's all you have to do. You do that, it literally will change the world. Well, it's a moral compass. So there's this always, it boils down to morals, morality, what's ethics, who should lead, why. It kind of deals with that once and for all. But then the other side of it too, globally, it unlocks a whole new level of leadership, but investment. I mean, culturally, but I mean also financially too. We just talk numbers. Racism has cost America a lot of money. And if you undo that or reinvest into your people, you can go a lot further, a lot quicker, with more influence. There's a pathway to everything. But the thing I don't want to let go of, the thing that's hardest to debate and deal with, is that topic right there, that and religion.
Is there a country in the world that doesn't have racism?
I would say there probably is, but when you think about the top ones, I believe that most of them do.
I don't think it exists anywhere in the world, ever. But we can strive for a more better union.
That's a good way to put that. I think, we've been about a lot too. There's different places on the planet that don't understand the concept of racism. But is it far for you in between? Agreed. The Chinese, the Cambodia, Thailand, there's a whole ethnic conflict there in the same way in fucking Africa. Right now, you got South Africa beefing with Nigerians and Ghanaians. Right? You have Russia and fucking Ukraine beefing. They talk the damn near same language what the goddamn saying, and they're beefing. But there's something that's going to, I honestly believe all of this stuff is leading up to different events, and there's going to be something else that's going to happen that's going to make people question a lot of different things, and they're going to have to, it might be like a 9/11 event. I never saw that many people come together like that for a sustained period of time. I think the next thing after that was maybe COVID from a global glance, right? When 9/11 happened, I saw all the people coming together to pull people out of the rubble, United America, this, that, third, for a good strong 18 months, I'll ride that way. It's like, oh yeah, this is bullshit. But then, certain things started coming out, but those events happened and it changed the world, literally, right? So there's something else that's going to happen. I don't know exactly what it is, but I hope that it's a choice that we make versus something that happens to us that we have to climb about. If that makes sense.
Yes, for 9/11, people came together, but the political parties were still divided. Because right after, the Democrats, and they shut up about this very quickly, they said, oh, it's our fault that 9/11 happened. And then they looked around and saw the rest of the country going, what the hell are you talking about? And then they shut up about it. But eventually that narrative came out. If we hadn't interfered in the Middle East, then we wouldn't have had these problems. Narrative. Now, I don't want to debate that whole issue, but yes, I agree. Like when you look at the people on the ground and the support that the actual citizens of this country felt towards each other after 9/11. There was a sense in, we got attacked and we're coming together and we will, we're gonna do something about this. But politically, the Democrats went underground for a while, but they never stopped being Democrats. And the difference is, and this is conjecture on my part, but when you look at from the 1930s to the 1940s, the leftists, the neoliberals hadn't formed yet, and they were still, actually, never mind that, because I'm realizing then around, never mind that whole thread. I was sort of thinking off the top of my head, but the two political, we'll just say the two political parties were more closely aligned, I think, during World War II. And certainly you had dissent, but it somehow seems different. I could be wrong on that last point, but
I think though, I get what you're saying, Alan, and I appreciate your perspective on that, but I really think that the original sin of America was the cause of the divide. It's not a political party, right? It's not the Republican and Democrat. It's literally about good and evil. It's really about the both parties haven't served this country very well. They both have flaws. They both have a lot of things that combine together as oppress their own people and other people around the world. That's the truth. There's a legitimacy in impacting their authority because they gotta remain on top, right? So yeah, the sins of the father is what they are. The karma that we carry now should bear the reputation of those sins. Can't dismiss them. At the same time, it should not be the reason why you fail. It shouldn't be for the person in that position. I wouldn't be like, look, that was my granddad that did that shit. I might have some of his ways and everything else, but I'm not on that shit. I don't want you get mad at me neither. Yes, I understand that. So then it's up to you to fix it. What are you going to do about it? Well, I don't want to do about it. That's the problem. So you can't say that I'm going to be the moral authority of the world, and you carry this embedded hypocrisy that discredits your defense. So that those that indict you have a legitimacy to it, right? So you can then understand the aggression. To detach from that is to not be morally accountable.
Cypher, you and I disagree. We address
that's fine. That's fine. I can still appreciate what you said, even though we don't agree on. I do believe that the government, before you cut me off, I do believe that the government did something with 9/11. There's evidence that suggests that. I do believe that fucking COVID shit happened with China, America, and a whole bunch of other shit. You know what I'm saying? I feel that way about that. But it doesn't dismiss the impact. The reason why the world has a problem with American authority, though, is legitimate to a degree. Even though America could be right about their approach to certain shit. But if you don't have your whole house fixed and you're not a moral leader of any goddamn thing. Let's just be real. We are protecting our interests. And yes, we do look out for a lot of countries. Right? We do have influence. We did do some things for countries that we knew that were fucked up. We did some egregious things. You can't ignore that, Alan. Only thing I am saying, though, the focal point of what I'm saying is that it doesn't mean that you don't have a right to self-determination yourself. You have a job to do to stay on top. Right? We have a job to do. I'm an American citizen, a real American citizen by blood and by work. And by every means and stretch of imagination, I'm a real fucking American. But I can't sit here and say that the house that I come from ain't got blood on the walls. Doesn't mean I want you to come and burn it down.
she look at it. The problem is, from my viewpoint, is the obsession with the sin, to use your term. I mean, you know, this is a country that is sin, but is also obsessed with correcting that sin, and has done huge things, not only for its own citizens, but huge things for other countries. You say, well, they've done some things for other countries. No, they have done a lot of things for other countries at the expense of our own country, multiple times more than any other country. Now, the fact that we have gained from it is irrelevant, and it's irrelevant because it's irrelevant because everybody gains, and there's lots of issues that we could. There's lots.
What's irrelevant though? I missed that part, brother.
I couldn't find the words. There's lots of countries with lots of issues that we could have gained from, and yet we chose whatever the particular ones we happen to choose. Right now, we can go to China and say, well, we don't like the way you're treating your Muslim population, and we're going to go to war over it. And we would gain a lot financially, but we're not. And that's okay, you know. But this.
But when you say the obsession of the sin, what do you mean by that?
It's like.
Can you go into that area?
Let me put it another way. The fact that you claim that we don't have the right to have any kind of moral authority because of the sins of our past, I think is defeatist thinking. Those sins,
explain your thinking.
Let's start with number one. The sins like what we did in other countries. Okay? Like, you know, when I was in college and after college, it was all about what we did in South America. Well, the Soviet Union was fucking with South America. We fucked back. Who would you rather have taking over your country? The Soviet Union or the United States? So to say, you know, the left portrayed that as this great sin of America, and we have, you know, I've heard those endless debates.
Can I give you a contrast to that really quickly? Do you mind if I give you a contrast? I just want to have a conversation with you too. I want to hear you out. Do you mind? Okay, gotcha.
I'm done. That was considered a stain upon the moral authority of this country. No.
And you know how they won that war was poisoning their own citizens and criminalizing them and fucking up generations of people who were, again, coming out of, you know, other traumatic issues, like the funds from trafficking cocaine to your own urban neighborhoods and creating laws to lock up those people that makes more money. Like you could create a financial flywheel based off of demonic actions of oppression on certain groups of people to win that war and influence. There was a war.
I don't think the Iran-Contra scandal was the determining factor in that war.
Well, no, hear me out though. The funds from it, the proceeds that kept the engine running, was seeded from that, and that directly fucked up.
No, it wasn't seeded from that though.
Where did the funds come from?
No, the Iran-Contra scandal started when Congress, that whole thing you're talking about, using cocaine to fund the war against the Contras, started after Congress cut off funds to the
right. So what does that have to do with
that?
egregious fucking that right there is you should get reparations for that alone. And I'm not begging for reparations. I'm not one of the motherfuckers that like, oh, I need reparations. I think it's owed and all that other stuff. I think it's legit. It's definitely a debt that's owed. But we can go with just that right there. Like that is something where a country should be like, I did fuck up about 50 years or 40 years plus of a whole generation, like people, a whole demographic of people locked them up. I created laws behind it, like stabilize neighborhoods for the families and made money off of the abortions and the foster children and sex trafficking them. And it's all kinds of nefarious shit that's involved in that, right? And it's never dealt with the sins. So no, you are not a legit moral authority on anything. You're just in the position of power. And because you're in a position of power, of course, you want to protect that position, right? Because like Matt said earlier, they don't like you when you're on top. They hate you when you're on top. They don't respect you at the bottom.
Yeah, but does the fact that they funded that war through cocaine and that it fucked up people in this country, does that change the moral position in the war in South America? That doesn't change the fact. No one.
It literally does change it because now those countries they're benefiting. A lot of their export is that, and they've been dependent on that for 40 years, and now you want to cut it off. You should.
No, I'm talking about the issue of, American influence versus Soviet influence.
But the Soviets weren't trafficking drugs.
No, the Soviets just wanted to completely, oppress the people of those countries.
In what way?
Which is worse, getting people addicted on drugs or completely oppressing them?
Well, how give me an example of the policies the Soviets were trying to enact?
Would you want to live in the Soviet Union in the 1960s?
Educate me about it. I was born in 81.
Well, if you don't understand what communism is about.
I do understand it. I want to understand it from your frame point. I understand what it is. I just want to understand it.
No, I'm talking about it from an objective viewpoint.
Okay, me too. So I want to understand yours.
Okay, communism is bad.
Why?
Gulags.
Why?
Solzhenitsyn, read Solzhenitsyn.
Yeah, thank you, Mikhail.
By the way, I should remind you, I'm an American, and I prefer what I got set up for myself right there.
Yeah,
I just want to understand your point, so I'm challenging you by asking why do you feel like it's bad?
You want to have nothing set up for yourself. Let's start with that.
You can be an entrepreneur in communism, right?
No.
Oh, you can't have a private industry like that's backed by the government?
No.
Like being a government contractor?
No.
It depends. If you're in China, if you're in China, I can do that. That's like open market communism.
Maybe less than 1% of the population was able to engage in those activities, but that's because you were the party elite. That's it.
But everybody below a certain tier gets paid the same pretty much, right?
Nothing. Yeah, you
Let
get
me ask you this. If China is the second wealthiest
China is not.
country in the world, right?
Yeah.
China's not the Soviet Union.
Yeah, okay. Cypher, let me put it another way. Okay, because when I was a kid, okay, one of the ways they would say, eat your food, people are starving in China. And we used to laugh. what they were referring to was, I forget the year, but I believe it was Mao Zedong decided that China was going to have the Great Leap Forward. So we forced all the farmers to change their farming equipment and modernize them to manufacturing equipment. They stopped making, as a result, they stopped growing food, and within 5 years, 20 million people died. And that happened twice in China. That's communism. So we can start there and work our way down.
But what do you call America? America's a what?
A capitalist system of
Or I thought it was a republic.
well, the Constitution. We're talking about multiple things here. We're talking about the type of governance it has, and we're talking about its financial system. In communism, they are both tied together.
I never knew of another country that sold their own citizens their death warrant.
Say that again.
I never knew of a country that sold their citizens drugs.
You know, it's been such a long time, okay? But
It's still going on, sir.
well, look, you know, it's funny. I was just watching Dave Chappelle talking about the opioid epidemic and his perspective on it. And I love Dave Chappelle, but when I hear about when he compares the opioid epidemic, which affected mostly white people, and the crack cocaine epidemic, which affected mostly black people. When you go to your doctor and your doctor prescribes a drug, you assume you're going to a doctor which you assume has training and is licensed and is sanctioned by the government. If you go to some punk on a street corner and buy a drug from him, and you don't understand that it's illegal and it's bad for you, that's on you. I don't care how that drug ended up on that street corner.
Same way with the crisis in the white community with overdoses from what's this shit called? Fentanyl.
Fentanyl? No, well, the issue with fentanyl is that it's put in drugs and people don't know. Now,
But people buy it on the streets illegally, and they know it.
Now look, if they're taking fentanyl and they
Methamphetamines, ketamine, ice.
yeah, you know
That's a
what?
very big problem. It's killing tens of thousands of people a year.
Yeah, you know what, Cypher? I give you that point 100%. 100%. If you're going and buying fentanyl directly on the street, yeah, it's on you. It's on you.
Yeah.
But in my example, it was a comparison between the opioids, which at the time that it happened, it was people who were getting prescriptions, you know, from their doctors getting hooked. And now then, if you're going, like, I remember there was like some town, I forget the state, there were like 300 people in the town, yet they were writing $3 million in opioid prescriptions per year out of one drugstore. That's on you. That's on you, you know, for me.
Yeah. I mean, you know that in 2019, summer 2019, JP Morgan boat got caught with 20,000 metric tons of cocaine. Do you think that they were going to a suburban neighborhood or an urban neighborhood?
Well, well, you know, that's a good
2019.
Because I seem to remember seeing this commercial, which was, you know, mostly for white people. It's like, they said it was like, well, 20% of, and the numbers I'm saying aren't accurate, but it was like 20% in of drug use is in the inner cities. Where do you think the other 80% happens? And it's some white kid on a bike, like riding. It's like he buys some drugs and it takes place in a suburban neighborhood, So, yeah, I think by the numbers, I'd be curious to see what that is. But I mean, look, we're getting. Say that again?
I was saying, the sins of the father are still within the son. And they're not anywhere. So that's when you said the obsession with it. The reason why I went through that line of questioning is to say that it never went anywhere. It's still here. It's part of the fuckery. The reason why America is not as great as it could be. It's never been as great as it could be. It's because that original sin is never been addressed.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Who's forcing anybody to buy those drugs?
Yeah, I mean, look,
You said forcing?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's called. I mean, here's the thing. You're right. Nobody is forcing. There is accountability on the other side of this. So, let's be honest. Here's the thing. When you create the conditions, you can't blame the byproduct of those conditions for the environment you set. It's to be expected. It was designed that way. It was designed with the intent of the output that you see. So it would be clinically, mentally unwell of a person to judge that which they create.
It's a physician's recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher, look, I don't disagree with that. There certainly were many things done, and there certainly were many government policies that certainly affected various communities and had negative impacts on them.
But none like ours, son. We're literally the only people in the world that any of these combinations of things have happened for such a period of time. And we never took over the country. We never was super violent in our reaction. You had some resistance, for sure. But you really ultimately have the same people going to war for you and winning every war. Without us, you would have lost every war. Without us, you wouldn't have a country. Without us, you wouldn't have modern civilization.
Yeah,
but that right there, that level of hypocrisy is what needs to be addressed. Then you can literally go out and validate your authority from a moral compass. Otherwise, you can just say, hey, I took this shit over and I don't want you to have it because I want to hold the power.
Yeah, I think, Cypher, with all respect, I think you're over-inflating the African Americans' importance in the development of this country, and you're overinflating the oppression to which African Americans have been subjected to in this country, because I'm sure that the Irish in England would completely disagree.
Name people that have gone through worse than.
It's the worst in the world.
Name people that have gone through worse.
I just named one.
Ooh.
I just named one.
The Irish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened with the Irish?
2 million died. It never covered their population.
Is Ireland still a country today?
Yeah, but half of the people had to leave because they were
Does Ireland have a seat at the United Nations?
Jeez, I don't know. But
Do they have their same language? They got their own language.
Interesting about that. It's
Anybody speaks it.
1/3 of
And 2 million of them died because the government sell them drugs.
Cypher.
No, they starved them.
If you go
Is it still going on today?
Cypher.
No, and I don't think what you're talking about is going on today.
Yeah, Cypher.
What part?
No, Cypher. You can go back to Nigeria and speak the language of your great.
That's not where I'm from, sir.
Yeah, well, I got bad news for you. All Africans come from Africa. So you want to get back?
Who was here when Columbus got here, sir? Who was here?
There's plenty of places. I don't know where you're from. Within the last 4 or 5 generations.
Not even 4 or 5 generations. Since the 1700s, my people, the European side, has been here, and they're Irish. And then my indigenous side, who's also in my PTR that you done to, that older lady is my mother's great grandmother, and my mother's 73 as of last week. God bless her. But that's her great grandmother, and she's pure blood Indian. Blackfoot, Sioux, Seminole, Choctaw, in our family, going back generations and generations.
And you can't.
And they were reclassified. Some of them were reclassified as Negro.
Okay,
right?
But you can't speak those.
But my thing is that none of that makes sense. Ireland is still a country. It's actually a better country to live in economically than America, because their average income is $76,000 a year on a 4-day work week. Like, I tell all the foreigners, if you want to go anywhere and be great, fucking go to Ireland. Like, that's some great shit over here. And there's a black Irish that's been over here. Like, that's been out there for generations and generations. I'm part of it. Right? So, but in Ireland, there's no other people that have been through.
Aren't they over there to work?
Yeah, they are there too. But here's the point I'm making, guys. I want to make this very clear to you guys. You're probably hearing me for the first time, but I want you to be very clear about stuff. Yeah, I mean, I we go back a couple years, brother, a few years.
Yeah.
But here's the point. Here's the point, though. I'm saying, me saying that is not a victim thing. I want you to think like I'm holding on to that, or that I think it's something that should be acknowledged and dealt with. Not denying that. But what my greater point is the value, Alan, that you said I'm overplaying. You would not have the stoplight, central air, the heating, cooling, GPS, fucking blood transfusions, heart transplants, a clock, the light bulbs, fucking the internet, like a lot of things that you do and don't know about our contributions, even the 50,000 plus modern patents that we actually got credit for, not including the ones that were stolen from us because we didn't have the ability. Not the militia, not even mention the 5,000-man militia, the Revolutionary War, the fact that Crispus Attucks is a black man. And John Hancock, not John Hancock, but the other guy who was the interim president before Washington was a black boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, without this kind of thing, like, you say I overinflated. I was being very humble and saying it that way. And that being the same, but at the same time, that's what makes America fucking great, is that even though this happened to these people, we still managed to be the 8th richest people on the planet just by way of spending. Our own shit, the pain that we went through, is a catalyst for success, and it speaks volumes to the God that we serve.
Yeah, Cypher.
Because only way to do that, right?
Every one of those.
And we're Americans now. That's what
I'm sorry. When you look at the actual claims and the people they speak about, they've all been debunked. If they didn't invent them, let me think about this one. Like you look at the light bulb. No, the guy who they credit with the light bulb, when you look at his patent, it was an improvement on the manufacturing process to manufacture filaments and it's like 20 years after Edison invented it, or it's an improvement on some other process. They were not the creators of it. Now you want to know they
Well, I mean, where you sourcing this from?
Where am I getting
Like,
it?
I think we're pulling that out your ass.
Look up the patents, and that's what you find. Now,
I have a few of them.
yeah, now, when you look at the lesson, you come up, you know the ice cream scoops where there's like a gear and you do it? That they invented. That's one. The other one is the idea.
What about the mask, sir? What about the mask?
The other one.
What about the stoplight?
Refrigerated trucks.
What about the airplane?
The airplane. Oh, so it wasn't the.
What about the car?
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. But you know, it's interesting though. I'm talking about the good, the things that we've done that made America great. And we're trying to shoot it down. Hold on. Like, look, pay attention to this. No, let me finish my sentence and I'll go back on you. You literally are shooting down everything that I'm saying that makes us great, but then you want to be the moral authority in the free world. And you are too right.
Because the issue.
What are you doing?
Because the issue
We're both Americans, right?
Yes. So, yes, and as an American,
You have to put my shit on.
appreciate the contributions.
It doesn't sound like you're trying to downplay it.
Well, I can appreciate them. But
That sounds like you're trying to downplay it, though. If you appreciate it, why are you downplaying it?
of all of that is you owe us, therefore you have to pay us back.
No, that's the moral thing to do.
Yeah, we've paid you back $11 trillion. And when the Jews in Germany got
$11 trillion. What did they got? $1 trillion, what do you mean?
I think it's $20 billion.
Who paid Black Americans $11 trillion?
Yeah, when?
Hey, not too much in the Tuesdays.
When you look at the war on poverty and the civil rights programs, which
$11 trillion is what you said.
when you look at, yes, they went to both white and black poors and white and black people. And when you look at the proportions of how much money went to African Americans, and remember when both those bills were signed, okay, Johnson was surrounded by the black leaders of the time. The number you come up with.
Do you remember what Johnson said about black leaders and black
is
people?
$11 trillion.
$11 trillion. Man, listen.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what, Alan, you don't have to defend it, brother, because the more you do, the more you discredit yourself, brother.
Here's the final point. I'm interested in solutions that actually work. And now we're 6 years.
We're talking about it and you get uncomfortable.
No, I'm not uncomfortable at all. We're 70 years, 60 years later, and according to the Southern Poverty Law Center, racism is still as rampant as ever. So clearly, and we start looking at the numbers of the disparities between whites and blacks when it comes to crime, when it comes to birth rates, when it comes to marriage rates, on and on and on. If we look at those numbers, we've spent $11 trillion and those problems that we solve. I'm not interested in spending any more money on those issues, number one. And number two, I think the time of giving the importance to 13% of the population and saying that their narrative needs to be the narrative of America is over. Because I've lived through.
How can you even shut that off? Like, I don't know how you validate that. Like, slow down. So if you're saying that my people, 13% of the population, which we're far bigger than that, but 13% like you isn't a narrative that everybody should, if it's the truth, are you saying that people should believe a lie to uphold some kind of power, moral, you know what I'm saying? Some kind of resolution for power and authority? Like, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying even if you accept it as the truth, the idea that sin, and I'll even use that word, needs to be addressed on and on and on and on.
No. Nobody's saying that this is a perpetual thing.
Yeah,
like,
well,
so there's a real thing. Like I think you missed the benefit of what that redress would look like. Like, people would stimulate the economy, the global economy. That's fine, Alan.
Yeah,
Let me jump in here because I'll let you go for a while. But literally, like, if you did that with Black Americans today, do you understand how many jobs you would create, how much innovation you would create, how you could say you actually addressed the issue and repaired those people, and it would greatly stimulate the economy overnight because motherfuckers would just go out and spend. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you would release it to money alone because there's a lot of other things that money can do, like tax-free to 33, tax-free again, 66 till death, free education for the colleges that they not apply for, but they qualify for. If you qualify to make college, you go for free, right? And then there's some money there, right? There's some mental health primarily. Like, you gotta start with that, mental health, right? If you start it, the crime goes down, education, innovation goes up, it stimulates the global economy, and you dealt with the moral issue through a financial repair that automatically came back. It's a reimbursement, if you will. We're not dusting the vehicle. We stimulate whole economies. We drive markets. Our influence in every area of sports, tech, science, media, entertainment, all of the above. It stimulates the world. And guess what? We're interwoven together. You just got a problem with dealing with the fuck shit your ancestors do.
Man, I just want to shout out to LeBron James Sr. and LeBron James Jr. for carrying the Lakers past the Houston Rockets. We have a 41-year-old grown man and his sperm, his son, who's 21 years old, on the same court during a playoff game in NBA playoffs. So that's
first time ever. And he generates millions and trillions of dollars and just influence globally. So I'm just saying,
money for Cleveland, Ohio, which is almost fucking impossible. Let's get
I'm from it. I'm not too much on the I'm from that bit. I'm not from Ohio. Shout out. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you could bring $1 to fucking Cleveland, Akron, Youngstown, you're a fucking legend. LeBron bought a few of those.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
The first ring, brought the Cavs ring. He brought that Cavs ring there.
That shouldn't even be a real sentence that came out of anyone's mouth, but that's a fact, unfortunately. I'm not a cat.
You know what's also a fact? Larry Bird beat Michael Jordan 6 times in the playoffs. So
we got what, man? Alan, are you a fucking color racist or what? What the fuck? He is a fucking hater. Larry Bird is one of my guys. Don't get it twisted, that's guy.
Once you went to basketball, all that's all right.
Alan is an asshole. He got to throw the white man in. You don't get the game, motherfucker. Right. Wow, man. Nah, man. I was my guy. Don't get twisted. It's been a minute since we had these open debates.
You never saw Bird crying on the floor because he got fouled. I'm sorry.
He wasn't a good actor.
You know what, Cypher? Maybe we should just end the conversation there. We can keep going back and forth, but
yeah, man. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, it does go back to what I said earlier.
I know.
Yeah. He is a solution. I think that Trump's existence as a president is a solution to this because it highlights both sides of the coin. Fundamentally, he's right about a lot of his local politics. I am aligned with that. But let me finish this, brother. Sorry, but the other side of it, though, it just highlights the undergird of what everybody else is complaining about. And that's why I said it serves as a utility pocket knife, because he has many different vertical sides to it, right? And it cut either way.
Yeah,
I can see that shit. But your argument though, Alan, is that you don't want to deal with that, though. And that's where we disagree.
Alan, let me ask you something real quick. Did you see Zoran Mamdani's statement about the Armenian genocide yesterday? And if so, what are your thoughts? I need to know.
I think every year that there are certain politicians who come out and say, yes, I support the Armenian genocide, and I'm sick and tired of hearing it from politicians. They're pandering to the Armenian population. And when the fact is, first of all, no one in the Middle East cares about what some mayor of New York has to say about it. And second of all, the United States has never lifted a finger when it actually needed to do anything for the country of Armenia. So it is exactly what it is. It's pandering and nothing more.
But do you think he's pandering to who? The Armenians in New York City?
Yeah, that's all he's doing.
There's probably more Turks in New York City than Armenians, though.
Probably, I don't know. I'd have to.
So what does he win out of that?
What does he win?
Mayor Adams was like deep throating the Turks.
Well, yeah, and when it comes to that issue, you know, some land on the side of Turkey, some land on the side of Armenia. That's what it is. But yeah, look, they get a certain amount of votes because they will make that statements, and then some Armenians will be, he understands us, he supports us, we gotta vote for that. You know,
I just thought his statement was like very deep about the Armenians. You never hear that in an American politician. You know?
No. Well, maybe you're paying attention to these more so because he's got some more notoriety. So the fact that he said it, he got, people noticed more. But hell, I've heard that before. I give more credit to Kanye West when he went to Armenia and making people aware of that more than anyone else.
The concept of it, that's true.
Yeah, and the fact that he's there with Kim Kardashian, and now all his fans who've never heard, first of all, they've never heard of Armenia. They might not have even known that she was, half Armenian at least. And now he's giving a concert and they went to the memorial. Yeah, I give him more credit than anybody else.
Shout out to Kanye West. I love that. All right, now, you guys have my question.
Just a question, like all his fans who maybe did not know who it was possibly, and now they're saying Hitler.
Kanye?
Yeah,
He apologized, bro. He apologized.
Well, I just wanted to see what he thought about that since, you gave him credit for it.
We thought that the beat was hard as fuck, but, we know Kanye has mental health issues, bipolar, you know what I mean? So we give grace as we would want people to give grace to us. So. Kanye, as a rap artist, was the best live performance I've ever been to of any rap artist in my whole life. Okay. Do you understand?
How many performances have you seen?
I've seen him once at the LA Coliseum.
Talking about in a whole.
I've seen
how many performances have you seen? Music
one question. I've seen dozens of rap performances who've all been horrific, and singing every other lyric end of their song, not giving a fuck, very lazy performances. I didn't do that. He gave the people what they wanted, man.
Have you seen Ice Cube perform? Because he was the best I've ever seen.
I have not. I'll be honest. I'm a little younger. I'm a little bit younger. Go here. I'm a little bit younger. I'll be real.
This is an ignorant question from a woman who's lived through the 60s and 70s. And what do you think of black music being taken over by rap? Do you think there was any kind of conspiracy there from the music business? If you're going to talk about...
Deep one.
Huh?
That's a big question because, the popular music and the hip hop genre is not necessarily the most positive, right? So usually the rappers who get signed to certain labels and contracts are getting signed to promote degeneracy, murder, polygamy, all sorts of extramarital affairs, violence. And I think that's more about the music industry rather than anything to do with black culture, because it's a predatory ass industry.
Yeah, it's my nephew is in the music, is a musician, been involved, and he has no truck with he's gone on his own, but I used to like black music, but I'm
like music.
Well, I think you're pretty young. I think, Cypher, how old are you? Like in your 30s or something?
No, I'm 45.
45, really?
Yeah, I'm talking about music for people in the music industry.
You produce music? So
yeah, I did. From Busy Bone, Jada Kiss, all of that shit since the 90s. I've been on tour with Jimmy Jackson and Genuine. I met Jay-Z a couple times, but I don't know him. But Cameron, Diplomat Records, we've had the same managements.
And now you're like say bust the rhymes, but the real shit you get when you bust down my rhymes.
But what do you mean by
the fact that
Let me ask Michaela, are you referring to like 70s R&B?
Yeah, 70s, 80s. I mean, when did rap take over? 90s?
70s.
70s.
I
think it was later.
73 to 78.
No, really?
Yeah. There's actually my father had an album called Rap back in 1969.
Yeah, well, I guess I did like the R&B. I mean, that's what
you realize that the music, you do realize that the artists are expressing their perspective of life, right? And you guys have created an environment that produced this.
Yeah, if you find a rapper from the south side of Chicago, he's not going to be rapping about, country music and, oh my God, I just took the fucking kids to school. He's fighting for his living.
Yeah. I think maybe what Alan and I have in common is that we're older. And we've heard this kind of, we've known about what's happened to the black culture and black people for so long. We're waiting for, and we saw things getting better. And then, to be honest, Obama came in and sort of reignited. Here we thought, oh great, we're really improving. We've got a black president. And then it just like reignited for the younger people stuff what they had never heard of or something. They didn't know about their history. So now they're focusing on the tragic history and not realizing how much things have improved. But one thing I do.
How old are you again?
I'm 75.
My father would have been 76. 77
Do you think
years.
the three strikes rule was
73. Do you know that they grew up in southern Texas?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Great Migration?
Yeah. From the south.
What do you know about that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
From
My sister-in-law is black. She went from the south to Chicago.
Boom. And my people went to Ohio from Texas. Right? Now, that right there alone for thousands and tens of thousands of people to migrate out of the South from early 1900 through the 1970s, right? What the fuck kind of environment were they living in to where that had to happen?
Terrible when they got out of it.
And they expressed themselves through music, and things continue to happen. Breaking up the families, busing, civil rights, kill their leaders, someone killed their leaders, the residual or rippling effects, it perpetuated all this. And then you exploited it and made millions and trillions of dollars off of it and then blame what you don't like. I have to sometimes be humble too because I come from what you call the old school. And I made beats, I got shit on YouTube. I was in the streets for real and lost that opportunity, and now I've been in business for 23 years. But at the same time, like that experience for me back then, I seen it change. So I have to, when I run into little brothers sagging and shit, I don't come to now certain shit I just can't get it. Like, yeah, I mean, get out. You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember that. But I tell them about these sagging pants because my generation was the ones that put it forward, right? And I asked myself, like, you ever been to prison? And like, no, yeah, like on the yard, that means you're advertising your ass, right? And then the second thing, you have to run from the police or an adversary, you're not going to get very far. If you have to fight, probably get your ass beat because you got to keep putting your pants up. So I apologize to whoever ill-advised you, brother. It's not to your advantage to have your pants up. Men wear belts, okay? And I always get a good feedback. Now, that's my responsibility as a young black man, right? Because I can't blame them and think that the environment that we created, one folks was dying up with starter jackets, Jordans, video games, basketball games, the shit that was perpetuated. I can't think for a moment that they should be better based off of the environments that some of them were raised. Now, don't mistake this because not all black people come from the ghetto, the hood, they ain't got that. Most of us are very successful, productive citizens. We contribute greatly to the production and GDP of this country. But they're like every other race or ethnic group have their own degenerate societies. Ours was manufactured. It was never in our nature to be who we've been.
Man, okay, that's what I want to ask.
Some of us was bred and born in America on sex farms.
This is what I want to ask about. I mean, what I've heard is that the black family was pretty together in the 50s, you know.
50s, 60s, 70s, 80s.
Manufactured to destroy the family?
Yeah, absolutely. Think about it. So
there's actually the wife too, you know, because the sexual revolution, that's what was the 60s.
You guys took part in it. See, you're passing the poor whites and the poor blacks, they literally rock together too. Like, if you heard the term redneck, it came from the 1920s where the coal miners were fighting against the corporations that sent a private militia to go after them in West Virginia, and they had a shootout. And the way that you knew who was on your side is that the white boys would have to wear scars, handkerchiefs around their necks. Anyway, black and white people dying side by side. That's why West Virginia to this day is still one of the most culturally racist as fuck still, but it's interbred like most people are mixed, right? So our stories are intertwined. It's just that the problem that most Europeans, the Americans have is that they don't like to deal with the issue of race because of the way they were raised and how they benefited from it. Whether we was in the same
This is the deal I've seen in my lifetime. The racial relations just improved so much, and I for you to keep focusing on that and keep saying, I mean, it was getting better and better, you're right.
When was it better though? When though? That's what I'm asking. That's why I'm trying to ask when, because I have.
Well, from when I was a child, I know that just the racism, because my family, we didn't live in an area where there were blacks, and I know the attitudes of my family was they just didn't know anything about blacks, and they had prejudice, But then my mother worked for the government, and then she worked with a lot of blacks, and I could see that easing up, and I could just see over the years things getting better with black attitudes towards blacks. And
I'm trying to understand when was
in the 70s, in the 70s, and then it just the 80s.
I see. I'm very close to the times, and I grew up in this space. So I'm trying to understand. From your lens, you believe this, but I can't perceive it because the "don't push me" because I'm close to the edge message. You said you used to like black music. It's built off of the shit that we went through and the environments that y'all created.
I don't know.
That's why I was the original saying that. The thing is, I understand for us to get away with it, not even get away with it, for us to call it the past, we have to address it. If you address it and actually deal with it, and you have to forgive yourself, this is not your nightmare. This isn't. It is what I'm saying is that they have to reconcile with themselves. Like first knowing the truth, first knowing and accepting the truth, changing and challenging your own narrative. That's an internal thing, right? That's not for anybody to shame somebody in anything. That's just dealing with the truth. And it goes both ways. Honestly, y'all, there's no physical, mental, intelligent way that people that come from caves could rule over people that built civilizations unless the people that built the civilizations play a part in it.
Yeah, I went to Berkeley. I was there in 1970. I was around the Panther Party, I actually went to their first constitutional convention, but what are you saying that the music that I liked was a result of, are you saying that was just produced by the music industry, that it wasn't a real reflection of?
Oh, no. What I was saying about the message, which was go back to your time and era, that don't push me because I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Broken glass everywhere, people pushing in the concrete like they just don't care, all that stuff, talking about the junkies and this, that, and there. They were talking about that every rapper has a song about his mom, a woman that he or she loved, about a party that was nice, and multiple songs about oppression, stress, trauma, somebody getting murdered, killed, and how down bad things were for a particular group. And then they have songs about hope and change. You can look through every album, even to this day, even though you might not understand what lyrics are, I don't either. But, there's still the same thing is out there, but it's more control. So it's manufactured by a small group of people that even shit on poor whites that are creating this narrative of criminalization and dysfunction and degeneracy. The parts of that are true are manufactured by the very people that are judging.
Yeah, what about the black family? I've heard that they were.
Yeah, what happened to Cosby's? What happened to BET?
No, I'm not.
What happened to Family Matters?
I'm not talking about TV shows. I'm not talking about TV shows. I'm talking about statistics.
Okay, so you remember that movie with James Earl Jones? What's the pause on the tip of my tongue? And it's from 1974. Not sure, but it talked about the black family being split back then. There's multiple documentaries about the man in the house clause.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about maybe the welfare stuff. You can't get the welfare if the husband.
Well, white women are the biggest recipients to this day from what white women were. That's what welfare was for.
No, but the black family didn't need welfare in the 50s, or they weren't relying on it.
Another word, but they couldn't get good jobs either.
But they were together and they were more.
Yeah, because they didn't have drugs. They didn't have drugs going into that. They didn't have drugs in the community. They didn't shoot their men to the war. They didn't also.
I
I mean, that was the Indian administration who admitted it. So,
Well, no. The heroin, the cocaine, the heroin, all that was before
was it
Jimmy.
Nixon or Reagan?
Why did the young people go for it?
Listen. If you're asking questions, just hear the answer, right?
Yeah.
Like literally, in an environment where you're seeing death, murder, you can't get a job, you're seeing all kinds of shit happen to your people, and you want to be nonviolent. Some people deal with trauma differently, don't they? They get depressed. They get on drugs, especially when you make
Shut up, nigga. Shut up.
right? So when you create an environment, you can't get mad at the output. It's
Now, wait a second. What got worse in the 60s? If in the 50s the black family was together, more successful, more financially.
You killed their leaders. You oppressed them, you beat them, you mistreated them. You said that the 60s was good for black Americans.
So you're saying that the 60s, the civil rights movement, caused just an upheaval in expectations or something? I mean, I think it had all kinds of effect on the whole culture, which we're still suffering from today. I think we have to look back at that, not way back to slavery, but what happened?
Nobody mentions slavery, man. Our conversation has been everything after slavery.
Right. Well, I mean, something happened in the 60s. If the 50s, the black family was more together, more financially stable, more successful.
More financially stable. What do you mean? Like when you say these things, like what do you mean?
Well, it seemed to me that they weren't split apart. Maybe they were poorer, but they were together.
Right, but when you introduce drugs, sex, alcohol, and depressed environments, what do you think is supposed to happen?
Introducing sex, drugs, alcohol, the whole culture sort of went wild.
What culture? Yeah, it was an American culture, right? Right, so when you add that, the feminist movement and all that other shit, welfare, the men are off to war and things like that, like, that fucks up the black family, doesn't it? Especially create gang wars.
And it affected blacks hard worse.
And then they're expressing themselves on music. So it becomes a soundtrack to their environment. And it's never been addressed. If it's never been addressed in decades upon decades, how do you expect a people to change?
But what hasn't been addressed? You're blaming it on what racism, but I think what hasn't been addressed is what happened in the 60s to our whole culture. It
was racism. Racism is America's fucking origin story.
Well, the drugs were affecting everybody. And then
that's the thing, like you see how in this conversation, right? You're skipping around the obvious. You're not even acknowledging what I'm saying.
Well,
you're just adding in other elements to discredit them.
What I'm saying is the racism, to me, it was getting better. It was getting less and less and less. The culture.
It was just less in your face in terms of violence, but we've seen over the last 20 years black men being shot on camera and killed in front of you on the TV screen. You know what the prison system is set up to do. You know the schooling. We know that there's racism in schooling, housing, banking. It's always been there. And you're right. The nuclear missile that blew up a lot of black culture is the destruction of the black family, which was engineered. There's a fucking memo, a government memo about this in 1979. There's a whole agenda to do that. It was literally, so how do you judge a people for reacting to an environment that you engineered?
What is the memo in 79? Is it about drugs or what? What's it about?
I'll pull it up in a second. I'm just wondering, as we're talking, I'll pull it up. Because I have it on my laptop, but My thing is what is the cognitive dissonance? Is it that much? I mean, and this is the sense of the father. Like, this is the thing you have to deal with. The elephant in the room to get over the problem. And you don't want to talk about it no more. It's not about talking about it. It's about doing something to fix it.
Okay,
Because it's not just because that you're white you need to fix it. I would go after, me personally, governments and big pharma, not big pharma, but big companies. Because they're the biggest benefactors. If you are a corporation that benefited in income, Citigroup, insurance firms, all around the goddamn world, and private companies, and those would be the main motherfuckers that would have to finance this. In my world,
I was going to say, I think that a lot of white people don't feel guilt or whatever personally because they were from the South. My family came here, after, they weren't in the South. They came to South Dakota, from Ireland. We don't have, I think probably a lot of white people today their ancestors had nothing to do with slavery.
What? You keep saying slavery. I said everything after slavery. What is your...
Okay, so after slavery, you're talking about corporations.
No, you can go before slavery. It was corporations that created slavery. You know what I mean? Like, it was always there. You know what I mean? People benefited. My point is this, love. Hear me out. I'm asking you a question. When did your parents come to you? You said they came over here from Ireland. When did they land in America?
Actually, they did. Some of them, my great-grandparents came before the Civil War. They came.
Okay, so they were here during.
They went to South Dakota.
What was going on in South Dakota?
There was no slavery. They were farmers. They got land.
How did they get land?
I don't know. Probably land grants or something.
Land grants from who?
Probably the Indians.
Who? What?
Sioux.
That would be my people.
Yeah.
That would be my people specifically.
Yeah.
Sioux, Blackfoot, Choctaw, Seminole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they were all reclassified as Negro.
Oh, please.
Look at my PTR. Look at my PTR. Just look through it. You'll see a picture of my mother and her great-grandmother.
Okay, but we're talking about blacks, not Indians right now.
They are black. They are black. If you look at my great-great-grandmother and my PTR, go to my PTR and click through. You see a whole picture of my mother and her great-grandmother.
Well, another part of my family married into the tribes in Nebraska.
Yeah, and those are $5 Indians. Yes.
What's that?
They wanted where it was from. Yeah, the dog spurs. It was named.
Yeah. Okay. So this is our history. Okay. So you're saying that to climb out of that, you're saying that
you have to deal with it.
Well, what do you mean? Deal with it. What do you mean?
Like this conversation, you evaded a lot of different things. It feels like it's uncomfortable to you.
Well,
I appreciate you having it with me, though. I'm not talking shit. I do appreciate you having it with me. We do respect it. But it seems like you have an aversion. Yeah, like you seem to have an aversion.
I'm not black.
That's an internal thing, love. I can't instruct you on how to do it.
No.
I would say this, but if I could give you one thing, it would be education first. For you to get more educated about it first.
Wait a second.
And take some like the fear and
We know
everything.
our history.
I don't think you do.
So then what?
I don't think you do. I don't think you know.
I think so.
How powerful the KKK was.
My family had nothing to do with that.
I'm not.
But see that right there, that's the aversion. You see that right there?
I don't feel any guilt over the KKK.
And you do. You're projecting it right now.
Why?
You're projecting it right now.
No.
Listen, if I'm talking about history, what do you immediately go to? My family, blah, blah, blah.
That's right.
I'm talking about history. My family had nothing to do with that.
Weirdo KKK people. I'm Catholic.
I'm asking.
You
laughing. I'm Irish.
And you,
And the Irish are the police.
Because I'm
The
Irish.
fraternal order of the police and the fraternal order of the firefighters are Irish.
Hey, listen, we came here because of, we were being starved to death.
Right, and some of y'all are black too. Some of y'all are black and European. Yeah, a lot of y'all are black too.
they got treated like
Yeah, my father was black.
Yeah, they're the niggers of Europe. Yeah, they're the niggers of Europe, and Mexicans are the niggers of South America.
I don't feel.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, no, really, I don't identify as a white person. I identify as Irish. And I
But you
know
you benefit from.
To do that, and you should teach your kids to do that as well.
to do what?
To identify as Irish and not
I do.
made up
I do.
complex. Yeah.
When they have to.
What do you call a black American though? What would be our nationality?
American.
African American.
African, but most of us aren't from Africa.
Yeah, you're American.
You're from Africa, however long ago your family was from here.
No, so, and that's the thing about here's the solution is the knowledge. If you guys are going to deal with racism for real once and for all, like deal with the truth. If you feel pushback from it, that's the energy that you internally have to reconcile.
Wait, the Africa part where you said.
I'll give you an example. Yeah, I'm gonna address it. The same thing I just said, I'm gonna use myself as an example. At first, when I found out about Africans selling Africans, I was like, what? Then you start digging in deeper, you're like, damn, those people were refugees from Portugal and Spain. So they didn't sell their own. Damn, there were some black slave owners that had breeding farms. 400 of them are documented as being worse than white slave owners and owned more slaves than white people did. The average white person couldn't afford a slave.
But what is
Learning about European history and where the Slavs and the Russians and shit where we come from, and you start understanding history, you start learning the truth. It's real humbling. I would never be offended by white racists because I know so much of their culture and origin story to feel like intimidated by that. I also know that all black folks weren't slaves and they're not all fucking victims. Some of them played a direct hand in this shit, just like we did in our shit right here today. Like some of the
you said no from Africa?
they're not. I was just saying that some of them are from Spain and Portugal. So if you look at the Alhambra Decree, if you look at the Memorial Ordinance 1515 and others, well-documented information, like name specific ordinances. Yeah, they talked about the expulsion of the expulsion of the Jews and where they went into Africa and where they were sold into the slave trade. And then
Jews were sold into the slave trade?
absolutely.
Okay, wow.
Well, I have books that from the time of the 1700s, 1500s. I have a lot of documented information that proves that.
Right.
But then there were also black Americans that were here in America that were also reclassified as Negro, like my great grandmother that you see in the picture if you scroll through the shit. Right? So you see that woman, right? Now that woman had one of 22 kids, had 19 kids of her own, right? So and my people were born in Oklahoma and Texas and then also little breeding farms. But having the slavery, they did have to manufacture it after the 1830s. It became illegal to traffic slaves, so they had breeding farms, and that would be the little brothels and pleasure palaces. And a good documented history book on this comes from a 1971 movie, which is the most graphical, accurate account of slavery that I've ever seen. It's called Goodbye Uncle Tom. It's a 2-hour movie on YouTube. It's free. It's a very interesting, very graphic. Like, first time I saw it in 2003, it took me 2 weeks to watch it because it was really kind of hard to digest. But it's actually one of my favorite movies because it talks about the visuals of certain things, how this actually went down, right? But there were also black slavers. There were 455,000 blacks in the North and in the South. Come on, that were never slaves. Some of them owned owned slaves. Some of them owned slaves to buy their families freedom, and then others owned slaves for the same industrial purposes as they wanted. And sold their parents out and did everything else. There was an
So what are they supposed to do with it? I mean, can we put that in the past?
No, you have to deal with it.
But also,
You have to deal with it firstly. You have to deal with it firstly, then you can put it in the past. If you don't know these things, you can't reconcile.
died in the Civil War.
Yeah, one of my favorite heroes is John Brown.
Okay, look at, isn't there the Civil War sort of,
I wish another Christian was like John Brown.
Yeah, John Brown was a motherfucking man. He was more down at, he up there with Harry Tubman, but he was more down in Frederick Douglass and the rest of the motherfuckers. He came to them like, let's do this, and they were like, oh, no.
Dude hated slavery so much they actually thought he was insane.
no, I'm talking about the war, ones who died fighting in the war.
They most of them didn't die for that reason. It was more of an industrial thing.
No, you're gonna say that, so then we have to keep dealing with slavery. A lot of white
No, you're going back to slavery. I was talking originally, we started talking about everything from the 1900s until now. Well, I can just talk about my years growing up as a 45-year-old man in America. I feel safer in South America than I do in America, bro. I mean, sis,
we had slavery.
and I'm from Ohio. You know what I'm saying? My family's from Texas. You know what I mean? Not all of us were slaves, and most of us are land. You know, still old head out there. But my point of it is that you have to guilt the thing that keeps you it's cringeworthy, it makes you want to avoid it, is because you don't know that much about it first. And then two, if you are dealing with, because you know, Grayson, you heard those jokes and stories and shit from your lens growing up and as a young woman, and you're 75, you know what I'm saying? You're as old as my aunts. You know what I'm saying? I know what you could possibly have heard growing up. Most of y'all are inherently racist because of the ignorance of it, right? But if you understand the root of where it comes from, if you understand the root of where it comes from, it literally is a flip on you guys too. Because white Europeans also suffer from racism.
Hey, listen, we got over it.
No, you didn't.
Oh, that's what you say.
No, that's right. No, it's still an issue.
Oh, no, you're making it an issue.
I don't think
It's not an issue for me because I'm dominant. Listen, even if anything, you can consider me a Django. You know what I'm saying? That's more of my character. Go a little Tupac in there, you got me. I'm saying this, and I'm gonna get out your window whenever you want to come in. I'll get out your window. I just want to tell Joe McKay real quick. You don't know enough about my experience, but you don't know enough about the real history. And when you contemplate that, it's off-putting, it's jarring because you've been sold a lie. So racism, my definition of racism personally, is the personification of ignorance and fear. Once you get over it by learning the truth and reconciling it, then you can move forward. Because I'm not worried about slavery or the past. Yeah, I mean, I know the history and I'm doing things to change that narrative. But at the same time, I'm focused on the future too. It's just that's what's keeping America stuck. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, if you say so.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that are keeping America stuck. I don't think it's only that one story, but I definitely think that one story is holding, I don't want to say holding our society back, more so our society is allowing ourselves to be bound by not actually doing the work to move forward collectively. And I really hate, by the way, Michaela, you just made a statement. I really hate when people do this. And they tell people when they're talking about their own story. I usually hear this when it's like a Native person or a Black person talking about their own history. Someone else will say, yeah, well, get over it. Or we got over it. But it's interesting because when I heard you talk about your story and where you come from, you're Irish. You brought up some of the horrible things that your ancestors went through. When somebody else was talking about it, it's okay, well, get over it.
I am over it. I don't hate the British.
Okay, this really disingenuous, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, show courtesy to others the same way you would like to be shown. You know what I mean? Like, if I just interrupted you when you brought that up, and I'd say, just, well, get over it, that's not a great way to go about things. So,
Okay, so
just food for thought.
yeah, I understand he has his point of view, what he's seeing, but he doesn't know my point of view, what I see in other white people that I know, I see the change in the white people I know, and that I've rubbed shoulders with throughout these years.
Michaela, those people may have been like, okay, we're not pro-slavery anymore. We're not pro-Jim Crow anymore. We're not even racist. We'll work with black people. We might, be friends or have family with black people. But does that change a system or a whole society in terms of coming to terms with what we've done historically? Even take the Irish, for example, right? Their whole language was wiped out.
That's
right? They weren't even allowed to speak that language for so long. It was nearly wiped out to this day. Right. Most Irish people don't know how to speak it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a legacy. There's basically a legacy that happens through oppression, right? I hate to sound so fucking like a liberal leftist piece of shit, but it's just reality, right? It's just a reality that there's legacies that happen and are affected by this. And one of the legacies of slavery turns into Jim Crow, turns into horror for a lot of black families. There's some black families that are just well off and they're fine, but I know, the criminal justice system, from Jim Crow to today, it's damaging for a lot of people. You look at the Nixon administration, talk about how they flooded their neighborhoods with guns and drugs, and these are poor neighborhoods, people who don't really have much. The effect of that is crazy. And then the 3 strikes rule. A lot of my black friends never had a father growing up. Not because their fathers weren't around, but just because they're in prison for 3 strikes. And it's like, oh shit, you don't have your mom and your grandma, and they have a whole different relationship with the police than I do. I was thinking like, oh, we could go do this, that, and other. My friends are like, no. Those cops are there. I'm like, so what? Oh no, they have a whole different, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like, it's a whole different history, relationship, that has never kind of been dealt with. It's still there, and it's just pervasive. It's kind of...
Yeah, and I think a lot of the rap music is, I might be ignorant, I'm sort of divorced from a lot of things, but to me it's like things were getting better, and then it's like that, the culture of, maybe drugs and guns or whatever, that was sort of extended through that, the culture was kept going through the rap music, through the resentment and the anger just kept going and going. There couldn't be healing.
Why does the music record labels only promote that kind of music?
I know.
What?
I know.
And who's running those labels?
I know what they're doing.
Who's running those labels up?
Well, I'm not going to blame some ethnic group, but I think it's nefarious.
Even in let's say like entertainment in Hollywood or forget the music industry, like television or movies.
All of Hollywood, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it's all fucking degenerate. It's just
That's right.
Black people are gonna be typecasted as like thugs. You know what I mean? That kind of shit.
Well, Hollywood has done a number on the whole culture. I'm Catholic, and I have become very well aware of what the sexual revolution has done to our culture.
But what about
Hollywood is
the
just
Spanish
doesn't know
Inquisition?
about all of us. Huh?
What about the Spanish Inquisition?
Well, what about it? What does it have to do with America?
I'm talking Catholicism. It's the Catholic Church.
Oh, you're gonna get into it. No, I'm not gonna get into that.
No, I'm not getting into that. I'm just asking you about it. Like, what are your thoughts?
It was run by the government, the Spanish government. The church was doing their own private inquisition. They were dealing with conversos.
And what were the conversos? Who were they?
Conversos were Jews and
where did they go?
the church was trying to weed them out to see if they were really converted. Okay.
So where did those people go?
But what do you mean?
Where did those conversos go after they expelled them? Where did they go?
America? I don't know. Where'd they go?
They went into Africa.
Oh,
North Africa, yeah.
No, not only Africa, Congo. No, specifically the Congo, Angola. Matter of fact, Google, do you have a laptop? Does any of you guys got a phone in front of you?
I have my computer right in front of me.
Okay. Just real quick shit. I just want you to check out this book. It's literally called the Annals of History, Literature.
And so what did they do in Angola? What did the conversos do in Angola?
What's the person on this side?
That's a whole nother story right there. But
Yeah.
so these people, they went to so basically these people, they were sold into, they went to Cape Verde, they went to modern day the Mali Empire. If you look up this 1747 map called Negro Land, right? Look that up, and it will tell you exactly where the slave coast was. And this is from a guy named Emmanuel Bowen. Let me know when you get that picture up.
I'm putting in Negro Land 1747 map.
Emmanuel Bowen.
1747 map. Huge images of Negro Land.
Is it 1929?
No, like the 1747.
That was like 1729 or not?
Guinea.
No, 1747.
Well, I'm putting
1747.
map here. It's sort of a map I can't make. There's no tails of it.
I see one at 1727.
There's one 17, just put in 1747 map, the Negro Land. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you see where it says Slave Coast?
Slave Coast. I don't see that.
See where it says Slave Coast? Zoom in more and see if it doesn't say Kingdom of Judah.
It doesn't say Kingdom of Judah. No, it says
it has Wida in the middle, and they have a northern and southern kingdom that says, Wida, and it has a northern and southern kingdom that says,
I see Raiders are Lagos.
do you see where it says, do you see where it says Slave Coast? It says Gold Coast and it says Slave Coast.
Yeah, I see Slave Coast.
Okay, zoom in on the Slave Coast. Zoom in on where it says Slave Coast. Do you see Wida and do you see Kingdom of Judah?
I see Wida. I see.
And right above and below, it has Judah.
No, I don't see Judah, bro. Where's Judah?
If you see Wida, just go up or down, and you're going to see Kingdom of Judah because it's mentioned there twice.
I don't see.
Is this Hebrew Israelite stuff?
It's not Hebrew Israelite stuff. It's called the truth.
Oh boy.
I don't see.
Look at the Manuelian ordinances.
Wait, let's stay on this. Where's Kingdom of Judah? I don't see.
Oh, I don't see Judah.
Who cares about that?
Let me check
Why
out
do you support Israel? Why do you support that now? Why?
I don't support that now. Fuck me.
Nobody's talking about that.
Stuff.
Yeah.
The problem is you are
Not Cindy. See Formosa.
I'm about to check them on the phone. Get more people check my PTR too.
Yeah.
the bottom layer of fucking garbage.
You guys were talking about the KKK.
Where?
What was the conversation around that?
KKK's a new NAMBLA, which is a new map.
KKK basically.
What is NAMBLA?
So they did a lot of fucked up shit in terms of like voting processes for black
Have you
people.
ever seen any of them at a commemorate these motherfuckers?
Yo, is Matt awake?
Nah. It's,
Oh, okay.
So you mean get rid of this guy?
Yeah.
No, I was just curious.
My bad, Beaver. Leave it to the
KKK did a lot of damage post-Civil War.
What were you saying about the vote for black people?
Yeah, they basically terrorized, and basically, like, whenever there was an election or anything, they would make sure, like, if any black people would go try to vote, they would go fuck it up. They would make sure that there was no, black candidates. They would do, like, crazy shit through methods of terrorism, basically, to either intimidate through violence or just straight up go murder people.
Did you vote for Trump?
They also went after Catholics too. I sent my kids to a Catholic school here. Listen to me. Listen to me. My kids went to Catholic school here in Southwest Colorado, and they didn't wear uniforms, and that was because of the history of the KKK in our town. They went after Catholics, and that's why the kids didn't wear uniforms.
Yeah, I mean more in the South after.
Okay, I'm just saying they didn't just go after blacks, they went after Catholics too.
Listen, they
What
also
about me?
historically the South
No,
after.
my history.
What about the Irish? What about us?
That's right.
We were
So why do you dismiss it? Why do you?
That's my experience with the KKK.
The problem is
I'm
that
talking about her experience with the KKK growing up. She met Bonnie and Clyde in Texas in 1920.
KKK came into my city.
the thing is this, bro. It's not even that. I'm from Ohio, bro. Okay? I'm from Ohio, from the Midwest.
What part of Ohio?
I'm from Columbus, but I drove out to little coffee, Zanesville, and I think
I'm talking that shit. I'm from Columbus, bro.
You're sorry. Where's the
I'm saying, have you been around the
Columbus
You see it?
was KKK.
No, Columbus is a great
You see it,
city.
Jack?
Columbus is a great
Are
city.
you sure?
Columbus is a great city. Don't do that, bro. It is. You haven't traveled enough to know that Columbus is a great city. You have to.
It is.
No, I definitely have. I went very close. I've been to Columbus before, but I'm pretty sure that that's KKK. That is KKK here.
No, it's not. Columbus is not.
No, they just had some white nationalists marching down the street.
Yeah, they did.
DC.
Also, my kids are KKK being there.
I don't see them.
You can't speak on behalf of the whole city because of what's going on.
It's the same thing.
Some paragraph everybody who happen to fucking walk through the city, these fucking meth heads who live outside of the city of Columbus, who come to the city.
I mean, we're not gonna act like we're all the same racist stuff, bro. We're not gonna sit there and say that, bro. I'm born and raised, bro.
Columbus is a fucking hero in this household.
I am too, bro. I lived in
Yeah, PTR, this is how the map looks on my shit. I don't see the Kingdom of Judah anywhere.
What the fuck is that? What is Kingdom of Judah?
PTR.
Oh, you looked at the wrong, yeah, but it's still there. You got schools.
No, it's not.
It says Weta, right, on that one. You got the wrong one. The one that I got is the Manual Ball one. If you go into it, it's 1747, He made a Negro and Matt Negro. Yeah, see. Yeah, but we never said that Ohio ain't fucking racist.
I never said that. In Columbus, where I'm from, you stopped. Y'all didn't fucking let me finish. What I said was, if you drive out to the outskirts of certain places, okay, why you heading out somewhere? Yes, you do see it. But the problem is that there's no focus on what people in the city are doing. And these cities are being destroyed. You know how many fucking meth and fentanyl, drug abuse, all this shit is destroying the fucking rural Ohio towns. They're so focused on the city, and all these drugs and all these opioids are destroying the shit. You can't go to a bathroom without seeing a poster about some sort of opioid addiction and somebody else. This is what I was making them do. You focus on what everybody else is doing, and you're so fucking gung-ho about whatever. You don't lose focus on what the people that you voted for, right? Because all that shit is, it's so fucking red. Outside of Columbus is red. Athens, Chillicothe, Zanesville, but that's where all the fucking youth, definitely so many more drug addicts and opioid crisis happening more than anywhere else. When I come back home, bro, I moved to DC, bro, when I left Columbus. When I come back home and I go to Columbus on the west side, you know what I'm talking about? You know Columbus.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about over there by the west coast, hilltop. These people are zombies, man. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening to the city? Because people,
I mean, they're still like $200 million in it, though. They're modernizing the West Side now because of
they are now. I guess who gets to move out, right? Because before that, there was poor white people who lived in the west side of Columbus.
Yeah, that's the niggas out. The south side and the bottom of the boy, them white boys down there, bro. They are some real white niggers. You want to talk about some nigger shit? Them white boys down there, they don't go around.
Yeah, they are the descendants of the Confederate people, right? Who essentially to Ohio, same way that there was a migration that happened from the south of Mississippi River up to Chicago and Milwaukee. That's why you see a lot of it. So it's essentially the same thing. The problem is that some people use that. They're like, listen, I'm fucking poor because of you. My life is terrible. I'm an alcoholic. I'm a meth head because of black people. I do drugs because of black people. My life is terrible because of black people. My life, I'm an alcoholic because of black people. My life is awful because of black people. This is those same people who are never amount to shit, and they don't blame somebody else. So the problem is that you will never see that progress because you see the punch down as opposed to the people who you vote for. 9 of the top 10 poorest states are run by Republicans. The poorest states. Iowa has the highest cancer rate. You understand that shit? AI data centers are being built all through these fucking rural towns, and they don't give a fuck because they love Trump and they love Republicans. That's fine. You can hate me all you want, but I'm not the one who are putting these fucking AI data centers and polluting these cities. And that's the problem. People have this issue of looking at someone else to blame when you punch down as opposed to fucking looking up. These billionaires you fucking love and you trust, they don't give a fuck about you. You will not get invited to Mar-a-Lago. You will not get an invite to the fucking ballroom. You will not. He doesn't care about you like he doesn't care about me. That's your problem. Diesel prices are killing truckers. Farmers are losing their fucking farms because of tariffs. They're going bankrupt. Do you understand this shit? This shit is real. And let's be honest, you can hate me all you fucking what. You can blame me for your life problem. You know, all black people did this to me. I don't give a fuck. You understand this shit? It's bigger than this. It really is. And that's the problem. I'm just being honest.
Hey, you know what's interesting? Something you brought up, and I've also noticed this as well. You brought up the fact that a lot of these people talking about like, oh, we need to do like crime crackdowns and like drug crackdowns. Well, if you look, and this is the pattern across the entire country, is they're only going to cities that voted Democrat, which is really interesting. But when you get out of the city, exactly the same thing that you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I grew up in the city and I moved outside of the city. And thankfully, my little small town is amazing. I'm speaking. Shut the fuck up. You're in fucking manners. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
I wasn't there.
So anyways, what I was saying is, once you get outside of the city, you see, oh shit, like you're in a red wave, you're in an ocean of just Republican counties, right? Thankfully, in my little small town, it's just a little blue dot, and I love that for me. But what I've noticed is in these Republican, rural towns, is there's a lot of drug issues. Absolutely. Like meth labs are constantly getting cracked down. I'm like, what the fuck? These people are doing meth. Like I had a cultural shock at first. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. People actually do meth, and they're like doing, they have these fucking labs that explode and they kill themselves because they're retarded. But Trump isn't doing any of the crackdowns in the rural cities or not cities, rural towns that voted red. And they have drug problems too, and crime as well. And I don't think.
But that's he's doing it to service those people, because what you're essentially doing is you're focusing on Chicago and New York, in places that you don't listen. Why do you give a fuck? You live in Alabama and Arkansas and West Virginia. Why the fuck do you care about what's going on in the blue city? When the blue cities are feeding the red city, you understand that shit? 9 of the top 10 poorest states are led by Republicans. So why are you focused on the red blue states? In the blue city, you can say that shit all you want. But those cities, California has the 4th highest GDP in the country. I mean in the world. In the world. 25 states rely on California alone. 25 states rely on California alone. And I'm not from there. I'm from the Midwest, so I see this shit. I'm from Ohio. I drive around.
I'm from the Midwest.
I drive to Indiana. I drive to Ohio. I drive to Wisconsin. I drive to Minnesota. I drive to West Virginia. I drive to these places, and I see what's going on. You can hate me all you want, but it's not me who's preventing you from getting what the fuck you need to make your life better. You can blame me. You can blame whatever. I don't give a fuck. I promise you, it's not me. The problem is you're gonna look down supposed to who the fuck. Why is Canada getting fucking subsidies for moving to Mexico instead of building plants in Indiana? Why would Foxconn building fucking plants in Racine, Wisconsin instead of leaving to Mexico? And that's the shit they don't question. That's the shit, because it's so easy to say, oh, you a fucking Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not none of that shit. What I believe in is I'm an American first. I love this country. I want to see this country do better. I'm a progressive. I want to see it progress. I don't give a fuck about your ideals. It means nothing to me. You hate me, I hate you too. That's fine. But what are you going to do about this country, and how do you want to see it progress? Do you want to see us all eat, or do you want to see a few eat? Who are the billionaires who are fucking starving you motherfuckers and building AI data centers and wiping out these fucking family farms to buy them? BlackRock is buying all these family farms. So is JD Vance. It's a Somebody got to send it to me, bro. Somebody has to.
Farms are going to be obsolete. And they go over that shit. They go over that.
Slow down.
They go over it.
Literally, somebody's making a profit, so nobody's taking this shit. Somebody's making a profit. So, but, hold on.
You don't know black. Look how many family farms they buying up, bro.
Yeah, I understand. That you can't get mad at the person. Brother, I hear you, but you literally. I hear you. Bro, listen, I hear you, but literally, I want to pivot real quick to Coco and Michaela. Michaela, I put it in the chat. Are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, Coco, are you still there?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. All I was going to see the link. Did you get the link that I sent you in the chat?
No, I didn't see it.
It might just scroll up just a little bit. I'm going to see if I can drop it again. It's like maybe 5 minutes.
I found it.
Well, go to page 141 for me. Okay. Let me know when we get there. Now, okay, I want you to pay extra special attention to this, because this is one of the
141?
143.
Wow.
Or it might be 141. Hold on.
Michaela, is her name Michaela?
Yeah, I think it's 143. Coco, are you good? Do you see it?
When I'm scrolling.
The thing is, though, a lot of us we root for America. That's what you don't realize.
Yeah,
If I was doing a great thing, I would root for it. 100%. If he had everything going like he said he would, right?
Yeah, I fuck with Trump. Trump he's doing the
No. I said if he was, Cypher,
if he was what?
doing what he said he was going to do.
What did he say he was going to do that he didn't do?
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm just asking a question, big brother.
Where the fuck have you been?
I believe it is 141 though. It's 46.
Why are we so over right now, bro? Why?
I think you already know the answers.
Why is gas at $4 a gallon? Why is diesel at $8?
It's temporary. It's temporary.
Tell some fucking about this temporary bullshit. I don't want to hear that. Why is it always the African American that have to take this temporary pain for this necessary gain? Why ain't the rich people? Why is the billionaires?
Why does it have to do?
Why is it not the fucking billionaires have to make this thing? Why is it the African American motherfucker? Why? Yeah.
You're choosing to buy the gas. You know, there's a lot of shit to this, bro.
The link that you put in there comes up to 143, and I'm trying to search for 141, and I can't get to it.
I'm about to do a search of.
Congress is taking the necessary pain, bro. Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, they still trucking everything.
Yeah, they are. $8 a gallon. A lot of people going out of business. Farmers are going out of business. They're selling their family farms because of the diesel prices. You okay with that? You want Bill Gates to own every farm? You want Bill Gates to own every farm?
Selling those.
And that's exactly who these people.
What is
They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about America. I promise you don't care about America.
Chill. Okay, but like you were just like I don't know.
There's a lot of
How do you sell your family farm?
Bro, I didn't sell no family farm. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You gotta chill. Huh?
Oh, that's 1798. Oh, this one's supposed to be 1783. Hold on, y'all.
Yo, I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, that's my bad. Same thing, but just different year. It's about the 15.
Matt.
Okay.
What's the topic?
I just got back. You guys still on? What are you guys talking about?
I don't know. I just came back and I don't know. This conversation's all over the place.
Okay.
I was trying to
educate
about my history.
No, just okay. It's put 17. It's put 1783 on the same joint, and then go to page 143.
He's trying to make a sale of Bill Gilbert, not slavery.
Oh, no.
That's wild. You know,
I felt guilty about that. You weren't there, okay?
and it's actually 141.
That's fucked up with them.
Yo, I think Abby is sleeping with her mic on.
Here, I'll leave her.
She's making songs in her sleep.
That was fun.
Yeah, I went off that, bro. This is too much. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not doing all that you could just tell me whatever you want to tell me about.
Yeah, no, I'm about to put the link back in there and I'll read it out loud. Because this was a conversation I was having with McKay about the Spanish
So
Inquisition.
what happened with the Trump shooting? I don't know. I was watching the past.
So I asked her if she knew what it was. But it said this, and I'll let it go. But it said the Swedes, the Danes, the Brandenburgers, the North Americans, since 1778, and the Spaniards in their trade have built an increase, not only by the Swedes and the Brandenburgers ceasing their navigations to the coast of Guinea, but to the annual demand to supply more than 100,000 Negroes, recruits for their own colonies. The offer combines this relation to the first Negro trade that carried by the Portuguese and the Spaniards. Gonzalez and his first Portuguese move in 1442 returned with the Negro slaves purchased instead of right, to who had till then been carried on by merely more violence. But soon after, the Portuguese became better acquainted with the African regions and their valuable productions. Prince Henry founded the first gaming company that settled the factories and fortresses in Armenia and got the exclusive privilege of trading with the Arabs. The trade soon increased to that in 1455. Not less than 700 or 800 Negro slaves were annually exported to Lisbon. At the length of the Portuguese in 1471 discovered the Gold Coast. That was the map that we talked about earlier. And ever since, intercourse between Portugal and Guinea was continued. The Portuguese endeavored to exclude other nations from Guinea, which had till then the rest of the European navigators were in spite of the papal bulls. Let's go into the thing. Papal bulls and the reports that indiscriminately spread to the pretended dangers of the coast. Striving to get a share of the profitable gold trade. The discovery of the Gold Coast served indeed yet more enlarged the sphere of the navigation of the Portuguese and the slave trade, but it forced them to extend themselves to the coast and the settled colonies of Congo, Angola, and other places that they had till then neglected. Prince Henry's colonies were enlarged by his successor, King John II, in 1492, expelled all of the Jews, not some, all of the Jews, to the islands of St. Thomas, which had till then been discovered in 1471, and the Portuguese settlements on the continent of Africa. And from these banished Jews, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, the Jews of Longo, who are despised by the very Negroes, they are descended. This is published in 1783.
By the very Negroes they are descended? What is that?
Yes. So you have the Lancados and the Negrados. The Lancado Jews were the mixed European Black Jews who had the vernacular to be able to middleman and arbitrage to trade Black Jews. And those Negrados were basically dark-skinned Negroes that were settled in those colonies. And from that map that I showed you, which they called that place the Kingdom of Judah, that's where they were trafficked out of. They called that place the Slave Coast. And they
So
came
you
to
think
America.
Jews traffic the Africans? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. It's well documented.
Yeah, go ahead.
But it was also for the Spanish crown. The Spanish crown wanted them out of Europe because the Moors and the Jews started to fight against the Spanish Inquisition or the Spanish stuff. This back in like 1300s. This goes back to the papal bulls and all that shit. So we're talking about Catholic. What the papal bulls are, and that's where the Manuelian ordinances come into. That's what the expulsion of all Negro, Spanish, Portuguese, and the Conversos, and those were the places where they were sent.
That's what the papal bull was about?
The papal bulls there are multiples, but I mean specifically the Manuelian Ordinance 1521, Book 5, Title 1 to 112. And then also there's John Ogilvy's America book that came out 1671, and Africa 1670. that talk about the Hebrew origins of American inhabitants. So that they had black Hebrew people that were in America. So this isn't about Hebrew Israelite shit. I'm saying that they're right. I don't like how they do things, and I'm not religious, but they're historically right. And there are specific things when you mention that you're from Ireland and that you have that you're Catholic, as if that exonerates some of the ignorance of black experiences, which remind you, I didn't talk about slavery. You started bringing up slavery. I was talking about everything after slavery as to why there should be some kind of repair and or conversation that moves the needle forward about the original sin. If you understand the background, you ask, well, how do you fix it? I said through education. If there's nuanced information, you go down this rabbit hole, you'll find out a lot of interesting things that will make you feel a certain way about it, adversely, maybe. And then I think the more you learn, the less you feel responsible for, because you can see all the dynamics. This is what keeps that shit going.
You said the more I learn, the less I feel responsible for?
I mean, that journey's up to you. I feel like if there's some things that are going to make you feel uncomfortable, yeah, I want to make sure.
The more I learn, the less I feel responsible for.
You know, listen to what I'm saying in full context. The more you learn, your journey about that is up to you. You might feel jarred by a lot of different information, but I think the more you learn, the more you continue on that journey, you'll feel less of that, because then you'll get the full picture. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people fear what they don't know. A lot of people hate what they don't know. But the more you start to understand the thing, you can start to understand its origin or deal with its existence better.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And is there anything in in the history of your people or your group that you identify with that you have to deal with
Fuck yeah, absolutely.
Whatever.
I mean, absolutely. The fact that we met people like you conquerors is fucked up.
Horrible stuff in the humanities past, okay?
Well, I mean, the thing is that you asked me what was the pathway forward, right? All I'm presenting to you is that, hey, this is something that you can do. Now, how you feel about it and how far you go,
okay.
It's up to you, right?
Yeah.
Education.
I know
That's
that
the
the
first step.
paper bowls existed, and the paper bowls did a lot of things that were terrible to people all over the world in history, right? I'm completely aware of that. I've read these things in deeper context in different ways in my life. However, the ending part of where you said that there's like Hebrews that, were in America to begin with, that's bullshit. That doesn't exist, and I don't believe in that, and I know that for a fact because I'm from America. I originate from this side of the world, and I've read context in so much historical documents and archaeology and so on and so forth, because that's my history. And that's just bullshit. This is an idea that comes from it's racist, and it comes out of the Mormon church originally, and other groups have co-opted this idea, and now it's turned into this huge mindfuck where people are completely brainwashed and actually believe this is something true. People go to to the extent of literally creating AI about it. They'll, make up random
that this
shit.
book that I just read is real, right?
Okay, that's all right. I'm telling you, I don't believe in. No, there was no Hebrews in America to begin with. It's just not realistic. It's not
How
true.
do you know that? How did you come to that conclusion?
I already told you.
Dude, come on, bro. We're not doing this
He
easy.
has risen.
How does that?
Hebrews come from, literally, Hebrews come from the other side of the world. They're not Americans.
How do you know that? Like, I mean, what gave you that idea?
Oh my God.
Lack of evidence.
History. Reality, evidence.
Like what? Give me an example.
I already did. This is ridiculous.
Come on now. Look, you made the argument. I'm just asking where it comes from. I just want to understand how you get it.
I've already told you. I looked into archaeology. I've read text history books from all over the Americas. I know that's fucking bullshit. That's my history. I'm an American. I was here before America was here. I don't identify as a black person. I don't identify as a Hebrew. I identify as an American who was here before America was here.
What tribe are you? What tribe are you?
I'm an Anishinaabe.
Anishinaabe from where? What part?
Okay, amazing. And this is sad. This is why I think that, Beaver, this is why I think that conversation that I had with you when I said I really like how Canada teaches their students when they're children about the original people, how they do that when they're kids, you know, because Canadians don't have these kinds of conversations. You notice that?
I've never heard this shit until I got on Clubhouse. Black Hebrew Israelites and Hebrews, you know, being from America and all that bullshit.
Yeah. All kinds of bullshit though, too.
And it's really sad too. Like, you live on our land and you have no clue. You probably don't even know whose land you live on. Which tribal nation's land do you live on?
I mean, I'm in Ohio. I mean, that's where I'm from.
Okay. All right. So you don't know. And this is my
Back Creek, you have a lot of different tribes. There's like hundreds of fucking tribes. I mean, like Cherokee.
The Zips, the Rockies, the Falcons, the Penguins,
Cincinnati Reds.
the Guardians, the Browns. McKay, would you feel guilty? Have you even did the work, so don't feel guilty anymore?
I do not feel guilty, no.
Yeah, and you know what? You shouldn't. I mean, if you understand it, you shouldn't.
No. But if
But to Coco's part, though, I'm just, you're making blanketed statements and you're kind of talking around in circles. I mean, like, what makes things, like, how do you explain John Oglesby talking about this shit back in the 1670s? Specifically in a book from the 1670s. Like, how do you reconcile that? Maps from 1747, Back Creek Stone in Ohio. There are multiple findings of Hebrew existence in America, actual artifacts.
So if you look up who John Oglesby is, right? If you look up who this is some random Christian gynecologist and OB, and he was a historical Illinois politician. So if we go back in context, even
From what year? What year? What years ago?
Can I finish my statement?
I was just asking what year to make sure we're talking about the same person.
Okay, what year are you talking about?
I just said it. What year were you looking
John
at?
Oglesby are you talking about?
What year were you looking at, love?
I literally just typed into Google. What year are you talking about?
Why aren't you telling me the year I asked you?
I just typed into Google John Oglesby. What year are you talking about?
I said 1671.
1671. And this doesn't sound like a Native American to me, by the way.
You're so offended.
No, I think it's hilarious because you're trying to tell me about my history and you're like
Well, it's my history too. I mean, it's my history too.
John Oglesby, a 17th century Scottish cartographer, geographer, from London. Amazing. So a white man from London, probably a part of the, what is the other church called? It's not the Catholic Church. It comes out of England. It was your opposition.
Well, he's just saying, well, you never read this book, but just so you know who John
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It showed that Hebrew-speaking people were documented in the Americas before the 1700s. You don't like that? Why do you have such an aversion to that?
It's funny because you're quoting people who came over here and made up all
But that's from the
stories.
1671.
Are you going to just over talking me, or are you going to actually let me respond to anything that you're saying?
My apologies, I'm going with you.
Okay. So you brought up a document by some European man 1600s who's not from the United States. White people, you're not from the United States, right? Okay? When going back to the 1600s, yeah, now in modern day, okay, you know, you're the great grandkids of settlers or whatever. So in the 1600s, this is active colonization in this part of the country. So, you know, you have an invader coming into lands who are trying to come up with any kind of fucking stories and using all sorts of coercion tactics. You know, these are abusive people. Obviously, they committed the worst genocide of all time. Making up a story to basically erase the people whose land they're on so that they can have a claim to the land. This is not anything new. This is like very textbook, settler, erasure. I mean, anybody who has any sense at looking at history would say, yeah, I think that's some fucking bullshit. How would a white man from London who's colonizing America in the 1600s know what a Hebrew is? Right? No, you have a different objective. You're here to colonize the land, settle the land, genocide the people, and enforce whatever your practices is for your new society. So whatever tactics you've got to do to try to erase the people, you will do. And I'm from the Midwest, so I know this is bullshit. And it's just weird. Why do you guys hold on to this stuff? It's like, it reminds me of like somebody romanticizing Manifest Destiny. It's really gross.
So have you ever read this book?
What if I made up a story about the
That
black
was just a yes
in
or no.
America?
That was just a yes or no question.
And I just started writing books from like pulling books from.
Are you bothered about this conversation?
No, I'm asking you. I'm trying to level the playing field.
I just asked you a yes or no question.
Okay, I didn't hear you because I was in the middle of speaking.
No, you wasn't. I asked you a question, and you went into this.
Now Yo is crashing out in the chat. Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
So I'm just wondering, stay focused on it. Have you ever read this book? The answer would be no. So you're dismissing things because the book we were just looking it up. The John Orwell's Big America, 1670.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about that book.
I understand because you don't really know that much about the country. You don't know much about this topic.
I don't know much.
You don't know about this topic.
Wow.
You don't even know that much. So I mean, that does not make any difference.
Yeah, no, this is erasure.
The thing is, you feel insecure about it because you're speaking on something that you don't know. I'm actually talking on what for you. I gave you no. I would like to speak because I did go on. I went on mute for you. Could you do the same?
You sit here and talk about, let's fix racism in America. Here you are practicing erasure.
Well, you wouldn't know because you don't know what the truth is.
No, I would definitely know. And
so are you going to allow me to finish? I did go on mute for you.
Your whole movement, by the way, is racist.
I don't have a movement. I'm not even religious.
No, I know what group you're a part of. You think that.
You don't know anything. I'm not a part of any religion.
What's from like.
Man, did you go on mute so I can finish what I was saying? No, I don't want to be rude to you. I didn't get rude with you. I know you're triggered by this.
It's wrong.
I know you feel insecure about it.
No, fuck you.
You feel insecure. I know.
And that's why you're trying to take Jewish people's identity and American Indian identity.
But you don't know enough to have an opinion like that.
You have any identity crisis. Not anybody. Your practice.
Ma'am, my identity, you wouldn't even begin to understand or comprehend. You don't read enough books. You don't know enough history. Listen, like literally, I know that I'm introducing new information, and the insecure people like you that are insecure. I get it.
You
Are you done?
only think
You're
about
not
like
done.
person's point of view. That's
Well, I'm not talking about, I don't know what you are.
land you're on. That's what's
Well,
amazing.
ma'am, that's fine, but I like
No,
to
no, no,
understand.
no, it's like you don't even know whose land that you're occupying right now. And you want to tell me about who was here before anybody else? Hello?
So,
Talking about, oh, you don't read it.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
You're insecure. No, you're
You know, you're young, you're spunky, you don't know that much about this topic.
insecure and put him. And that's why I'm telling you,
Who are you?
you're full of shit.
Who are you?
Spreading
Who are you,
you're
though?
practicing
Who are you?
eraser. It's disgusting. Shame on you.
Who are you, though?
So do you not believe like Feather Indians were here first? Is that what you're saying, Cypher?
I think he
Kind of
was,
look on it.
I think he was saying that there were some conversos that were part of the slave trade, so they weren't here before, they weren't here like before the colonial, the Portuguese brought the slaves in. I don't think he's saying that there was, I don't think it's the Hebrew Israelite thing that says that there was Hebrews here before the colonists.
So what I'm saying is,
Say?
what I'm saying is that there were some Hebrews that were already here before the Europeans came. There were Hebrews that got trafficked here during the slave trade as well.
So you think they were from here before that?
Some of those became the Gullah Geechee, the Geechee Gullahs, the Seminoles. Some of them merged with Creek, right? Blackfoot,
But who was
Sioux.
here before the colonists?
The same people that I'm talking about. But the Seminoles, but listen. The Seminoles and the Geechee Gullahs, for instance, those two were parts runaway slaves and Native Indigenous people who mixed with each other. The others were always here too, the ones that I just named. Now the lady in my PTR on the 19th picture, right? That lady is my mother's great grandmother.
Wait a second.
And her mother was born on the Indian reservation in Oklahoma in 1925.
Fine, but you're
So I come from, I have a.
Yeah, but wait, what about way before that? That's what she's asking me.
Before, are you saying that there was Hebrews here before the Europeans came over?
People, and they were here, then they would always be here. They didn't just come over from
And your
Africa and shit.
people were part Hebrew?
Some of them were.
And where did they come from? How did the Hebrews get here?
Well, there's a little interesting story to this, right? So, and this is from my research too. I'm 30 plus years into the research. I'll tell you this, there's a guy named Zedek Pania. He was the governor of Egypt during the time of Ramses III, right?
Oh, okay.
And supposedly they had the Isis temples and all that stuff that they found in the Grand Canyon are connected to him and his dynasty.
Oh,
And Zedekiah is the name that Pharaoh gave Joseph.
okay.
How do you believe this stuff?
Well, I mean, it's called research.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing: if you can check, you can cross-reference the things that I say. Let's just assume that it could be something true about it. With that, if it's true, okay, just hold on. Think of how you feel. Just hold on. Listen to this, and I'll shut up. Just think of the energy that you would feel if you knew that it was true.
Why would I feel energy about it?
If I feel the energy, I promise you, like, there's no one in the fucking world that can convince me that it's not like that is true. You think?
I mean, I wouldn't care if it was.
Then why would it give you energy?
No, the energy.
Yeah, I mean, what kind is what you need to look into? So it can be good energy, it could be negative energy. I'm just thinking, like, think about close your eyes for a minute and imagine the energy that you would feel if you knew that what I'm telling you is true. That's
I wouldn't feel any energy.
then why are you so defensive about it? Why is it so much diversion? Why is it bullshit? And I'm introducing this new to you today. You have to study it. Say, hey, look at this. Look.
Because it's something asinine, there's no evidence for it. It's just like the Earth's a slab. That's
just saying, look at how it says it go. Just look at it. Look at how Cypress says it go. To do Cypress is the dumbest thing I've ever met. It's like no bullshit.
Well, it's even one group's always trying to steal the identity of others.
Like what the Europeans that bought their way on the Dog's Rose for $5?
Oh,
What is it, like the Indians?
Beaver, just notice what he says when he says it. Just like,
Elaborate.
no, just like from what you said this whole time while talking, like the whole time you had your mic unmuted, and from the whole thing you should say, like, I just want Beaver to like, I'm not saying judge, but just like, just be careful.
What did you hear being said?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I sensed this from Cypher. Going back, he wants to go back and say, oh, this people did this, and that people did that, and this and that, and this and that, and this and that. And that's supposed to make us educated so that then we can go, to me, it has a lot to do with resentment and blame and lack of forgiveness and
A lack of forgiveness?
yeah.
You don't think that people like to kill people?
What?
You don't think that the people like that shouldn't go back and kill those people? I mean, you guys did it over tax.
People like who should go back and kill who?
The people, the very people, those Black Americans, those Native Indigenous people that were oppressed and killed, do you think that they would have the right to kill back and get their land?
Do you think so? Do you think they should?
They wouldn't be wrong.
I know. This is the whole thing. This is your
But you want forgiveness, and when you say, listen, love, because you already know that you want me to say this. You want me to say, no, don't put words in my mouth. Let me speak for myself. I am literally saying that they would not be wrong. But when you say that you want a lack of forgiveness, the fact that you're breathing and that nobody's coming after you just for the simple fact that you're right is an act of forgiveness. Right? Literally, think about this. The fact that we fight in all your wars, it's an act of forgiveness.
Yeah, right.
The fact that we haven't gone that route is literally what you mean by forgiveness. What you mean by a lack of forgiveness is that you want to be exonerated.
Okay.
Because you feel guilt. Hold on.
Wait a minute, how can she get your forgiveness? What could she do to be absolved of this horrific thing that she's responsible for? That happened with
I didn't say that she's responsible for it, but she's willfully ignorant because she doesn't want to deal with the truth. And if you have to deal with the truth, then it's like, it's not some.
So you did suffer
yes, and we did that
from you in her mouth like 5 times, but she ended up doing that absolver.
Say it again.
This is so absurd.
You'll say that again. What did you say?
It's like the South Park episode where, the black people would fart and the white people would bend over and smell it. And then they would say they're sorry.
No, so what we're talking about is the original sin. When they really spark
That's right. The original sin.
Yeah.
You probably don't believe
it's never been
in the original sin. I do believe in the original sin. And I do think we're all fallen. And we all.
I'm not talking about that. That would include fucking. I'm not talking about that. The original sin was sex.
Committed sin.
All I'm saying is the original sin of America. And here's the thing, though. This is where I touched on this, but maybe just to make you feel a little bit better. When I talked about to cure that, we'll start with, because you asked me what would be a solution, I said knowledge. And everything I'm giving you, that's new information today, you're dismissing it without reading it first. That's number one. Hold on. That's number one. The number two part of it is that I also indicted Black people. There's no way that we, who brought you out of the dark ages, brought you into the Renaissance, and gave.
But see, you're lying. Why do you just look at this history? Like, I don't know, where do you get this from? That Black people.
It's
sound like Dickie on you cracker. Shut the fuck up.
I'm worried about Michaela's soul. I want her to do some soul searching so she can get better.
The thing is what I'm saying, I think, is that how did we allow people like you guys to conquer us? And you are the original slave. The word slave comes from word slave. The case. So how did people like that come up against us and fuck us up? Well, we got out of the way, we got out of our way. We started pressing ourselves. We do it today, even in the hood, motherfucker.
No, you were outwitted. Intelligence.
There's niggas that actually own other niggas. There's niggas that hate niggas worse than the white man. And we talked about it earlier, how my favorite hero is John Brown and all that other shit. I see both sides. That's why I'm not, when I first my racism, it's really that I take you motherfuckers and just bunk you motherfuckers from the ground up. But the other side of it though, I understand how fucked up we are. Like how dare we complain about this motherfucker? Like that didn't have a language. Like you know what I'm saying? Like what religion, what major world religion comes from it? What kind of what would the world be without us? But that's where when did you guys discover the little Africa? That's no, I mean, brother, you don't know enough about Africa to speak on Africa. But I will tell you that they're fucked up. They're fucked up today. Black people, I'm gonna finish everybody, there's black Americans, black Africans that were, no, you're not gonna listen. There are Africans shitting on other Africans. And I said that earlier today. I said, look, there's Africans in Africa fucking each other up, but they want to blame the white man. Some people use that as a motherfucking truth. I just happen to know who you are, right? And so I can never be oppressed or offended by it, right? Because some of your people suffer from the same shit. But see, I said earlier, my definition of racism is the personification of ignorance and fear. I brought new information today, and none of you looked into it, and y'all dismissed it.
But I thought
You're being wrong. Because it's your fear of being wrong. Because it's your fear of being wrong.
Amazing.
Okay. Can I say one thing, please?
Okay, so you said a lot of stuff about my white brothers and sisters, and I might poke fun at white people here and then, but I don't hate white people. I'm just not a fucking hater. It's not in me. I don't hate black people. I don't like racists, though. I'll tell you that. And I don't like erasure either. And you're sitting up here, you're criticizing everybody about, you're racist and blah, 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 blah. But you're actively trying to erase Jewish people, you're actively trying to erase the American Indian, and now you just try to spite people. And you just made a claim that all white come from Russia. That's not fucking true. And then you said that.
Listen.
Yeah, I didn't finish. Okay.
Tell us how much you don't know.
Then you made the claim that white people had no language and no religion. Now I know that's not true because white people, I've studied your history.
I said, what world major religion is that?
White people have studied your religion too, right? So.
I studied what major world religion did white people create?
Well, you didn't say that. You didn't. You just told me that they didn't have a language. They have a language, and you're speaking their language right now. You're not even speaking your native tongue right now. You're speaking the white man's language right now, English.
The
Hello.
white man's language. Do you know what the English language comes from?
It comes from an older version of English.
Which comes from what?
White people.
White people. Who is
Yes.
white people?
Oh my God.
You're
What is
repeating.
Okay.
I thought that the English language is an amalgamation of Spanish, Arabic, German, all kinds of different languages and root words.
words.
Actually, it's not Arabic, it's German.
Arabic. I mean, Arabic. In Arabic words, it would be science, geology, all those things.
I think you're Muslim, I think you're Muslim, right?
No, I'm not religious.
Okay. Sorry, Coco, go ahead.
It's just funny because you said good white people, doesn't come from white people, and then you start naming a bunch of groups that are white people. It's just weird. Like,
What about white people? What did you say that I said about white people?
You just said, oh no, like English doesn't come from white people, and then you
I never said that. I never said that. I said, where does English come from? I said, where does English come from?
No, you did
lie more than you think. You lie more than you think. You need to think before you speak if you're gonna lie.
Here's what I would do. If whites are so inferior to whites, then you taught us how to bathe and you were superior, then why does the scoreboard?
I didn't say that, but that's true.
Why does the scoreboard, what the last 500 years, what have you guys done? The scoreboard is pretty rough though.
Okay, where does GPS come from?
Whites.
Who created the math algorithm that made GPS possible?
Hey, before you guys, I thought I had like. Yeah, I just quickly want to say that when we were talking earlier about the Soviet Union.
Y'all got an issue dealing with this issue. Y'all be getting triggered with shit. That's your only downfall.
No, I mean,
y'all reveal yourselves when these conversations come up.
No, you triggered me when you didn't know anything about the Soviet Union, communism in the Soviet Union.
Well,
Your focus, your history.
I asked you a question.
Clearly,
I know exactly what it is.
No, you didn't. You didn't. You said, didn't they have entrepreneurship in the Soviet Union?
I asked you if that exists. Yes, it does.
Right. Okay. You found
those are the people that usually break out of the system.
There. Okay. Your focus is. I see where your focus is in your historical research, and a lot of it is on ethnicity and blame and
ethnicity and blame.
Yeah. Yeah, and
interesting. Where do you
probably it's sort of a communist.
We're not blaming anybody. I said black people will let themselves down. I would say this. This is interesting. I really do believe this. I believe that if you pull the hood off of the actual powers that be that create this racism shit, I would not be surprised if it was a nigga.
Well, anyway, I think that you have a certain focus, but you do.
What do you think about focus is? You said it's ethnicity and blame. Where did you think?
Yeah, and the fact that you didn't know about communism.
What did I say about communism? I asked you a question.
You asked Alan.
What made you believe I didn't know?
You said, tell me. You said, wasn't there entrepreneurship? You seem to know nothing about it.
I asked questions, right? To see, it's all the same method, right? It's made to disarm or even have.
Let's go over the most influential inventions and advancements in history, and then we can all throw in and say what they are. The printing press is one. The transistor is another. The assembly line, the automobile, the airplane, the internet.
Those are Wright brothers.
Let's see, what else is there next? The vaccination, modern medicine. What else do we know?
Who's this?
Light bulb, telephone, telegraph, the steam engine. Okay. Now, all these were made by white people.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Look up black inventions.
Yeah, peanut butter, the doorknob, and the saw.
No, you need to Google that. I want you to Google it.
It's all fiction.
But this is the willful ignorance that I'm talking about, though.
On your part.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm just asking you, can you look up black inventions? Just Google it.
Yeah, good. It would say something about the elevator that's off white.
Let me keep going.
Some black girl in NASA during the moon launch. Like, it'd say all these little, like,
Why don't you look at it? Why don't didn't steal.
Okay.
Name a patent that you didn't steal.
Did Henry Ford steal the assembly line?
Name a country that you didn't steal.
Did Einstein steal the theory of relativity?
Is Einstein black?
No.
Oh, you didn't know.
Well, so he's black now?
He's black now. You should look him up. You should look him up. You should look up Picasso. You should look up Picasso. You should look up Alexander Dumas. You know who Alexander Dumas is?
I just want to know how you guys like.
You know who Alexander Dumas is?
Novelist.
Who wrote what? What books did he write?
I forget. I don't know. I never read him. I just know.
Three Musketeers.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, like those big books. And check this out. Check this out. His daddy is the one that won all the wars for Napoleon.
So why
And he was Haitian and white.
Why are you telling us all this?
Because you guys don't know that much. And that's really true about a lot of the things that I'm saying.
No, again, you're focused on ethnicity.
Cleopatra was actually a French woman, and
France was around in the BCs. She won of thousands that you have to go through. Like, what do you need?
why are you getting louder?
Oh no, I'm entertained, especially by you.
Yeah, Donald Trump is also a Haitian man.
Michael Jordan, I thought he was German.
He's a Haitian man. See, you don't know that much. You don't read.
I didn't know that. I thought he was German.
Delaware Mark Jr. is a black dude.
Jesus, he's definitely black. I forgot Tupac is white.
And what are Americans? We're a mixture of everybody from all over the world.
Yeah, we're human beings.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of you I question your humanity.
Yeah. Oh, really?
I do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, how's that?
Just the way you think.
You're equal, Michaela.
Huh?
You're not necessarily Michaela specifically, but
I know.
white Europeans and Americans.
That's why you're focused on
humanity.
ethnicity.
Not at all.
Yes, you are.
I said white Europeans and Americans, which will be that melting pot that you're describing. And I question certain motherfuckers humanity.
Right.
Cypher, if you order, say, a $40 meal on Uber Eats, and then your driver pops up and it's a white guy with a mustache, you tip zero, or do you actually give him a tip?
Depends on how I feel that day. If I feel racist, I won't give him anything but some advice on the way out. If I feel not racist that day, let's say it's 79 degrees, and when it hits my balls a certain kind of way, then maybe I might give him, $5 in pesos. Maybe in pesos.
Can I tell you a little story, Cypher? I had a boyfriend who was in the IRA, and I was all for all that stuff. He dropped out of the IRA. He left. They had to have him infiltrate the British Army. First, they sent him to Cuba to be trained as a teenager, and then they sent him to infiltrate the British Army in Northern Ireland. And he got to know the British soldiers there, and he thought, I can't blow these guys up. And he fled to England and never went back. And I met him in America.
Interesting. Well, my great-grandmother helped build up Bryan, Texas in the 1940s as a single black woman. She told my granddaddy it would have been 102 this year. You go up to Ohio with that woman, that girl, and your children's children will end up working for the white man. Over 70, 80 years, none of us have worked for the European. I said, damn.
My great granddaddy, he owned slaves, and he killed several of them.
Yeah, and my great grandmother, the guy that helped her get the land she got done,
down there was an old Jewish white guy, friend of the family to this day.
I can hear the hate.
See, when you get more knowledge, it's hard to hate a motherfucker when you know their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
It just makes you feel a little bit more humble about being a human being.
That's right. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but you gotta get people there, brother. That's the whole thing. Like, listen, people that look like you bear that fucking thing, just like we bear the whole black people this, that, and the third. But y'all never look at yourself. You know how dysfunctional your children are. They emulate us.
Yes, I do.
You know, like, you know, and think about it.
You think I'm proud?
I gotta get this out. This thing before you, but let me get this out. I don't like the gay community. I don't support the gay community. And I hate the fact that it doesn't matter the ethnic group of the ethnicity of the gay, overly gay guy, whatever. They always emulate ratchet black women. And I'll be like looking at my sisters like, y'all see what y'all be endorsing over here? It could be an Asian motherfucker, sassy and sissy as hell, and he's emulating a ratchet ass black woman. Now understand that deep down that black woman's mind, her mama might get a bed woman. Somebody in her blood might have been
Shut the fuck up.
somewhere down her bloodline, her mom could have been raped or been on an incest farm, because they used to have breeding farms. And some black people owned slaves. Some black people had breeding farms. Some black people had more slaves than whites. There were black people who slave motherfuckers. Confederates. They were black Confederates. So we play a part.
Yeah,
Somebody headshot this motherfucker.
No, exactly. This is your level of respect. Hollywood reporters at the
Headshot. Absolutely. Okay. So check this out. There's people that, like we said about Trump, there's 5 people.
You have this just because of being a
There is an element that you see of black degeneracy that is wired and engineered to be that way. If we understand it, we can be like, hey, I'm not excusing bullshit, but I can't judge them as a people because most of them, A, are not like that. B, are hardworking and contributing people, and they have an excellent group, a place in history and in society, and without them, we wouldn't be as great as we are. Now, if you have aversion to that, that speaks to what you don't know. If you don't know heating and cooling, central air, the gas mask, the stoplight, the doorknob, this, that, and the third. You can't acknowledge how great we are, right? Right, yeah. But what I'm saying is see that right there, that's your aversion to the truth. What I'm saying is that if you're great, it has nothing to do with your ethnicity. You can't sit here and talk about how fucked up. You can't sit here and talk about how fucked up America is and talk about black degeneracy. We're not talking about people that are in the environment. It's called humility, right? And if you laugh at that, then there's a lot of fucking reasons why we're in this position talking about it today in 2026.
That gave you this right. United States was twice around to give you this right to disrespect others at the same time expecting respect. United States was twice around, not for them.
Peter, that's really deep right there. You're ready to feed, I think, in this room.
That's fucking super dope.
It's so deep. Yo, Michaela, you just made a statement a minute ago about the Irish culture, and I don't appreciate that.
What's that? What's that? What did I say?
Like the Irish culture is fine. Like people in Ireland, they still speak the language.
I didn't say anything about the culture. I love the Irish culture.
Okay.
I'm Irish. What?
Maybe. You said that you don't like how your culture has turned out in response to society.
Oh, I meant America. I met him.
What's the origin of the Irish culture? I'm curious. Do you guys know where that comes from?
Gaelic and Celtic.
What is Gaelic and Celtic? What's the origin of that?
They're the indigenous people of Ireland and their cousin island or brother island.
The guy just won the fucking national championship in Augusta. Rory. He's from Ireland.
Oh, period.
Yeah, you want to hear it?
So that's great. That's great. What natural resources come out of Ireland that the world depends on?
Fish.
Potatoes.
Rainbows. Don't come with the
Grass.
Leprechaun.
Beef.
Like now let's tell the truth. What does the world depend
It's
on?
not cool. It's not
Let me ask you this: where does the history of the were they Irish?
The who?
The police force, like the fraternal order of police and the firefighters, were they Irish?
Yeah.
So what about their racism? What about their complicity in the racism?
What about
What about the gangs? What about the gangs in New York?
What about
The original gangs.
Yes.
And well, they came far about 100 years plus after.
Those are real talent.
If they were not holding those gangs,
Why are they the only people that had a dark age? What was the
because
dark
I think
age?
it's threat to talk about this state. But the gangs are not there.
What happened back here? Guys, what about
That was engineered by the same people that lived in Fraggle Rock. They created the Fraggle Rock.
They are cool people in gang. Or you speak of cool people in gang.
what about the black slave owners?
We already talked about that.
We're going to say,
Okay, well, I thought we were doing what about it?
I already talked about that too. I talked about that in light of.
You talked about what aboutism.
No, you are. Because you're deflecting. Y'all don't have to deal with that. And that's the thing. Let me tell you, the fall of white men and your children rejected. I think your biggest fear is that black people doing something violent, but your children will grow up and learn about the truth, and then they'll be like,
black people?
Yeah, different. Here's the thing.
Not at all.
You're under a little bit deck too because they'll grow up and they'll realize, oh, my dad has a fucking identity crisis and I wasn't rooted in anything that I actually come from. Versus other people in the room who do practice their actual cultural practices that have been passed down generations.
I'm confused, you're not.
Well, I know I'm not.
Because you're over here speaking
We're talking about American Indians coming from Egypt and then coming from Hebrews. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Why is that so hard for you to comprehend?
Because it's not realistic. You are like.
Have you ever heard of the Kincaid? Why do they got a place? Why do they have places named after Egypt? Why is Mississippi and Tennessee places in Egypt?
Okay.
Why is there Egyptian fucking hieroglyphs in the Grand Canyon?
This is what I'll tell you.
You don't know that much.
Confused about this. You don't know that much. You think that American Indians are Egyptians. You're fucking retarded. So here's the thing. There's
much bigger than your mouth.
amazing. So there's places all around the United States that were renamed by colonizers.
Is that what I was saying?
Do I need to explain further, or do you grasp that concept?
Have you ever heard of the Hebrew Decalogue stones?
India.
And where they were found?
You know what I think? I think Cypher, if you just converted to the Latter-day Saints of Mormonism, I think you would belong much better
Why
there
would I do that?
than whatever you're doing. Because this is the
Why would I do that? What do you even
this is
know?
the
What are you
ideal
talking about?
you got. These
Look,
are
I
the
asked
great
you a question and you danced around it because you don't know that much. I'm saying, asking, have you heard of the law stuff? You're a African American man explaining that.
Okay, yeah.
How do you explain that? How do you explain that though?
How do you explain
The
that?
among stones.
Oh, the Mormons? Yeah. You talking about the guy who was a fraud and a con artist who said that he found gold in
Joseph, no.
Yeah, that's
It's not my content, bitch.
Dum 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 dum.
fucking mouth, Pepe.
PP.
Anyways.
What about that? How do you explain that?
Yeah, you're going off of a con man's religion. And by the way, if you go further into that religion,
You don't even know. You're not even smart enough to look it up. You're not that smart.
Oh, you're not that stupid. You're fucking stupid. You think that American Indians are Egyptians. You're retarded.
I didn't say that. But hey, the Los Lunas Decalogue stones is a large boulder hidden in the mountain of Los Lunas, New Mexico. Inscription of the commandments of Paleo-Hebrew discovered in the 1930s.
Wrote about how black people are more sinful because they are black people, and because of their sin, they are unpure, unholy people. And in order to make these you need to make them white. So how do you make them white? You infiltrate their families and you have kids with them. And the same ideals come from the same person, the same ideals that you're quoting about Hebrew decalogues. It's fucking amazing.
Did you know that thing existed though? Did you know about the Hebrew Decalogue stone?
Did you know that the sky is orange?
You see that right there? That's
Yeah.
all good. So you feel so way about it because I mean, it doesn't do anything. My question is if it doesn't do anything for you, if it's true, then why do you have such an aversion to new information?
According to archaeologists, the stone is almost certainly a fake.
Source.
Wikipedia.
If place within the connector is a collecting your map, how is that possible? To put a point.
Look at the back crease stones. Man, somebody moves a crazy ass like
And what does all of this history do for you?
Well, it makes me not racist.
It gives them a sense of
And you assume that if we don't know all of this arcane history, we're racist.
Well, you're more prone to being racist.
Oh, that's what you're
Racism is from a low IQ. Listen, low IQ. Yeah. Because remember I said racism is racism is a personification of ignorance. That's low IQ.
You have to study all of the arcane conspiracy.
Just learn the more that you learn.
Wait a minute. Blacks have an average IQ of 85, so that means they're the most racist group.
Decalogue.
What did I say? What did you say? Did you have anything or something?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I did. That only said the most one is Decalogue stone.
Yeah.
And look at the Back Creek stone. The Back Creek stone, 1889, artifact from Tennessee.
Versus 10 Commandments.
Paleo-Hebrew.
Exactly what it is.
Pre-Columbian transoceanic contact. There's a lot of evidence that suggests that there are Hebrews in America, but we all don't want to know this because you don't want to. You fear being wrong. You care. You see how it works. You fear version.
Okay, tell me where the Chaco people from.
It is voice. Things that if you are wrong or not, it is voice. So you should also try that. Sometimes people are wrong and they need to second distance it. I think it is voice.
But what I'm curious about, little cipher, is that you get like Native Americans. I live in Alaska. Native Americans, all Native Americans look somewhat alike. Now, I get it, they can like differ in phenotype quite a bit. But why is it that from whether it's all the way in the Caribbean, the southern tip of South America to Alaska, and of course Siberia. The Siberians look like the Native Americans. Why do they all look the same and none of them look black?
What? I mean, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Can I speak? Like literally, the reason why a lot of the Negro ones that were reclassified, that's actual history. They were reclassified as Negroes, and millions of them died from the diseases and war.
So all of these archaeological things that you bring are actually hoaxes.
No, I mean, I get what he's saying, like, cause
I don't have to. There's scholars
You just don't know what you're not there.
Just Google it.
Not even
Just Google it. You'll find it's a hoax and that's what it's on. Yep, just Google it. Literally. You'll see a bunch of different links that say that scholars and
She
archaeologists.
doesn't even recognize the Seminoles or the Geechis. She don't know.
I know Seminole, but you're not a Seminole. Seminoles don't think they're fucking Hebrew Israelites.
Well, my you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You know what you're talking about. You think that you're a black
Where did the Seminoles come from?
American.
Tell me where the Seminoles came from.
You think that you're a black.
Tell me where the Seminoles came from.
Yeah.
I said, I'm black. You're right.
He's asking her. The Seminoles are from Florida.
I said, I'm black.
It's to make it should be. It's to make it.
Yes, I'm from here too. I got tested a couple years ago.
So you have an average white person.
Yeah, from white.
Wait, why are you acting like that, bro? Why are you talking to him like that?
Because like, I'm not dumb. Like I'm not dumb.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't know why the fuck he's talking shit.
Wait, who said Seminoles? Was that Cypher? Who said that?
Cypher.
Yeah, you don't even pronounce the name of the fucking tribe right. You're not a fucking Seminole. You're pretending. You're a weirdo. It's gross.
It's nigga should be.
It's called home security. I get it, baby.
Oh, okay. You're so insecure that you're calling Seminoles. If you were Seminole, you would know how to pronounce your family name.
You know what's crazy? The family, they get
An
married.
outsider talking about an insider like it's an outsider's paradise.
That was interesting because I'm an actual Native American and you're not. So it's funny.
That's what you said.
No, that's why I'm on your ass like this because you're gross. You're practicing
You
illegal.
know, you like eating ass. That's why you're on my ass. You're not right about anything you
Ancestors
said.
are just rolling in their fucking graves because you won't honor them.
And your ancestors are hers while you're on
Your ancestors are. I don't have an OnlyFans. Your ancestors are maggot food.
You go by Pocahontas.
No.
Pocahontas.
Okay, you go by slave. Slave.
No. Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King. Say what I had a dream. Martin Luther King.
Okay, Porch Monkey, no problem.
Porch Monkey, that doesn't offend me. Do you understand? If you shave a white man, what he would look like? You shave an ape and his back, and you see what he would look like? He look like your dad. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have more Neanderthal genetics in you. You have more Neanderthal genetics than anybody else on the planet.
That's not black.
Well, you have more Neanderthal
No,
than
I
you
don't.
have more Neanderthal in you than black dicks. So now you like
Ew,
it.
that's disgusting. You're gross. You should go fuck yourself.
Coco, you said you're from Canada, but you're from the Midwest too, or?
I don't know if this guy's practicing either.
That's what she said. That's what she said. She think I'm gonna pretend it. Slavery and shit. We have identity crisis and all kinds of
You think I'm gonna fight in front of these white people?
no, we ain't doing that. Hey, I'm over here talking my shit now. Cause they want
I snapped the pixie cut off of the Taylor before I fucking got down. No, I'm just
How come you're keeping so quiet? Are you there?
oh, damn, Alaska white ass on the pull up. No, I don't want to hear that.
Question.
No, you know what? How you feel me to usher the name on my
No, that wasn't my fault. I was asleep, and then
I said no.
I was asleep. I didn't have to hold it. I just had to be quiet. I'm sorry.
I see how you do me.
I already won. We can see the thing. Oh, my teeth done.
No, don't be angry at you. I'm not gonna be nice.
I'll make up, yeah. What's with the Trump shooting? Because, like, I don't understand how these big events are like, London, I don't understand how you guys have guns, but like the security at these events is so lacking. I don't get it.
that motherfucker come running 3-9. He was fast. I ain't gonna lie. All I see was a big ass forehead and a flash. Yeah, he got his motherfucking ass. But yeah, that's interesting, man. Hey, man, you know, a couple of like talking about some porch monkeys and shit, calling them things monkeys and shit.
You wow.
Some kind of monkeys and shit. Go tell me I'm lying.
You called me all sorts of shit. You know what you called me.
I know what I didn't call you. I didn't call you bitch.
So are you a Jew, or are you an Egyptian, or are you American Indian? Because you're claiming all three.
I'm a man of God. I'm a black. I'm a man of God.
You're also claiming a tribe you can't pronounce.
A tribe I can't pronounce.
Yeah.
How old are you? You gotta be like.
How old are you?
You have to be in your fucking.
How many drugs do you do?
Pussy smell like really.
Yo, why do you keep talking about my vagina? Like, that ass is weird.
Right.
Because he's wrong. He might be wrong.
Not at all. I just want she smells like she sounds like she smells bad. Let's keep her hyped up.
Hey, come on. You guys were talking like this till about 10 minutes ago.
You wasn't chiming in when she was calling me monkeys and shit. We don't respect that.
into the bottom of the fluid.
She was talking all that racist shit. You was on mute.
Yeah, back and forth.
So now I'm talking about her vagina.
Right, and when you look great, it was no problem, bitch. But when I return the favor, now you wanna cry and play victim. You're not gonna be victim. Ooh, this. Look, if I did the same shit to you, you would sit here and cry and walk and what do you do? You're a
Is that another black vernacular that you stole?
You wanna cry, raise Go figure out your identity.
Let's go on there with this, y'all. Well, whatever, look. It's like too early in the morning for y'all to be so frustrated. I know that everybody in here some kind of weekend like agenda to where they want to, BDSM and what's that shit called? The degrader shit, everybody in here. Shut up and laugh. Cause you don't have no fucking talk. All I'm gonna say is that we've been on this app for too many years for us to still fight about redundant topics. We need to get latency in this bitch. And all you white people, I'm disappointed in y'all too. I'm looking at you, Matt, Beaver, Peter, Pepe, BB. Well, no, she ain't even white. But Alaska, partially. Anyway, let me go. Michaela, Michelle, Michaela, whatever. Bro, all of y'all need to be the elders. If y'all want to be continuously running the world and getting us some wars and shit and starting shit all over the country, Monica too, but you Irish, so I don't put you in the place. Y'all gotta stop this shit.
Well, we being honest, man.
Wait, black man. You gonna jump your white skin ass in the white wall still cooking? You get up in this white shit too, nigga. Now what? You white?
No,
Yes.
I'm not white.
Oh, no. You can't judge me. Anyway, all I'm saying is, y'all gotta know how to de-escalate some shit. And y'all de-escalation tactics on this bitch is poor. I'm disappointed in all of y'all. All of y'all experience and all of y'all goddamn longevity and all this other shit. Y'all not even using it. What are we doing? What are we doing the fuck here? Okay, well, hold on.
I'll let you know.
Michaela, you want to talk on what are we doing?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
40 years ago in 1980, I worked on the nuclear freeze campaign. I was assigned to Watts to organize in that area. Okay, I've been committed to getting rid of nuclear weapons probably my whole life. And so I support what Trump is doing. Oh, I'm an elder.
I love everything.
I respect the elders, okay? I don't want people cussing out people that's old, because I don't like that, because that's some grandmother or great grandmother, and nothing like that. So anybody, y'all can cuss anybody out, but somebody that's old, that's fine.
But fellas, hold on. This is all I'm saying. What the fuck did 1948 have to do with anything? And this is what I'm saying. This is crazy. We didn't even need that side out right now. Bro, you didn't even help nothing. And then this light-skinned ass nigga trying to jump in and elbow drop for you. What?
Shout out to there has been a big rise in white people actually themselves in
You said
danger.
your white ass.
And they should be doing that. They should be doing that. I think it's brilliant. There's a woman.
Why is this white bitch from speaking on behalf of black people? Shut up, Bo.
No, we're not close like that. I'm not for that joke. Yeah, like there's an old woman. People are like, oh, but where are the black people? She's like, they should be at home. Like, we need to be here doing the work. And so, fuck yeah, lady.
What are you talking about? I don't get it.
You see what I'm saying? Okay, she's white.
Privileged
Go.
to,
This what the fuck I'm talking about.
stop it. Just use your privilege to like to help causes. I think it's really important, and you know
What? To help horses?
causes. Issues. Sorry.
Okay.
I do love horses too, but
Okay.
Very chic accent.
sadly British.
So, but you supporting what I said or what? I don't get it.
Just not the Trump thing. I don't support Trump. But other than that, I think it's awesome. Like,
No Europeans support Trump. I think that we have to get rid of nuclear weapons. I think Trump does too. Trump, I picked that up on him, about him early on. And I think, I wish that this could blossom into maybe some like new disarmament moves. I mean, he does move quickly for what he wants. It would be nice if he could turn this into, what?
How do you want to comply Russia to this? They have nuclear bomb and they would.
Well, it has to be an international agreement. It would have to be the international, all the nuclear armed nations would have to agree to start. I don't think it should go. I don't agree that any more nuclear weapons should go to any more countries. I don't know how Pakistan and India got the nukes. I was raising kids during that time. It sort of passed me by. But I'm shocked that, we've got to disarm, not spread it to more countries.
Pakistan is against this, so they cannot use it. But Russia,
What?
if you disarm United States, Europe, and other countries, Russia will never ever comply with that. And they will take over the world.
I agree. Maybe with China, it has to be international. It can't just be one or two countries.
Yes, international.
Actually, China will.
Voluntarily.
China likes to secretly suck our dick. And they don't want it in
Russia loves this supremacy. They want to be, they want to fear all this. They want to lead the government out of fear. They want to
talk that shit, Peter.
Are you Chinese, Peter, or what are you?
I'm from Israel.
Israel?
No, he's actually, he's Chinese.
I am from Iran.
You're from Iran?
Yes, speaking for another Henry Kissinger between Iran and the United States this time, not between China and the United States. Another Kissinger for this generation. Do you have?
It's a great.
I don't understand what you're saying. What?
I need to understand just listen.
Okay.
I wasn't wishing, these are my wishes, because as I remember, the history of diplomacy of the United States had a very big turning point at the time that Henry Kissinger was the Foreign Minister of the United States. And it was a very brilliant progress during his service. One of the biggest moves was the peace between China and the United States. He was not successful to, for example, solve other issues in other countries. And, for example, we need to take the inspiration that he had now between, for example, Iran and the United States and Israel. This is my wishes. I was thinking that this kind of mindset is not going to be implemented by mindsets like Seifert. It is different. It is too simple for this level of diplomacy.
But what happened as a result of Kissinger opening up China is that now China became the manufacturing center of the world, and it's become, and the whole Western world has become dependent on China and enriched China.
But also, China also needs this. This is
is some kind of mutual need to each other. It is not something that because they are populated countries, they have a lot of capacities, and it is undeniable to be strong. They will remain strong if the competition is fair, because they are two populated countries. They have a very big collective power. So they are the second power of the world. It is undeniable, I think, because they are too populated. They have much more population than US, Europe, and things, but their power is still lower than the United States.
They are loyal to the United States, you said?
No, their power is lower than the United States.
Lower.
With this level of population, they are 4 or 5 times more populated than the United States. But they are not as strong. They are weaker. The first power is the United States, undeniable.
Do you think we should have disarm our nuclear weapons?
I think that they won't, because they love this supremacy. They want to see countries like Iran, Turkey, and Egypt from upper positions. And for example, they do not even choose voluntarily humble position that sometimes the United States put themselves in. They love that supremacy. For example, if countries like Russia see you from upper position, they want to destroy you, extinct you. But if the United States see you from that position, they are much more humble and they want to coexist. This is two different concepts that brings me to a table with the United States rather than those who want to see us like that kind of position. This is my choice.
So you're Iranian. Do you agree with what's going on with the war?
I think that it needed to be handled this way because mullahs made these choices. They made their choices and they made it like this. Now they need to take the responsibility of what they did, because they were thinking that they can do this and go away with that because they are strong and nobody will face them. Now they are being faced with the ultimate power of the world, and they are being taken. It is a big shock for them, and this is a big level of accountability for the government around the world. If you machine gun your people, you have no chance to stay in power. And even if you're too strong, you won't do it.
So how long have you been away from Iran?
I was here since October 2023. I was in Iran from 1992 to 2023. I am in Germany since then.
Did you have to leave, or?
No, I did not have to leave, but I had a lot of limitations and the freedom that I did not have. Because of that, because the situation was going to be much more harder than before. They were coming step by step to much more private issues that you have. Even during the last decades was not this strict. They are implementing those laws differently on different people. This is totally unacceptable because this is a tool to suppress people. Some people come out and walk in the street freely without a scarf. Another person with more covered position is taken out of the street. This is some kind of discrimination between people. This is not a code. This is something to hit people and make, for example, to suppress them. This is something that needs to be dealt like they deserve to, I think. They need to be out of the decision-making processes. We need more country back.
Yeah, do you still have a lot of friends there and family that you communicate with?
My assets and family members are there. I'm alone in Berlin. I came here to see how it is, to progress and to tap my untapped potentials. There are numerous chances for me here. However, I see that we could have had that there if we just could have made our independence, because we had all these. We were not poor people. We did not have lack of land progress, and this was just self-control by mullah to the
people, they did not want us to progress. Because of that, I am expressing clearly that if Russia puts themselves in that position of governing another country with colonization, they would try to extinct them, like they did in Iran during 2 decades. But when their name came out the surface, when their name came to public, they are getting the heat from that. Before that, their hands were hidden inside the power. When they were exposed, for example, 15 years ago, after the 2009 election, presidential elections, we figured out that this is the Russian influence into our election.
Really?
From that time, they are taking the fall. Until now, they won't experience the Tehran with peace under their colonization. I promise them. We would escalate it to make this planet out of the orbit if it comes to that point. It is my father's land.
Yeah, so do most of the people, do you think most of the people in Iran want to change the regime?
Yes, and that's the reason that they cannot access simple Google search, because if they access simple Google search, if they access their Gmails, they would be able to send the evidences that you need to kick the mullahs out in 48 hours, to come in all in. But they even deprive the people, engineers, hospitals, and all the infrastructures to not use even simple Google search. They take very big money from privates, and they take all the information, for example, the place of birth, the date of birth, where you live, and everything, to give you a simple Google search with a very hefty amount of money. And that is something that can be done just by those Russians who think that they are supreme. They are different from Russians. Yes, Russians. Exactly. Mullahs who are imposting Russians. I mean, Russians who are imposting mullahs, because the mullahs in the time of kingdom, in the last governance of Iran, were influential, but the special party for Russia inside Iran named Tudeh was not legal in Iran. The Iranian people closed the doors of their parties. They invested their assets inside some specific and particular branch of mullahs, and historically, the United Kingdom is the founder of mullahs in these modern days. I don't mean that Islam was not there, but since 150 years ago, the kind of management of mullah was changed, and they were positioned as based on Iran. They were founded by British and United Kingdom. And during the last 60 years, the assets of Tudeh party was also redirected to that. So now they are partners into mullah, Russians and United Kingdom. United Kingdom tried to save Americans to not kick out mullah from politics from that front. And Russia is inside. They are doing the inside job, but they are cooperating with each other against the whole other world, Iranian people, United States government, EU, and the other places. I think that China is aware of this, but they want their own interest, and their level of strategic dependency does not come to Russia. For example, they want money and they want to have the influence in Iran, but they don't have the strategic opposition with the United States when it comes to the international security. But I think that Russians would do that. They do not hesitate. Because
the communists had a lot to do with the Ayatollah taking over with the 79 revolution, right? The Communist Party was Russia supporting them during the 1979 revolution?
It is more complex than this. About those lefties, if you want more explanation about those lefties who helped mullahs, they were deceived before because they were musicians, not politicians. When you are a politician, you learn music. It makes you sane because you know the complexity of politics, but you learn music to balance yourself. But when you are a
musician who thinks that you're the best, you're balanced and things, and then come to politics. You're too naive for this level. You're played with it, and they were played with these Russians. And at the first, they had some extent of power in their hands. But step by step, they got retired, they were replaced by some dons who did not the rights of that organization and from the main organization. For example, when you are from the state benefit organization, when you are retired and replaced with a don who do not know the history of this organization, and the main organization would be able to manipulate you if they want. And the main organization was conquered at the first of the revolution. Then this level of penetration was increased to this level, step by step, to layers of the power. And now it is something that even the engineers and the doctors during the last decades worked for those infrastructures with very high education. Now we need to explode them because it was penetrated and it was conquered by mullahs. They say that it is ours. Firstly, my parents and the previous generations of Iran trusted them because they were religious people and they were thinking that they are like the people who taught them the religious. Because my family and the Islam in Iran was learned to each other chest by chest. For example, I learned from my parents, they learned it from their parents. But when they shouted that we are Muslims, I think they were deceived that this is the same thing that we learned. You know, they took the place and now they say that it is ours. You know, out of the blue, they came to the government and they say that the country is ours. We were not here before. Now they need to take the fight back. If we cannot kick them out, we don't deserve that land. I am in this all in. If we cannot kick them out, we did not deserve that. We were deceived, we were too naive.
Yeah, do you think there's a possibility of the Iranian people, if the war is over with the U.S., that the Iranian people can kick out the mullahs?
Yes, if they are weak enough, we can kick them out because...
If they what?
There is one especially crucial point. After the Islamic Revolution, the people of Iran trusted the new government and they disarmed themselves voluntarily. There is a big move, you can search it and ask ChatGPT. But the government did not disarm themselves because of the valid reasons that they have, because they needed to defend the country from the external powers. But they decided that the internal things can be handled without any gun. So we are disarmed. The people of Iran were raised, for example me, born and raised in cities. I cannot even handle a single gun. But now they use that as our weakness. You know, first we need to disarm them like we disarm ourselves, then we will deal with them like they deserve. Because they want to see them with a gun when we don't have a gun. You know, otherwise they won't survive. They need to have gun while we are disarmed. This is something that we need to solve it, otherwise we did not deserve that land. We would shake this planet out of orbit if this is going to be the supremacy that they expect, that they can't handle a gun. But the people who are living with you cannot handle a gun. They cannot have the ammunition to have that. Or you cannot have that.
So what you're saying, how do you think the Iranian people can get rid of the regime then if they don't have guns?
Exactly.
Do you think if they were armed, they wouldn't know how to use them? They're not trained. I mean, could it be civil disobedience? Could it be strikes? Could it be...
I think that this disarming needs to be implemented. This army needs to be weakened. We don't need a big army in this modern day. We need to be able to defend the territorial integrity and we need to make sure of that. For example, how the army of Germany after the World War became. They are very capable to defend their borders. But they don't have another army. Iran also needs to follow this leadership.
Yeah.
And become one of the allies of the Western alliance. We need to align ourselves with the mainstream. We cannot be against the other places.
So who's going to disarm them? The army or the IRGC?
There is an international alliance right now, and we need to take them accountable, each one of them. For example, United States is willingly engaged, and they are the best side of this alliance, in my point of view. They do this willingly, but others, they are weaker and smaller. They see from their own position. They are not as strong as the United States to make this kind of independent stances. For example, countries like European ones, they need the energy from Strait of Hormuz. They are in a much weaker position. So we need to understand them and help them make their stance clear. Because if they are under state of lack of energy, they cannot express what they want. Because people of Germany, people of Europe, people of United Kingdom, all of them are human people. If they are under good condition, if they don't depend on that, if their survival is not depend on that energy, they would make humanitarian positions if it is their choice. We need to let them make their choice, I think.
So it has to be the international community, Europeans and Chinese too, maybe.
Chinese people, when it comes to the strategic security, they would come to the United States again. But when it is in the, for example, less importance of their own principles, because they have their own principles, they act with their own principles. They are not out of principle like Mullah does. For example, if they have a code, they would implement it equally to the society. If they have a stricter code, it is their choice. But the code is similar everywhere, all around China. So these are wise people. If the strategic security of their principle is under threat or is under question, they would shift their positions like a wise person, I think.
So maybe you think the war needs to keep on going on. If the U.S. can't get more support, maybe they have to keep going and just disarm the mullahs themselves, or IRGC. What about the MEK? Are they an issue? The MEK?
Sorry, I don't know them.
You don't know them? They're sort of communist leftovers, I think, from the revolution.
Inside Iran?
Yeah. Well, maybe they're outside.
Yes, I know them. The people who got allied with the biggest enemy of Iran at that time, while the whole population of Iran was defending the territorial integrity against Saddam, they sat with Saddam, and nobody inside Iran, I promise you, won't lose leftists, because they are far left. They are too far left. They are even going to demolish the country to, for example, say that we are Democrats. What is that? The nature of democracy says that you are willingly going to accept that. And if you are going to enforce the democracy with gun, you are just stepping on the first philosophy of democracy. You have a big misunderstanding, and it is because they are too understood. They are old people, and they have the knowledge of, for example, universities, political universities of 40 years ago. They did not update them with the recent years modern day. I think that the new generation of Iran, outside Iran, is almost as populated as 10 million, and we can set our positions clear. We don't need them to, for example, speak about our positions. I can speak my position, and I am not disabled. For example, I don't have disability to ask them to talk on behalf of me. You know, I can't talk myself.
What about Pahlavi?
Pahlavi is also reasonable like me, I think, because he was born and raised until 16 in Iran, and he was born and raised in a situation contributions, even the kind that he's resilient in my point of view because he could have survived that. And he is still loyal to the nationality of Iran after that level of humiliation, threat, his family members committed suicide, but his element is strong enough to stay on his own principles. I see him as a loyal Iranian, and he's one of us. I think he's one of us. However, putting whole responsibility on him, it is a big deal. It is a big country. Iran is a big country, like for example, Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan. No king is possible to take over the country and say this is my property. This is too big for you.
No, but he says he wants to go in and head up an interim government that will lead to elections.
Yes, if the level of accountability can be guaranteed, if it can be questioned by people like me, if I don't receive this kind of emojis when I talk about the level of accountability, then I love him. But the people around him, for example, they were trying to play smart. They are pro-IRGC spies who are descendants of the deceased Hashemi Rafsanjani, and he was too influential during the time of the Islamic regime's governance in Iran, during the peacetime of Islamic regime's governance. And they have a lot of money and resources. They are outside the country. They made a big shell around him. We need to first break the shell. The people like Zardina, Max Stafford, whose other name is Askerullah, and these are around him. Until they are around him, I don't trust the speeches of Prince. Why I love him, that is something that I am supposed to do because I know who they are. If this doesn't change, they want to change IRGC to Garbage Javidan. They just want to change the title, And we need to change the concept.
Pahlavi's going along with that. He's surrounded by IRGC people who are reformers or something.
Pahlavi is out of the country for the last half a century.
Right. You said he's got IRGC around him? Or spies?
Yes, he has, and a bunch of them. Because at this point, he needs to get to know them. Because he cannot distinguish them, because he was not in the society of Iran during that half a century. And for example, he cannot distinguish me with another IRGC member. While both of us come out of Iran. He needs time to process us, and the time that we don't have in this one. We need to have, for example, that level of knowledge and the data that we have, and which is also cross-referenced with other references. But he needs time to distinguish. He cannot distinguish between people inside Iran. He needs the support of people like me and the people who were also victimized in their mind. And we need to, for example, speak up, and he would judge who is the honest person. But until I can speak with him, and the other side also can be able to clarify their position, they don't let me question them to Pahlavi. If you see him as a leader, I need to explain my side to him, you need to explain your side to him, then he will judge independently. While you don't let me speak to him, you just clear your position and you want him to process your own lesson. This is some kind of bullshit that I was standing to fight with.
He's been in Germany a lot. Were you trying to talk to him, or?
I think that the shell around me won't let me. Even my security is not guaranteed when I go to that places. I don't participate in that because I'm politically active in Clubhouse and I don't feel safe to go out with them. I go out with myself, I wear my own hoodie, go my life freedom, and I do it alone because I don't trust them. I am not one of them.
out with a group of leaders from different parts of Iran giving a press conference. So you're saying those people who had around him in that press conference are guarding him or something?
People from different tribes of Iran. That is just a laughable concept. Those people very outside Iran for that half a century. They have some memories from 50 years ago and before that, and they are from that tribes. But now they have no clue what's going on with that tribe inside Iran.
So how can he communicate with the right people inside Iran?
I am already having my Instagram account, and sometimes they get online. I understand when the time the internet is a bit opener than before, or who can access the pro internet with a lot of data that they have to give to the manipulative power of Iran. And I can see that, for example, in the political diaspora, especially. For this sake, I think that I can give a valid opinion about the internet and whose allegiances lies with who.
So, are you in your 20s or how old are you?
I am 34, 1984.
So you just left there just a few years ago. So you have a lot of contacts and experience.
I know all the details. I know if you ask each and every details. I learned English by political I was watching CNN and I was learning, for example, English from Christian or Farid Zakaria. Somebody who's a lot, some other concepts. For example, this guy cannot deal with the level of reasonability that I have. He just wants to interfere because they want the independency. They don't know how, and they have no clue for that. When somebody comes to speak up, they just, out of some naturalistic feelings like fragility and things, they would rather to demolish the country rather than speaking, let me speak. This level of selfishness is unbelievable for me. That is some kind of treason in my point of view. When you are not able to, when you did not spend enough time to learn, now you do not let the other person who is studying about that talk on behalf of yourself. Who asshole you are. You are ready to demolish the country, but don't let me speak. Yes, this level of bullshit. They are setting another standard.
Are you talking about somebody here in this room?
Yes,
he's trying to talk over you.
Yes, this guy was a Kurdish guy, and from the language that he was using, he was too dumb. He was separatist, and he was not those kind of Kurd that we have inside.
That's right. The separatists, the Kurdish separatists, are the downfall. They care more about their issue, their separatist issue, than Iran, the freedom of Iran. It seems that they'd be willing to create a civil war or something.
However, this problem is not just for him. It is for all the political diaspora of Iran. When they cannot speak themselves, they won't let any other person to speak, even if they speak better. This is the biggest weakness of opposition party of Iran, this level of selfishness. And even a lot of those people, jealous people, choose these screens just because of that. Just because if you are educated, then you cannot take a better position. To change the script to what it was. For example, don't let us enforce the changes like we want. They just want to change the name from IOGC to Roger, and to keep the layers of power like it was, like manipulation that Ocean Rafsanjani did. Exactly, they are making the shield.
Yeah. It could turn into a big power struggle there, you know.
Since they are disarmed, it is not a power struggle. When they are asked by their own community members not to bullshit, they cannot bullshit. When they are not asked and when they are not taken accountable by their votes. For example, this guy spoke like this. Their other fellow friends do not say that don't do this. We are under existential threat. This level of jealousy is for kindergarten. You don't belong on this international political stage. They don't face them with this, and this is the consequences.
Yes. Well, anyway, we should talk to you.
Huh?
Go on. I'll let somebody else talk. Anyone else want to talk to Peter?
I was just gonna say they say you're a liar in the chat, Peter.
He sounds very with it or logical or on top of things. I wonder what they think he's lying about.
Exactly, that's the new jealousy is undeniable. I'm really standing to something like I did. For example, when the time that I made this account in the clubhouse, they were always in fight with me. They were calling me IRGC, spy and thing. I came to this point, talk to person, step by step, and they have always made barriers in my front, like in real life. But I focus on myself and my security. I'm in Berlin, and they cannot, for example, hack my account, they cannot apprehend me and think I can speak up, then the time will solve it. Who is who?
It seems amazing to me that Holiday would allow himself to be surrounded by, you said IRGC people?
Some kind of IRGC. They are not direct member of IRGC because they didn't need to, but they have a lot of connections inside and their existence depend on that. For example, a person named Max Fakhri, he's one of his best friends and he's one of his most influential friends. His main name is Mohsen Asyarouladi. He lives in Spain and he made the government of Spain under his influence to face United States. Now you see that Spain is making positions against United States. It is because of the hefty bets that he has inside Spain, and he put even the government of Spain under his influence. And when it comes to that point, he cannot deny them. And he needs to process them and expose them correctly, like they deserve. And this is a big gamble. This is a big political gamble. He is clean in my point of view, but he is not that strong to face this level of conspiracy, I think.
Boy.
He needs support, but they don't let us support him because they know that if people like me support them, they would for real fun, the fun would be for real. They would not be able to lure out the people with an announcement, then gun them down. Because this was a conspiracy by those people. Max Fakhri made the announcement instead of Princess of Pahlavi to come out on 18th and 19th of the day last year, for example, for 5 months, and promised that the people who are now out of the IRGC want to cooperate with the protesting people, and the protesting people can come out with safety. They cannot. They can take over the government buildings, and that's it. Finished. When people came out, they were machine gun because this exact asshole Mohsen Asyarouladi were lying. They did not change their loyalty out of IRGC. They just wanted to take the people out so they can gun them out to leader the group, like they did.
So they're the ones who advise Pahlavi to tell people to come out?
Yes, exactly. And how to move Murtaza Pahlavi in some extent, because he can make his own moves. He cannot control them. He is one person and they are independent, truly independent from him. They don't need him. They are not under his leadership. They are just barking his name. The leadership comes with influence. He has no influence on top of them. They have influence on top of him. They can even influence the king of Spain.
But you said they are the ones who advised him to tell people to come out for those 2 days?
Yes, to bring them up. It is a very valid point. You can see the history of this in the global family levels. The people who are now trying to don't publish passports, they don't issue passport to normal citizens who were born in Iran, were in that time some kind of supporting Pahlavi. There are some accounts like Kiari, like Max Afrani. They were supporting him in that time to lure people out, so gun them down. Afterwards, now they are showing their main allegiances. We would die for regime, I think. You know? They are going to the rooms that they used to go, because now they see him as a less problematic problem. Before that, he had more assistance. They were thinking, and they needed to gun him down.
You said they go to other rooms, so these are people on Clubhouse or on
political diaspora. And a lot of them are outside Iran. This is some kind of a small sample of the political diaspora. Each and every one of them is listening with one account. For example, 1,000 of them or 200 of them have one account, they listen together. And it is in Clubhouse. And the voices, for example, is going to play in a room that one account is only there. Some of the rooms even see the comments when you want to send inside the back channel of the room before letting it to be visible for everybody. They even control the chats. You cannot send a comment on the chat segment if they don't want to. Now, out of sudden, when you progress, when you come to this fundamentals, they want you to, for example, come and say our problems. You can talk about us, I think. But this is a big lie, because now they see you as something that can add to their credibility. They want to use our credibility. They don't want us. They want us dead, like the people inside Iran have experienced. They want me dead too, but at this point they cannot touch me. They would approach like that. They want to use my credibility.
So you have credibility, you're not just a lone wolf?
As much as one person. For example, if one person is good, they want it. And when it is new, they don't want it. They would remove the log, they would delete the comment, they would kill even. And when you are, for example, when you have some level of credibility, they want you to be with them, to use your credibility, but they would have conspiracies behind you, like they use their own people. For example, how they killed their own Hashemi Rafsanjani, how they killed the children of those responsibles. For example, these people are not even have self-respect for their own children. How would they explain me? They would kill their own children. For example, Mohsen Rezadi, one of the main IRGC members, killed his own boy in Dubai. Hassan Rouhani, another reformist, who is populist, for example, more popular than the others. He killed his own son with Saifan. Another person, Amit Asari, he says that what kind of music do you play in your car when you go to another place, when you are in Saifan? He plays the speech of another woman for his children. He doesn't let them listen to music. If they want to listen to music, real music, music, they will kill them. They will say, you are out of the circle of Islam. You need to listen to this. They need to be safe. They need to keep their sanity. You need to play them real music. You know what kind of terror they are under? By the terror, I mean the escape. Humans shouldn't be under this level of escape. That is a very bad role model. They are in a position.
Is there any way for the people within Iran right now to communicate with each other and organize, or can they get on the Clubhouse? I know they can't. Well, they just can't get on the internet at all, right?
Yes, they cannot access anything. They cannot even do a single Google search. For example, last night I was online in the other room for NIC, for National Congress of Fatherland. There is a couple of guys from Instagram, and they paid a huge amount of money to let them have, for example, 1 gig. For example, $200 for 1 gig of internet, so that they can come with VPNs into the stages and get a lot of information that they asked them for before giving this price internet.
So people have to be just communicating with each other just like the old-fashioned way.
There are some internet that is under heavy surveillance, that is under, it is full of bugs. For example, if you want to call them with video call, you need to have a SIM card from Instagram. My sister needs to, for example, call with roaming to them to ask the code with SMS. Internet, then we would make a video call. You make a video call, the voice is not coming. The voice is coming, the video is not coming. Sometimes it says that you cannot even call him because we don't want you. There are some bogus messages that you cannot even believe, errors. It doesn't explain anything, it says error, you don't want. And this is some kind of bullshit that I cannot understand in this world, especially. A simple Google search was available for me since I was 8. If they want to exclude us from simple Google search, we would fight to death. I don't see if I'm disabled or not. I cannot go back to Iran or not. We need simple Google search. If you cannot provide that, if you don't feel safe for country to not have a simple Google search, you don't deserve governance. It's simple. If you cannot, they say, even if you consider their excuse to say that this is because of security, if because of security you cannot provide a simple Google search, you don't deserve shit. No.
Well, they know that you guys will be communicating with each other. I mean, Google search is the least of the problem. Well, I suppose it hurts businesses there and all that, but people need to be able to organize and communicate with each other. It's gonna, well, before Google, before the internet, people were able to organize. So, gosh. Does anyone else want to talk to Peter? I'm hogging the stage talking to him. Anyone else there? Is anyone else awake? Do you come to this room much, Peter? Is this your first time, or?
Yes, these people bothered me 2 or 3 times. I love them, and these were the guys who trusted on me, gave me the stage like I want to, and they let me speak. Now, while my own countrymates deny this from me, and while they need me. They need me, but they deny it from me. But these people do not need me, but they let me speak. This is very admirable, and I love them.
Yeah, it's really good to hear you. It's I've been following this since things started just after Christmas. Watching all the time. I watch 2C TV. Do you watch him, Mayor 2C?
No, sorry, I don't.
You don't know who that is? Go on the internet, 2C. He's from Iran. He's in England, in Britain.
Oh, to see is some kind of religious preacher, right?
No, he's not religious. He's been in Britain since he was, I think, young. I don't know if he was a teenager or what. I think he's in his 30s. But his father is still in Tehran. I guess his parents divorced, so his mother and he moved to Britain. But he's been following the whole situation there. He's very clued in on things. But I haven't heard from him what you're saying about Pallavi being surrounded by these people that are.
If I know the exact person, if you write it in the chat or something, I can search it and tell you the exact root of his political view. If it doesn't stand the test, I will not comment.
To see.
Can you explain it?
Yeah, TOUSI.
And this is a general family name. What about the first? Tusi, a lot of Tusis are.
Yeah, that's his last name. His first name is Mayar. But just put it in YouTube.
Okay, let me Mayar.
He's on YouTube. It's called 2CTV. There's a free part on YouTube, and then also you can subscribe. And then also I've been watching Iran Revolution live with Goldie Gamari. She's a Canadian. She was in Parliament in Canada, but she's from Iran, and her family left there when she was young. And then she has another guy on with her. Pardon?
He is not a bad guy. He is somehow not Pahlavi because his information is not current. He does not know the complexity inside Iran, and he might also approve my point of view if I think he will.
And also Goldie Gamari, she might want to talk to you too. Tusi's a little bit higher level. He's been going on Fox News and stuff. But Goldie is, they have, the Iranian fellow that comes on her show with her, he does a lot of, he also has a YouTube channel where he gets a lot of people discussing things on there. You can sign up to talk, and I can't remember his name. It's Iranian, I can't remember it. What? Hello? Somebody say something? But I bet you, if you want to talk with others, Goldie would be good. Iran Revolution Live. Yeah. Where have you been getting your news from? Huh?
She has also good intentions in my point of view.
Yeah.
Yes, the intentions, however, is not enough, I think.
Yeah. They do a lot of rah-rah, stuff. Just, I remember when the shooting started, for those 2 days, it's like she says, let's not cover this. No, we have to keep positive. She couldn't, it was just, she does, they have a lot of music and videos on there, but she's on for hours a day.
But I think that I can also relate with this guys. These are positive guys. These are positive guys, Mario Tusman, Goldie Gamari. Don't see them as those spies like I see in others. However, I am thinking that I can also be in that. I can also relate them with my ideas. I can also speak what I am beloved from those rooms for kingdom followers.
Yeah, they're very positive. They're pro, freedom.
But they are not open for us to give opinions. They are positive, they are good, but I think that they are not open to listen to people like me.
Well, they might be. The guy that's on with her, what's his name?
I hope so. I hope.
No, I'm trying to remember his name because he has his own channel where you can sign up for it, and then they have several hours a day. They have discussions, and you could be part of those discussions.
I follow them now on Instagram, and you see how my comments go because I'm going to comment on each and every post that they make to see if I'm taking any attention or not.
Yes, yes. Hey, it's really good talking to you. I gotta go to bed before the sun comes out.
Thank you very much. It was truly constructive for me.
Good. Very good. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. Praying for you guys.
Best wishes. You ask something very clear, maybe. We don't want the same law, do we? I think that you are in the... I don't know what to say.
I mean, really, I gotta get audio with it. You know what bothers me the most? It's like, well, to be honest, it's like, I think I can even, like, forgive you for it.
For what? What do you
But then in the future, like, what would you do with people like you?
You cannot do shit.
What?
What will you do with me? What makes you in that position? Why do you think you can do shit?
The RGC is coming out.
You're really interesting. Really interesting.
I'm not gonna do anything with you. The Kurds are gonna do all of that with you.
Oh, no problem.
And you know
Leave that to me,
how many Kurds
It is not your
have the
house.
RGC been killing over the past 50 years?
It is not your concern. It is between me and Kurds. If you don't kill me and Kurds will kill me, I would have to talk to them, not to you.
Like, Iran gets liberated, it's like future Europe. Like, what would you do with people like this?
If you could have done something, you would have killed me.
Germany's gonna send
If
you back.
you could, you would. That's the point. You would not find the chance.
What would I do?
Like you did not find the chance right now. You will never ever find the chance.
I'm 2,500 years.
The audience, okay,
Old type of
because I am strong enough to overcome myself. You know, I am strong enough to overcome myself. Even when you talk like this,
But like people like you, would you forgive people like you?
This is my managerial position. Even I do not manipulate like that. You know, even I cannot, for example, when I have the choose button, move to audience, I don't. I would listen to you. That is something that you don't have.
I guess like what?
Even your parents don't have this level of ability. You do not voluntarily excuse people, but I do. That is the difference between me and you.
Well, but like you said, it's like you're here, so
I am not in discussion with you.
Insults really.
I am not in discussion with you. I am just answering your bullshit.
No, I mean, well, you're not, because I'm asking, what would you do if it was you? I mean, we know what you guys do, you just execute without trial.
Me execute? I cannot kill ants. I cannot handle a gun. Execute? What do you say? Who do you think you are talking to?
Yeah, but by your purpose, do you know how many you're responsible for having been killed?
You need to find somebody from IRGC to put that. I see that day the other night. You saw the Korean guy like Chinese. He removed it from the room. He was Korean, from South Korea. He was he had problems in China. You saw him as a Chinese. Now you are seeing him as IRGC. Go.
Say China, IRC. That's but China's not gonna care about you, like, you know.
I see that you are in a big misunderstanding.
No, but what you misunderstand, like
you saw the Korean way as Chinese.
Like when the IRGC is gone, they're gonna move on to the next project.
Your level of understanding is not enough to distinguish South Korean from Chinese. Why do you need political comment? He got angry from me, he got mad from me.
It's like the top ones, like one by one, they've been eliminated. So it's like, even if anyone was gonna like go abroad and take a bunch of money, there's no one left. But like you think, like China's or Russia's gonna give people like you asylum.
I say that China and Russia would use the talents that would distinguish the difference between South Korea and China, because they
don't think you're talented if you say you're having this conversation and if Germany let you. You think you're the first German version on this app?
Why do you think so? Why should I think like that? Why should I think like that? What do you say? I don't understand you. What is your point?
Well, I mean, what is my point?
Yes, for example, the question, do you think that you are only German millennial on this app? Why should I think that? Even if I think that, what's the point? You are too foolish.
Anyways, I'm just saying, it's like, have you not considered your options?
I have fully considered my options, no worries.
But so you're responsible for your choices.
Okay. So please.
No, you are. But are you Muslim?
No, what I respect is not to introduce to other people. They go to their home and do what the heck they want to do, but not try to enforce it on others. For example, I don't want to wake up every morning to say prayer. I want to sleep. I want to drink. I want to eat pork. But you can go and do what the heck they want.
Yeah, but, you know.
Now it's the point that you don't have anything to counter offer in this discussion, so you could use the accusation of IRGC.
No, I mean, it's not an accusation. It's kind of like, I'm just thinking, it's like, have you weighed up your kind of, you know, your whatever?
When I listen to you,
I just think you can just play dumb.
When you want to play smart, it is very interesting for me to listen to your tone. Please continue. Now you're playing the smart. I'm a political commentator. As طرف مامان from my mom's side. I have family. My mom was a secretary of a school.
شما را اجازه دادن so they can keep an eye on you?
Yes, I think I don't have a problem to having eyes on me. I have no problem.
If violence to the room, they risk losing.
I was grown exactly for this situation because I was grown in terror under a lot of کل کشور رو من بود. من بچه سعادت آبادم. هر جا میرفتم به من نگاه میکردم.
داشتم برات نیست رو.
No, but I was under their attention. They wanted to see me. They wanted to, and I am used to that. You know, you are not used to that. You are not used to take that attention.
ایرانی‌های اصیل رو میشناسم که مثل تو نیستم.
ایرانی‌های اصیل I don't know how to answer you not to be racist. Because if I try to answer to you, you would not be happy, you know. But it is some kind of racist. I am not willing to disclose that with you because if I want to defend my originality, you would not like it.
ولی ایرانی اصیل مثل چیزش حرکتاش مثل تو
ایرانی اصیل چجوری حرکت؟ How does the original Iranian move? How do you describe that? We would diversify. You were thinking you know something to extinct us. We would diversify on the forest.
Okay, we
have survived the whole history as the longest history of the governance on the country. In the
US is only 47 years old, by the way.
Iran, I am from a country that has the oldest history of the being under the same flag. Understand that? I come from there. I'm one of them. I don't want anymore.
Yes.
I don't seem to be special. I am one of them, and I know that.
That's nothing, but just rejected that.
Because you don't have any other concept than this.
No.
You want to just compare it.
ارزش اونه که
You are racist to talk
زیرش تو بودی هیچ وقت نفهمیدی. شاید فهمیدی ولی برام ارزش نداشت. چرا؟ به خاطر که دهاتی هستی یا نفهمی یا یا هر چی که بودی. ولی اون هر چی که تو بودی wasn't that innocent. به خاطر خیلی از خوشی به خاطر
بیبی بین تو پیره کیر تو دهن تو.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah, why not? Yeah.
That's a lot of power.
این خودش کسخونه ولی بین تو این کیره تو دهن تو.
Do you want to play this song for you?
No, I don't want to.
هر چی شما هستیم ولی ما فهمیم.
All I know is that this woman is wasted, guys. Whoever is listening to this, she's not Persian, she's not true Persian, she's fucked up. She's wasted. All I can say is BB1T is a wasted woman. I don't know where the fuck she lives in, but this woman is fucking out of her fucking mind. You guys all should know about this.
It's dangerous, that's by the way. Kordai, این کار اصلا نکرد.
Yeah.
شما کی هستی؟
Are you waiting for my response to your BS? I don't have an response.
شاید ایرانی هم باشی
برو کسکش زیاد کوک زدی صبح شده برو بگی بخواب برو بخواب
نه
برو بخواب کس شده برو بخواب کس شده مغزم رو گاهی با این افکار چیلی تاخه برو خفه خوندگی برو زنزونه بی سواده بی مغزه بی کل آخه چی گو میخوری اینجا
بردا همتون رو میکشن
این هرچی کرده تو دهن تو ننه جنت که تو رو پس متوجه ای Do you understand, my friend? Yeah. Do you get it?
فکر میکنی اومدی اینجا برات خوبه
The fuck you talking about?
فکر میکنی هنوز تو چی sustainability داری؟
Sustainability انه کیم تو خودت و سواد مادرت و جایزی نصفانی مرشه
چرا قبل از من بدت میاد؟
Fuck man, I'd rather
Because you're speaking BS on the political stage, baby.
هیچ به فارسی صحبت نمی‌کنم.
International political stage, we are not supposed to speak patient.
فرق می‌کنه. من فکر می‌کنم من از IRGC می‌ترسم.
Do you think that I am scared of IRGC?
نه خب برشون کار میکنیم سراغ چی میگن پسر نه چیه سپر نمیمد اینجا حرف بزن اجازه
We understand your language. Are you waiting for you to address the Iranian interests instead of me to listen to you? See how you want to defend me?
نه
Defend Iran, not attack me. Defend Iran if you are Iranian. If you are original Iranian, you should not pay attention to me. You should defend your position. You are not original Iranian. You are the dumbest sort of wasted.
Well, how do you and I, like, what's the difference between us?
The difference is that you are bullheaded.
No, the difference is
Bullhead is the main difference of
you might not even be religion, but you would still fight for the ideology.
You want to stop
ایرانی اصیل هیچ وقت این کار نمی‌کرد. That's the difference, you motherfucker. A true Persian would never fight for you.
No, you call me motherfucker, and since I come from a good mom, I cannot stand you. If I have the power of conversation, I will send you to audience right now. I have the courtesy to inform you. Sorry, you can't be motherfucker. She can't be motherfucker. I cannot stand on the parent this accusation. If you say you can bring her back home. Did you see I could have said motherfucker? I think you don't, I brought you up because you called me motherfucker.
چرا؟
You see?
پوریا یه چیز دیگه است.
یه چیزی دیگه.
گناه داری.
What's gonna teach you? I have a fish head. You need me a fish head.
پس چی بگم؟
Good. You don't need to always say something. Good.
تو این کار نمی‌کنی. پوریا یه چیز دیگه است. اون ایران.
Okay. What is my problem with you? He is a gender, you are Iranian. But I am not asking.
نه ولی تو minority
I tolerate you on this stage. If I have the moderation power, I would tolerate you on this stage. But if you have the moderation power, you would have blocked me and removed me.
Why would you have moderation?
I would keep this discussion
I would
going.
never entertain this conversation.
You cannot the discussion ongoing. I can the discussion ongoing.
چرا؟
Because I am capable.
Of what?
Capable of tolerance. I am political commentator. You are just bullhead. You are asking in the head. You are making comment on
از من نکنه innocent دارم بیشتر چیز میخوام نشون بدم.
I cannot believe that I am having this discussion with you on this stage.
چرا؟
چون زیرا.
نه خب فکر میکنی من وطن خودم رو نمیشناسم؟ نه تو نمیشناسی. دلم برای نمیشناسه.
نه تو نمیشناسی. من تو.
ولی it's not a game by the way. یه خود بخاطر همین یه خوردم فروچلی بخاطر که نمیدونی چقدر سریس هستی
serious as that, really.
نه خیلی هم نیست. ولی چی بدبختیه؟ بیپولیه؟ یا no other options?
I love my country. You cannot understand that. You cannot understand because that level of patriotism comes from the homeland. I've never been.
Hi, Peter, how are you?
Hello.
Thank you. patriotism ایرانی بودنه.
What are you talking about, Billy, عزیزم؟
نمیدونم معدلم میسوزه.
چرا دلت میسوزه؟
به خاطر اینکه کشورم رو دوست دارم.
الان مشکل what's wrong with Peter؟ چی شده؟
پیتر هم دوست دارم.
Oh, interesting. You need to be discovered, or you still need to discover it.
ولی فکر میکنه این ولی you matter anymore than you would have the other way around. نه باطلت کردم.
I don't know what to say about to defend myself.
ولی حتما یه جسمی داری.
Yes.
ولی اونو مثل یه طول سو استفاده کردن استفاده کردن.
Hey,
دلم برای نیست.
no problem.
ولی میدونم وقتی یه نفر to this level میتونه very much باشه. You should easily have me killed.
Have you killed?
No, I mean you wouldn't. You don't care to be honest. It's not like you're gonna go and like round up.
Kidding you. Why should I? You cannot do shit. Why should I kill you?
Yeah, but that's where I like you, which is you have no idea.
Exactly, I have no idea about you. Yeah, exactly.
So it is you can't like. Today, وقتی شاه رفت چند نفر رو کشتن.
The king had the ultimate power in Iran at that time. When he left the country with his suitcases, he left them without their
He
guns.
didn't live with the suitcases.
And a couple of more suitcases.
Yeah. But he didn't run. He left them, and that's why he didn't come back.
They were
He ازش چیکار
because they didn't have a leader.
They asked him, do you want to stay and fight? He said, no, I'm not going to kill my own people.
But his own people was also military people were killed. What about the military people? Weren't they his people?
They were under his
They were under his command. They were killed. They left for the war. Or you would rather to die inside my homeland. Kill my army members. They kill. If they want to kill my army members, they first have to go through me. They first go through myself, then kill my army members. He was not in the level of command. But he had the power to save a lot of army members who were loyal to him. They were under his command. They lost their life because of me. They lost their life because he left just God. They did not use to get command from any other person. They were under his command He leaves him alone.
That's when the, what's it called? When something, the end justifies the means, or the means justify the end.
Okay.
Exactly just that.
If this is not justifiability, then you should have defended your army against those people who are destroying the order inside your country. Keeping the order is the first importance.
Just like that. Exactly.
That is to keep the order. That's justifiable.
That's pressure.
You are wrong.
That's how
If you are using that, that is for bigger cause, not for.
and it's not gonna work. And you're gonna come back to me.
I think that you don't understand what you're saying. That level of justifiability and reasonability is for the point that you keep.
Actually, آدم یه نفری رو بخواد برات بگی هیچ وقت تو اینو نمیفهم.
ببین چیزی رو بذار فارسی بگم بفهمی. میگم اگر تو میخواد این سطح دلیل رو بیاری که طرف میخواست برای دلیل بزرگتر یه چیز کوچیکتر رو فدا کنه، اولش باید اون قدرت خودش رو حفظ میکرد. میدونی قدرت خودش دلیل بزرگتر بود، نه اون چیزی که تو میگی.
اولین چیزی که خمینی گفت ما درباره ریس و کشور نیستیم، ما درباره ایدئولوژی هستیم. اون مردی که اینجوری میگفت.
Yes, Khomeini was a leader asshole that was let inside the country because of mismanagement of
mismanagement of people like you.
I was not planted in that town. I was not. My father was a child.
فکر نکن چند میلیون ایرانی هم تو اروپا بزرگ شدن، همه اینا برمیگردن.
Yeah, all of them later, and taking power leaves of Iran and make Iran the Islamic ally of the United States.
دیگه نمیذارم.
We would be the Islamic ally of the United States with these assets that we have all around the world. The Mullah cannot face us because we are not limited to one country. For example, if some of us are in the United Kingdom, some of us are in Germany, if the United Kingdom wants to misuse the intentions of Iranians inside their country. Let me address this clearly, then I will bring her up with him. She said about something touching in my heart, and this is about the population of Iranians outside the country. We are all around the world in different countries, and each country who wants to misuse the population of Iranians in their own politics when it comes to sacrifice and choose between those two interests. Iranians in the same country would interfere. You know, if United Kingdom wants to misuse Iranians in the land, the Iranians in Germany would support Iranians in the United Kingdom. And that goes to other places too, like United States and Europe. This is the point that I wanted to add. Can you have this level of reasoning? Are you more valuable asset than me or not? Did you listen to what I said?
حتما که هستم. ولی
You could have not done this.
خودت نمیدونی.
اصلا نفهمیدی چی
من هستم به خاطر هیچ کدوم و اگه نمیدونستی این کار رو نمی‌کردی.
ولی فکر میکنیم این کار داری الان میکنی بهتر از اینه که حرف من رو گوش کنی. First off, like, you didn't used to have these issues.
She got the problem when I guaranteed that I can't speak my part, then you have the chance to speak your part. She did not want me to have that chance. She left that because she could have understood that opportunity that I have.
She left or you removed her? Peter?
I did not even move to audience. She left.
What was happening?
I'm not sure what's happening. My hand was raised. I could have not opened the mouth. Did you see her? That's your face. Kitover.
Rihanna Bagridar. Where are we?
I think that if you have international diplomatic mission, your back civil would tolerate. Since this is international political stage, this is not important for you.
I don't really see that. Like, what's international about this?
I don't know. You say.
I mean, also, like, I don't care. Me taxi. Well, anyway, that's got nothing to do with it.
Escrit selon vote. Selon vote.
چی فکر میکنی؟
بابا بیا برو تو پارک یه 4 تا از این حرکت‌های کیوکوشی و کاراته بزن یه ذره سبک بشی اختر. برو یکم جفتک بنداز.
واقعا فکر نمی‌کنی اینا وقتشون تموم شده؟
Why not? They are ended. Mullah is going to be ended by Peter.
نه، مولا نمیگم. RNC ها.
IRGC is going to be ended by Peter.
نه، فکر نمی‌کنی اینا وقتشون تموم شده؟
Yes, I will end it. Somebody needs to end it. If it is game over, then somebody needs to announce that. I will announce that.
ازشون کسی دیگه نمونده. چی میگی؟ کی مونده؟ اونام که مونده اونایی اگه کسی مونده حتما باید بدونی که اونا بودن که بقیه رو ستاپ کردن. پیتر مگه تو با IRGC و جمهوری اسلامی هستی؟
بابا این داره شلوه دیگه. این اصلا کلا آدم مریضیه. مگه تو این اکانت رو میشناسی دیگه؟
نه.
She's sick. She's a hall.
یعنی چی داری حرف میزنی؟
اومده بود به چینیه میگفت به کره میگفت که چینی اصلا در مورد ایران نظر نده بعدش جنوبش تفاوتی کرده بود و این فرد چینی
هنسن کره نیست. فکر میکنه من همه اینجور شد.
You don't know the difference between China and South Korea.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Exactly. You need to Google it. That is not for this stage. That is for kindergarten.
ندید پوتین رو چیکار کردم.
آخه شروعه من تو اولین دشمن پوتین دارم زندگی میکنم مگه من دشمن آلمان بودم مگه مثلا با پوتین بودم مگه من اینجا بودم شما رو دکت کردیم
چی نداشتم
دارم نبید دیگه قضایی سیاست رو
مگه سیاست دارم complicated. If it works, or it doesn't.
یه بار بازی تو کن یه بار کبرکای بازی کن
Or what? خب داریم حرف میزنیم.
آخه واقعا داری حرفای سبک میگی بیبی برای مسیج نیست واقعا میگم به تو من
سبکش چیه؟ Why don't you just agree with me?
I am speechless. I don't know from which front I answer you because is not the level of response that I was expecting to make, the level of reasonability for this stage, to defend a country with this logic. They will come and misuse us again. With this level of mindset that you have, with this sharpness that you have, you are not for that stage. I promise you.
نه بیشتر بخاطر تو میگم تا برای خدا. تا جوان ایران هستی whatever. اگه کشور آدم های خودش نمیتونن توی عرب بشینن like straight up درباره بعضی چیزا حرف بزنن، این یک گاورمنت هلفیه.
Cutting from the just remember to ask this or should I answer this? Or
میخندم
because you put me in the position of IOGC and you think that you are the smartest.
بگم به چی؟ بعدم
میکنی باهوشی نه؟
باهوشی درباره چی هست؟
میخوام مثلا ذکاوت بکنی بگی این چیز چیزه مثلا بگی
نه من
چون که IOGC هست بیاد
نه من فقط بگم اگر اوکی میخوای یه چیز دیگه بگم. من دلم میسوزه که این آدمایی که انقدر کیپبیلیتی داشتن برای بعضی چیزا اگه یه جوری درست اینو استفاده کرده بودم به نفع کشورش، به نفع وطناش. Like, wouldn't that be better for them? ترکی but that's fine, it's cute. خب همه با هم صحبت میکنم. چند صحبت کنم. ولی نمیتونی جوانان خودتون اینجوری بکشی. هیچ کدوم کشور این کار میکنه؟ حالا هر چقدر مسلمون باشی یا هر چی باشی باید ادبت بکنی که این اصلا it's really something else. ولی that's the problem with ideology, unfortunately. ولی فکر کنیم وقتی رژیم عوض میشه you think it's going to be any different? فرق میکنه؟
خیلی فرق میکنه. ببینیم کدوم دوره بچگی کردی.
ایرانی هستم.
جان؟
جون هرچیت ایرانی هستم.
خب منم ایرانی هستم. 33 سالم داری. چقدر چی دوره به سن ایرانی هستی؟
پس خیلی خوبش کار میکنی.
خوبی تو همینه که باید زیاد حرف نزنی، بری اونجا فقط ببینی چی میگن. محصل هستی دیگه، میتونی محصلت رو استفاده کنی اگه حرفی کامنت درست بگیرن. بری از محصلت استفاده کنی.
نه فقط میگم بهتر از این نیست که ادامه بکنم.
فارسی هم بلد نیستی آخه چی تو بگم؟
انگار اصلا بیخیالی.
برای جالب نیستش من الان میتونم تو رو ریموف کنم و هیچ کدوم نمیکنم، اونی که میتونم بکنم الان.
فکر میکنه اگه من فکر میکردم میتونستی کاری بکنی این کانورسیشن رو
اگه میخوای چلنجم کنی ببینی میتونم یا نمیتونم میکنم. میخوای امتحان کنی، میخوای ببینی چلنج میخوای بکنی که من میتونم ریموف کنم یا نه. اگه میخوای اینو چلنج کنی بکن.
فکر میکنی already here Germany دیپورتت میکنه همین حرف که زدی. فکر میکنی سمارت هست.
دیپورت میکنه ها جالبه. آخه بیشعور من مقیم اینجا، منم تو بیشتر اینجا حرف دارم خاطر تو من دیپورت کنه. چقدر شومپیتی.
واقعا خوری ها. چرا دروغ میگی؟
چه دروغی من تو رو بگم؟ من چه دروغی رو میگم؟
هیچ که فارسی
Exactly. And you are using that language to misuse others, huh? Not let them know what you are saying because you are not based on your goals. You want to use.
اگه من فارسی صحبت بکنم اگه نکنم به انگلیسی تو میتونی این چیزا رو بگی.
You cannot say. I can speak in the PhD level. I'm studying the PhD level in English.
PhD چی خوندی تو؟
من چیزهای زیادی خوندم. ببینی یه چیز من 33 سالم هست. 5 سالگی دارم میخونم. از زمان زیزیگلو به بعد نمیدونم دیدی یا نه. من دیگه دارم درس میکنم. از زیزیگلو تا الان.
دو دقیقه طول کشید.
به خاطر همون از پرسیدم شمسه بده. خواستم بگیم زیزیگلو اینا یادتون یا نه؟ فکر کنم مثلا حتی اطلاعات رو پوفیو.
چی گفتی؟ گفتی پوفیوز؟
آره داده پوفیو. اما پوفیوز به اطلاعات تا چه نیازی دارم. میخوام ببینم چه بچه میده کارتونا شدن.
نه من خواستم اطلاعات تو رو بسم.
تو بیای منو ترور کنی من میذارم تو منو ترور کنی.
من چیکار به تو دارم؟
چون بالاخره یه سری چیزا هست که
هزار تا مثل تو
ادب اجازه نمیده بگم.
کی به کی اجازه نمیده؟
ادب به من اجازه نمیده یه سری چیزا رو بگم وجود بدم متاسفم.
ما فوش بدی؟
نه یه سری ریزگی میکنم به دلایلی بیارم دیگه زده دیگه برای استیج نیست دیگه.
خب
برای
کسی
پیش
نمیخواد.
زده
نه مثلا چی میتونی بگی؟
خب این برای استیج گفتم که برای استیج نیست. الان نخواستم بگم.
میخوای بگی جده هستم.
نه دیگه بگم نظراتم روح پوست کرده بگم نمیتونم اخلاق اجازه نمیده، سیاست هم اجازه نمیده. آقای رو که گوش کردیم بگم
تعریفم بکنی؟
نه نظرم رو بگم، نه یه نظراتی دارم نمیتونم بگم، نمیدونم چی نمیفهمی؟
نه اصلا
یه نظراتی دارم با همون دیگه تا توی شرایط
نه تو میتونی چه نظری داشته باشی
ولی اینجا جلگاه نداره.
به جز تعریف کردن چه نظری میتونی داشته باشی؟
یه نظراتی که تحقیر نیست ولی بر اساس واقعیت یه جوری تو بشنویش جالبه برات، ولی نمیدونم جالبه یا نه، ولی یه جاهایی رو تاف میکنه که نشمیده قبلا.
کجا؟
تاف میکنه اگه قرار بود بگم این هم داستان نمیگفتم، اونو میگفتم دیگه.
اونو نمیخواستی بگی ولی گفت
نگفتم دیگه، هنوز نگفتم خیال تو رو بگم من جالب شد باشه.
چجا؟
نمیدونم چی دارم. تو فکر میکنی اینا فارسی نمیفهم، اینا بهتر که فارسی میفهم، فارسی هم بگم میفهم.
چی فهم؟
شما
دیگه آره داریم با هم حرف میزنیم.
آره داریم توی پارک حرف میزنیم.
فکر نمیکنه نرسی پروفایل ببینی، فکر میکنه اولین RGC هستی باش صحبت میکنم. رفتم تو اتاقشون تازه دوستم داشتم.
خب به خاطر همونه دیگه، اونا فکر میکنی که
اونا فکر تو هم دوست داری؟
میبرن و پوش میکنن. دیدی؟ اینا توی اینجا دستشون بهت نمیرسه دوست دارن. من دارم روی کپوس کرده بهت میگم دستشون میرسه میکردن.
نه تو داره کی رو میکنه؟
بابا اون آیا ریختی رو میگم دستش به تو نرسیده، مهربونه، از دور مهربونه، تو رو بگیره میکنه. من دارم راستشو میگم به تو. الان فکر میکنی اینم دارم اون حرفای دیگه هم بگم مثل همونه بلانته بعد برات جالبه، میدونی این ولی واقعیته. همین که میگم واقعیت تو رو من میگم. برو از بابات بپرس الان داره از پشت خط به تو میخنده، بگیرتت میکننده. من دارم به تو میگم و اون نظر دیگه هم مثل همینه، واقعیته. ولی جاش توی دستت نیست.
ولی فکر میکنه وقتی رژیم عوض میشه اونا اینا رو نمیکنن.
بابا این آمریکایی ها که نمیرن فیزیکی بکنن، اونا واقعا میکنن، یعنی کردن رو میگم. میدونی کردن یعنی چی؟
فکر میکنه ایرانی رو قبول
شروع کنه. تاریخ فرق میکنه. من معلومه نمیکنم یه نفر که به زورم بگسته چون بخواب بتونم بکنم برم بندازم. چی میگی تو؟ اینجا جام نبود که من تو بریم شبم ده بگیرم.
ولی تمام اینه که بهتری نکن. ولی بعضی ها رو
بهتری نکنی.
خیلی بهتر نکنی. به خاطر که اگه نکنی بیشتر تعارض داریم، ولی وقتی کردی باید هم بشی دیگه.
خب میتونی با چیز دیگه بشی، مثلا با چوب بشی، نباید بری فروش کنی. مثلا این من میدونم خودت مهم نیستی، الان خیلی اونو بکنی مگه تو الان داری نمی کنی؟
نه
خودت چی؟ خودی گاهی چی؟
نه اینجوری حرف نزن. یعنی
دیدی الان من بخوام اون نظر دیگه من بگم به همین جا
داشتم پالیتیک حرف میزنی.
خب دیگه بس من پالیتیک با تو صحبت چه دارم؟ تو چی میگونه رو نمیدونی.
خب چینا کاره
همه چی میکنه رو بیاد بگیرم.
ولی کجاست؟
Let's speak English for now. You're a good boy, Peter. Thank you.
ولی فکر میکنه چرا آمریکا انرال شده؟
She asked the reason why the United States is involved in
Oh, we're just talking politics. Finally, I got the real Peter. I told you.
I just posted a video that the shooter talking in an interview.
very fantastic city.
I've only been to Hamburg.
Hamburg is even better. Hamburg is even better because it is a port.
No, Berlin is like very,
I became part of Berlin. Berlin became part of me. I am inseparable. I would never ever leave here, even after the revolution.
I mean, Berlin doesn't mess around.
I would never ever leave here. Go out of Berlin.
What about Munich?
Munich is good, but Berlin is another is a capital. Munich is very good at technology. Berlin is much bigger, metropolitan.
Yeah. Isn't Thailand in Berlin at the moment?
Yes, the Berliner people are hospitable to everybody, even that high profile politicians. They don't afraid easily.
And now, are you disappointed Trump lived?
Trump believed what there was another assassination attempt on Trump.
Well, the gunman didn't get close, but I think that was his objective.
What happened? There's news? I haven't even looked at the news.
You haven't heard?
No, what happened?
There was a gunman at the White House Correspondents' Dinner who ran through the metal detector with a shotgun and nice handgun, and he got shot down. There's like 6 shots, but he survived. But they had to cancel the event, and they had to whisk Trump away. The Secret Service came up and grabbed him and rushed him off the stage.
Damn, y'all MAGAs really want Trump dead now. Y'all feeling agree that he pulled. You guys are like Joe Rogan and all the podcast words. You guys are not waiting.
But that's the culprit.
Ain't no California link that some MAGA person trying to kill. I bet you.
No.
I don't even know, but I'm sensing that's what it is.
I mean, wasn't he like a mixed race?
Yeah, his mom's white, his dad's black. He's a teacher in California. He went to Caltech, which is a very good school. He's 31 years old.
So we're seeing
Married, triangle, he's a loner.
Yeah, he's left.
Sound like a MAGA, sound like a Democrat that used to be a MAGA. Voting for Trump, expecting Trump to change the world for all his promises, and he disappointed them.
If Trump did get shot and killed, would you be secretly happy?
No, why?
No, are you being honest right now?
I'll be honest. I am indifferent. Unlike you guys who want to, I mean, it is what it is. Trump is who he is. It's not like I didn't know who Trump was. Listen, my wife kind of encountered Trump once. My wife was in college, undergrad. She worked for, I don't know to mention the guy's name. And he used to host a lot of parties in New York. And then, so Trump got a friend of his to get him invited to the party as a plus. He went to the party. So the friend called my wife and was telling my wife, hey, I have a friend of mine who's coming, blah, blah, blah. His name is, Donald, whatever, Trump. My wife was like, okay, so my wife ended up putting his name on the list. My wife was responsible for putting the list. She was like the assistant to the guy.
Yeah, but he's a reality show host. But
that's before that.
Elected by American people straight up.
Hold on, baby, hold on. Let me get to it. So when Trump showed up, my wife's boss looked at her and said, how the fuck did he get on the list? And that's in the fucking that's in the fucking 90s. Like, how the fuck did he get on the list? And my wife goes, well, call and take him on the list. He goes, that's the last motherfucker in New York I want ever invited to one of my parties. This is a fucking creep. So that's my wife's personal interaction with Trump.
Why do you think he got elected?
Because Americans are racist and they thought that Trump would be the white savior. Trump is the white savior. He's a call. Every time black people make any progress in America, they have what you call, the backlash, the whiplash or white lash, they call it. White people say, oh fuck, we're losing this motherfucker. The brown and the black people are taking over. Really? All the wealth in America is still concentrated at the top. Black and brown people are not that rich except for celebrities and whatnot. But somehow white people don't hear that. Somehow black people and brown people want to take all the wealth. So they get very antsy and they vote in racist people. A la Germany and Hitler. But the Jews will own everything. That's what happens. That's America. It's easy to blame somebody's race and hatred versus playing on, hey, let's all get together and guess what? Fight the rich man, because the rich man is the one benefiting from the tax code, and poor people are the ones actively squeezed. But poor people are so stupidly
Obama was a good president.
Oh, no, Obama was an okay president. He wasn't a great president. I would say he was a great president because he didn't give universal health care in the way it was supposed to be. He let a whole bunch of people make amendments to it, but it became some other fucking useless. It's a healthcare policy that some people who had healthcare didn't have. Who didn't have healthcare got healthcare. But a true awesome health, they could create a true awesome healthcare policy. Because listen, I'm a retired military. I'm on like three healthcare plans. Well, 4 already. When I look at my job, I got TRICARE, I can go to military installations, I can go to the VA.
But you said experience, but good intentions is enough to be the most powerful country in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think America is the most powerful country in the world anymore. I think China is technology. When you look at the technology spend, R&D, America's kind of lost its way because look now, China is on parity, but for dollar cost averaging, they surpass us in research and development. Anytime that happens in the world that we live in, that country now becomes the dominant superpower. And China will be the dominant superpower because America do not spend on R&D like it used to. And the government used to lead a lot of that R&D spend in America. That's why we're able to...
Based on the ideology.
No, not ideology. It was based on the advancement. We had goals. We wanted to go to the moon. So you know how much technology is derived from that? We wanted to do this, we wanted to do that. There are a lot of commercial and military applications, dual use, what you call dual use technology.
You're an American, Edwin.
Yes, I am an American with an accent because I am from a special place in America that I can go back to where there's majority black people. It's the U.S. Virgin Islands. Why are you ask me that? Because you're not even American. I'm wild, you know. Why do you think I'm not American? Because you never heard American with an accent?
I don't know. Usually, if you're like some citizen or you live somewhere, and you kind of like, you like to be there.
No, I liked America so much. I served. I spent 23 years in the military defending America. I went to war. 6 years of my life.
I was having the same conversation with Peter.
So the point is that I have the right to and my criticism of America is that we've kind of lost our way. We're no longer the beacon on the hill. We're acting like bullies and we're not getting anything back for it, but just hatred around the world. People are literally hating Americans now. And before we were the most liked, no matter where we go in the world, people adore us. That's no longer the case. Right?
I love you, ML. I love you.
Well, I'm not agreeing with anything you're saying, no wrong, but I'm being honest about how I view the world, and because I like you guys.
Someone said you were smart.
So I travel a lot, and I work internationally, so I go to a lot of countries, and you obviously I have conversations with a lot of the locals who work for me, and they always bring up politics because Trump is always. As soon as people find out that you're an American, it was direct straight to Trump. Don't pass, go Trump. And they want you to explain to them why they thought so much about America and then we elect Trump. They're lost, they're confused, and they want you as an American to explain, to deconstruct what happened. Because they cannot seem to want it, they cannot
Where you going?
He told the truth, and the truth hurts. He just told the truth. Something.
I'm wondering it's always good to get an insight into how people feel.
I had a coworker text me a couple days ago. I haven't spoken to her in over a year. Former coworker. She's Somalian Muslim, and she was like, "Fuck you for voting for Trump and ruining my life, you asshole." And she sent an article about the DOJ trying to take away citizenship from naturalized citizens, and I was like, "I don't understand." She's like, "Of course you don't understand." I was like, "Okay, what do you want to explain?" And she goes, "No." And I was like, "All right, well, sorry, whatever you're going through." But, you know, I have no regrets.
Trump exposes the ugly warts of America that exist even when he's not in power. And the world.
And in what way?
He just makes them more visible. They've always been there. He didn't do anything.
No, I fully agree with you, but in what way?
I mean, you need to ask. She's so viral and so triggering, so magnetic.
He shut the border down. He's deporting illegals. I don't like this thing with Iran, though. I think that's where he went wrong. It's probably going to ruin his legacy.
Where did Trump go wrong? Because Trump did something wrong for you?
Yeah, he's done.
I think the whole Iranian thing is going to go exactly to plan. It's going to work exactly the way it's been fully planned. Like, not even just Israel or America, but you'll find like Germany is also quite eager to move because Europe also needs, they also want to eat. So it's like, I think sometimes, like, you are very myopic in your ways of thinking that you're right. Isn't that great that it will ambush you the most?
Are you cool with Go?
I mean, we are right. I mean, but why?
Because it's not a big deal. I'm not trying to start some shit, but
Then also you have to start considering. It's like, what
are you gonna start? You like to come tell people?
What people that are we letting into our friend base? Like, what are they?
I'm not carrying any message for them.
It's like you also have to consider that conversation is going to start coming up at some point.
I'm gonna wait for BB to stop talking. So basically there was a room that was talking about the military people were money. Your name came up, and he was so salty that you got your shit together. It was crazy. It was like they're just haters, you're established. You sound like an established dude. You can tell by the way you carry yourself. You're balanced. You got your shit together. So salute to you, bro.
Well, I think I'll be like. I've been
in all this money.
So you plan something out and you kind of like make it a little bit vulnerable so you can give it the most exposure. You kind of let it fail so it looks like it's not working, but in the background, it's kind of really,
BB's having a long conversation with himself right now.
Yeah, I'm still like God would care if all that's money. That's weird.
What conversation you're trying to start there?
No, it was about just how much sometimes people in the military can make, and he was really he was kind of tripping. Damn, people can make $300,000 or whatever, and then your name came up. He was hating, but it's not a big deal.
Nah.
He was just mad. They mad that you can't get it. I understand. Like issues.
It's like Peter here. He's Persian, right? It's like he's managed to fool everyone to think he's the cutest liberating Iran, whatever. It's like I just see operating the whole time.
Peter's IRGC.
some people you just think, you know, you couldn't. But then also maybe that's your, what's it called? Your niche.
Hey, Bibi, are you Israeli?
But I mean, it should not take me like 2 minutes one-to-one to figure that out.
She's Iranian living in
So she's full of regime change and she's in LA.
No, she's in London, I thought.
Iranians in London? That's a faster. LA, I can do it.
I don't believe, really. No, I'm joking.
I used to work with an Iranian Jew actually. If she was in the United Kingdom, she was much more politically aware than this. She would have recognized the difference between China and South Korea. The other guy in the other room, we moved there because of, she said that it is related.
You said that Hansen is Korean. Isn't Hansen
He was
Chinese?
from South Korea. He was from South Korea. She did not understand the difference between political.
Hansen is Chinese.
She's in the day. She's in his life.
Korean is not political.
She does not have any idea what's going on in the world. So Viva, every time Trump is losing in the polls, he brings up somebody to try to assassinate him. I mean, and that rallies the MAGAs. I think that's a trend. Think about it, Viva.
Yeah, but I wasn't happy with Epstein files, how he all of a sudden acted like he didn't get Blake. You know, that was a part of his campaign.
I know, that was wild to me. He's telling me, I know you're dumb fucks, ready to believe that, but it's the Democrats. They don't want to say that. We didn't see anything about Epstein files. Like you guys had out of your fucking head. I was like, are they really gonna fall for that?
If you say you're gonna do something, you fucking do it. You don't just all of a sudden act like, what are we talking about? That's a hoax. Why are we talking about the Epstein file? No, you said you would release it.
You see guys in Elon Musk when he said that Trump's in the Epstein file.
Well, I mean, he's in the files. I don't think he did anything wrong.
And if I have to take a bet on if Trump did something wrong, knowing what I know about him, I would say he did something wrong.
Well, okay, let me rephrase.
I don't think so. Temptation. Hey, they say don't lead me to the Trump always finds temptation.
I'm sure he did plenty wrong, but I'm talking about illegal. I don't think he did anything illegal. As far as that.
You're not gonna go.
No, you cannot be that close to Epstein and don't do anything wrong. I believe Bill Gates did some shit wrong.
It's like someone like you. I feel like you say it because you somehow believe you're wrong.
You have any self-control? Because you like having a conversation with yourself about.
No, because you're too stupid to understand. It's not gonna work for you, and in the long run, it's gonna like damage you even more. It's gonna set you back much further. That you should have a conversation yourself that I'm trying to protect you.
She's projecting. She's talking.
I think you have a conversation with Alan. So Viva, man, what else, man? The war. Are you in favor of the war?
I'm the war.
America first.
I'm torn because if we struck Iran for our interests, then I'm okay with it. But I wouldn't be against it so far. But if we did it for Israel, then I have a huge problem with it. But I don't know what the case is.
I've kind of come to realize, but then I shouldn't tell you because if I told you, then could you make a difference?
Maybe do one for me. Who are you talking to and what are you talking about?
Okay, so this.
How many shots of tequila have you had? Tell the truth.
I haven't had any drinks. But I have plenty of.
I think she is on the social standard stuff.
Alright, but anyway, that's like, but why should I say it? somebody else is going to be more dishonest than you, always. Okay, so that's one element. But then, you know, we also have like the addict within America who's also pushing to take over somehow your spot. And by trying to be exactly not like you and be like a little bit but then as Americans, it's like you really don't want that because, you know, you let them 1 foot inside, they're gonna like fucking colonize you. So somehow that's somehow a deterrent to kind of like keep that there.
Are you in Afghanistan, Bibi? You sound like you're in a giant pocket.
Yeah, but this is when, you know, stupid people try and like rule the world. And they kind of like, you know, deliver it. I mean, it's like somehow just like landed it. But anyways, so for like the Americans, it's like at this point, just okay, so how are we dealing with the black community? Because it's like when we need them the most, they're kind of like letting us down the most. Like, oh, we have megas like this and this and that. But then again, isn't that better? Because that way, it's kind of a deterrent towards like the Hispanics to somehow utilize if there was any.
Do you freebase your
project there? So you know, like either way. But the thing is, for the Americans, because they kind of like actually the people, they kind of like lost touch of how to, you know, consciousness, but also because they've grown, you know, they kind of like feel a bit guilty, but at the same time, but the thing is, it is what it is.
industrial? Something's going on.
So why not just be aware of it, like we should. As you probably always have been, but I mean, you can reject it all you want. It's not going to make a difference. It's probably going to even help the cause even more. But for the American rights, it's like it's just about dealing with it in a different way. And once you see it for what it is, and you stop like looking at it because you think it could be something else, it can be something else, but not necessarily what you need from it. And but then that's because you have good intentions. You're like, hang on a second, you know? We kind of like grew up together. We almost came here at the same time. Why like hindering us and trying to, but that also happens for a reason.
Bibi, can I ask you a serious question, Bibi?
But it's always the good intentions
Bibi.
that will benefit.
Bibi.
And it's always about. So, you know, it's like we're not bad people to each other.
How do you say each other when you cannot distinguish between countries?
Exactly.
You know the difference of countries. How do you know the difference of people?
But we're not bad people to each other if we don't know how to manage what needs our management in the right way, rather than in the wrong way. Yeah, because you know you can also be a perfectly nice person.
What is the right way? First clarify that.
I mean, someone like Korea, you know, but that's part of me. That's a person.
You can also
I can deal with that.
a narcissist.
Deal with that. But you, I take responsibility. responsibility for. It's like the whites with the leftists. So, and it's through people like this, someone like Peter, you find this out.
What did you find out, Rami? What do you think that you found out? You think that you know something?
I knew from first minute.
Okay, let us know. You have told me.
But you didn't bother me. You didn't bother me. Because I thought it's like, you know exactly that you and I are not the same. You play that game because I am who I am.
Exactly. You are just generalizing the bullshit.
And
you are not specific in this point. You are just
it's not a game. It's exactly how they look at you.
It is not a game. When it is
you think it's a game against me, but they already see you as an idiot.
No, universe. It is something special. It is not real. It's not a universe. It is really dangerous. It is good.
But Germany, maybe in Britain you should get rid of it.
You know, West Side Road.
Germans, they'll speak from that like within a second. Why do you think they let you through?
Because I have a good asset. I was worth bringing from Tehran to Berlin for them. They assess their risk. This is their homeland.
Yes, because
this
you
is
are
German home.
collateral.
This is the homes of Germans, and they saw the risk that
they
are
justify to their own
risk.
people to attack
Also, President
by letting people like you in.
Gave me the opportunity to become a moderator.
Exactly, but they wanted
in my country, man.
They were not fully exposed. Do you think they are like people who really smart in?
Did you say I can mute you? You cannot talk over me. You should listen. I told you that they assess the risk for their homeland. When they want to let anybody inside Germany, they don't take any suggestions from any country. This is their ultimate sacred land for Germans. When they let you in, they assess everything beforehand. I promise you, this keeps them in the highest level of credibility assessment in the whole world. They are one of the top tier credibility assessors of the whole world. You want to question them, right? First go and find out the difference between China and South Korea. Now tell me the reason. I pulled my card. You can continue from on. If I get silent, you can just push it below. What if I start defending myself? You have no chance for this again.
Baby, how do you feel about white women that use drugs on Clubhouse? What's your opinion?
این مثل پشت دستی بود باید حرف نزنی معرفت دیگه تو حرف نپر دیگه میگه
Are you a dope too?
Sorry, Tony, I couldn't get your question.
Are you on drugs like people?
No. What I am cooking lunch, I am hungry.
We gotta get up for Bibi. We gotta help her.
Yes, we need to help her first. She needs a couple of coffee to get to her best state in this moment. Then we can continue the discussion with she's on this moment.
because I tell the truth. I think that she has problems with a lot of people. Only problem with her. She has problems. We gotta fix her. We can fix her. Yes, if she wants. If she's not willing to. If she's insisting on this BS, we cannot do anything. But that depends on the willingness. You know, where are you from? I am from Iran, Tehran, and currently living in Germany since 2020 October. Oh wow, that's amazing. Thank you very much. I was really honored to deserve coming from Tehran to Berlin, and when they gave me the visa, that was the biggest moment for me that to realize my value. That gave me some kind of confidence that, for example, when you see that they ask you to come and join us from Tehran to Berlin, this gave me some confidence. I'm not sure if I'm right or not, but this makes me sure that I have done something good in their lives. What did you do to reach your reason? I studied civil engineering for bachelor. I studied masters of industrial management, and I was a PhD student in Iran. In the PhD entrance exam, I had the 200th placement in the whole country, and I had the experience in the field too, in the field of architecture. I was working in the time of studying masters and PhD, and during some gaps in between, I had found time during the COVID to build a three-story building in north of Iran, which was truly economical for my family. From scratch to the end of the project, they were just financing as much as materials, and the other things were handled by that level of expenses. The other parts, the engineering parts, they did not have to be. And that is the biggest thing on my resume to get the admission from Technical University of Berlin. And since 2023, I am in Berlin and studying that civil systems engineering for second masters. Because my first master was industrial management, and this was related to my first bachelor. Why don't you come to China? We can get a lot of experience in industrial management, a lot of big projects. We need you. In Thailand, China. There's a lot of jobs, a lot of money. Also, Germany has a good engineering reputation, and it is, in fact, safe for me to stay here too. It is more safer than China for me, and it is more. They value humanity much more than Chinese, I think. Even though Chinese people are also good people, they are intelligent and they are progressive. However, I was thinking that Germany is the top tier in this. I see Germany as good as United States somehow, but much smaller. United States has a much bigger territory, but in the area of wisdom, I saw them using their maximum capacity when they want to act on something. They use their own best version. This is very respectable. You're too political. You're thinking too much about politics. If you come to China, you have bigger projects, real industrial management projects to work on, the biggest in the world. I am one
young person, and I don't need that to be participant in the biggest project of the world. Yes, thank you.
So many opportunity in Germany too.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, even better than USA.
Somehow they are equivalent because you can find also good opportunities in the United States. If you are a good civil engineer, you can find opportunities there too.
Yeah, I tell that because I live in Germany too. I think you know me or not. We were in the other rooms before. Did you remember?
Yes, I know your profile, but when you said you know me, maybe I was thinking.
Yeah, we were chatting in Farsi.
Do we know each other in person because we don't have profile photo?
No. Just in Clubhouse.
Yes, I'm happy to take.
Mommy, you're Iranian?
Yeah. I'm from Iran, Tehran, but living in Germany.
Wow, Peter, I thought you were the only one.
I think that she is a voice, based on what we discussed now. She is wiser than people, much wiser.
I think the smartest people in the world, many times they're borderline retarded.
But I don't need to be a participant in the biggest project of the world, even if China is proposing the biggest project to me. Because my capacity is clear, I need to use my own capacity to work the benefits of the projects that I am involved in. And Germany can provide that for me. And Germany is my choice. I choose here to stay. But I also don't have any problem with China and they respectable have toward this level of progress.
Can you still do projects in Iran for the people, for the civilians, for the citizens?
I have the choice, but I would based on two conditions. First, we need to make sure that if we build something, it is not going to be exploded again and it is safe. Safety comes first here in Germany, and I learned that if it is going to be penetrated after my construction by some dumbasses who do not belong in that to the progress of the project, who were not going to be the intended users of that place. And if it is going to be used against my people, I would rather not to stop that project, and I would rather to ignore the profit of that project. But if the safety is ensured, why not? The second thing is that if they want me, I need to have the choice to be able to survive if they don't want me. Because they are not predictable people. They say something now, they will change the idea 1 hour later. And somebody promised you something, but the other person denies that in the chain of hierarchy. And they do not even obey the direct managers sometimes. So this needs to be, these two conditions, if these are satisfied, I would go there for sure. I would use my connections in Germany to let them have the latest technology of construction that Germany provides to its market. And this is some kind of progress that would ensure our existence forever. Because we need to have this bilateral relationship with all the world to make it impossible for those hostile countries to put our existence into danger. They were counting on extincting us. They were thinking that this is the investment they would come and invest in the politics of Iran, they would extinct Iranians, then it is their property. And they are saying it like that. We have invested, now you should accept the extinction. That's hostile countries would be neutral with these bilateral relationships. We shouldn't be forced to use the ultimate threat that we can make to ensure our existence. For example, I shouldn't be forced to use the threat language that if Mullah is not out of the politics, they would explode this planet out of the orbit. Why should I use this level of reasonability in the first level of management of the world? If this is going to be this simple, if these Russians are going to see it like that, it doesn't work to keep this planet, in my point of view. And in the future, this was the last time that I'm willing to use this reasonability. I don't want it to come to this point. I want them to sit in their own places and know what that is. They should have known this before. I shouldn't have had to make these threats. Who did they think they are? I cannot believe they were positioned like that. They were thinking like that. I cannot believe that. They were thinking that they could come and take over Tehran, and then they would take over the whole Middle East. These Russians dumps. I cannot believe this. This is too heavy for me to process.
So there's a TV show. It's called The Muppets. Famous show called The Muppets. TV show, movie. There's a character called Beaker. His name is Beaker. He's a scientist. And you have a future. You could be like the human version of Beaker. Look up The Muppets and Beaker. No one understands what he says, but we all know he's a genius, and he's a really great scientist. He's Beaker. Peter is very smart. Thank you very much. Matt, you must meet some interesting people in these spaces, man. You've been here forever. You're the GOAT. Matt cool. Alright. Yeah, there's a lot of characters, that's for sure. Anything else that I should know about? Any other people come through along? No. You've been here the whole time. Yeah. BD and Peter. The stars. Are you on Twitter, Matt? There's someone that uses your photo on Twitter. I just wonder if it's you. No, it's not me. No. Okay. So, what do you make of what happened last night? Long. Like, what are your thoughts? Oh, the assassination? Yeah. We gotta get some better shooters, man. Oh, shit. That's nasty work. I mean, no, seriously, at least shoot the stage or something. This dude is terrible. It's trash. I mean, if you're gonna do it, step up your game, man. That was right. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on, bro. I think that all the American presidents have had assassination attempts. Reagan, I'm trying to remember Carter. It happens, man. It happens. Yeah, there's been a few. We were going through them a little bit last night. Surprisingly, there's been a few, yeah. Just in general, you know. Does anyone even know, like, when you shoot? Like, did he
Secret Service agent, but that agent, I guess, survived miraculously, right? That's kind of interesting. Because of the bulletproof vest they had, supposedly.
Well, he shot that one fast. I remember that. The footage of him running through the lot. It was pretty.
Yeah, that was a little speed demon on that one. It was flying through.
I don't know, dude. I can't call it. I don't know if it's real, if it's fake. I really don't know. Nothing to say. I feel sorry for America, bro. I really do. I feel sorry. I don't feel good vibes coming back home. And I don't know what else to say. I don't know anything bad happened to Americans, but it just doesn't seem like good energy. It just doesn't seem like good energy.
You don't think we'll ever have that energy back, or what?
Never say never. Things change, man. Never say never. I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't underestimate America. It's a great country, great people, great resources. Everything can change. It can go either way. It really can. There's room for improvement, and there's still opportunity to improve. I don't think it's better off than a lot of other countries, but we have some issues.
When were you last here? Like, how long ago has it been?
2019, I was
Okay.
just before the pandemic.
That's getting up there. I mean, it's almost, it's basically 6 years,
Yeah.
Maybe more.
No passion to come back, bro. Not now. Just zero passion. Maybe if it was a great opportunity, but not feeling the vibes, bro. He's a pretty chill child right now. Just chilling, man. Just chilling. Pretty safe. The money's coming back over here because of the Middle East situation. All the Arabs are coming over here. Everyone's putting their money back in Asia.
They feel safe in China? That's trying to say. Yeah.
Much more than the Middle East. No one's buying over here, buddy. It's not gonna happen.
Is Trump still meeting with you folks? I don't even know if that's still on. I don't even know.
I think it is. There are people that think it's not happening. Honestly.
Right. That's what I heard.
I think it's going down. The ambassador said it is on his Twitter. So I don't see why it wouldn't. How do you feel about Venezuela? Do you think it was right to kidnap Maduro?
I mean, if I'm going to be doing anything that's has anything to do with the military, that's how you should do it. I mean, I'll say that. Whether or not we should have done it's like a different story, I don't know. I mean, I guess he did have his outstanding charges, but I don't know. I mean, like I said, like if we're gonna do something, that's how you do it. I don't want like military troops coming into the country and doing that or whatever, but I don't know. I mean, it's tricky business, so I don't know. Like, there's probably, obviously, there's a lot more stuff going on too behind the scenes that we probably don't know too, But, in terms of like actual operation, that's like how I would want my business done if I'm going to be doing anything.
Well, how did they do it? I heard that they bombed the airport, the radars, and then they went in and extracted them with like some military force.
Yeah, I mean, if I could do every quote unquote war that way, I would do it in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? If I had my choice, I wouldn't want
send U.S. soldiers in there to do it, like a whole bunch, or tanks or whatever, Not, I don't think we do it just for that reason, but I'm just saying in general, if I could do that over in Iran without even bombing like what we've been doing, then I would do it too. I mean, I have no problem with the actual operation.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was talking. Oh yeah, you asked about Venezuela.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it happened before Iran, not after.
Right, but he was asking how do I feel about it, actually doing it.
I mean, wasn't the Venezuelan people happy about it?
Yeah, Long. What do you say to that?
Have they stolen anything from the Venezuelan people?
They stole the president and his wife. That's as crazy as it gets. The biggest most popular is the leader of the country. They violated their sovereignty. I don't know. Bad karma. Be careful when your leader comes up missing. Don't cry when it happens.
It's been happening for years. That's things happened to it. Who do you think they led this from?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And then it's thing the West is gonna sit there and be like, oh yeah, we're gonna play nice, but you can do whatever you want. Oh, you can do Ukraine, you can do COVID, you can do 7th of October, whatever. But we're gonna just sit here and we're just gonna let you do whatever you want to us, so we can be good democratic white people.
Oh, you're playing victim now.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, you're playing victim now. Alright, okay. I get it.
But even if they would, there would be other countries who'd be hang on a second, snap out of it.
If we were friends, I would throw you in the cold shower and lock you in the closet for a week. You'd thank me for it.
We would never be friends.
No. Why would you do that to me?
To get her sober up.
Oh. I don't think she's.
You're not even a good friend to your own country. How can you be a good friend to anyone else?
I'm the best friend in my own country. I'm a hardcore patriot. Speaks the truth. Never turn my back on my people.
Oh, so you just dumb.
Always stood up no matter where I was in the world. Self-identified. Never renounced my citizenship. Yeah.
Oh, you're a sabotager.
Well, I'm bad at it. That's what I'm doing. I'm not really that effective. And what am I sabotaging?
Well, I also really don't get it. It's I was saying not to Peter, but it is what it. But it's less about you and more about white America.
Yeah, talk about that white American thing. Leave that up. Let's go.
What's wrong with it?
The pain! I'm so hungry.
Every single thing.
But also, what white American do you prefer? The straight?
Yeah.
The straight, somehow, logical and, not mad white America? Or the bonkers, leftist? Because there's two different types of white America.
Welcome to the stage, General Power. How are you doing? And Allie, welcome back, I guess.
Can you repeat yourself?
What do you say?
Can you repeat yourself?
No, I was saying hi to you.
Hi. Thanks.
Also, I love America.
Me too, baby. Baby, when was the last time you came to America?
Before COVID, I was in New York, Hamptons. During Trump's, I think, was it his first? Yeah. Because I remember like arriving at the airport and his picture was hanging like, above the security. And we were laughing. It's like, oh, this is like how it is when you go to the block. It's like dictator. And like the questions they were asking, but but yeah, I love America. I've traveled all around America.
You're Iranian, maybe? Oh, nice.
Do you know Peter?
Yeah, I saw him before.
Are you approaching to me? I am sure.
What do you think about Peter? Isn't he cute?
Somehow, I can say yes. But I could not decode him right,
Yes, that is not your duty,
Yeah, I agree. It's not my duty. Bibi, o za ce say that you know?
Sorry, can you speak English? It's intimidating.
What is your feeling in these days?
About you people or IRGC?
No, genius. He has genius.
I feel more cocky.
Ali, are you black? You sound like a girl.
Yeah, bro. I'm with you.
How do you feel, Ali?
Competent, proud, comfortable, feel like a human.
Scared?
What?
Worried?
Can you repeat yourself?
Sure.
I definitely learned on this app that Iran has a serious drug problem. I didn't realize that until.
Yeah, that is another black problem.
But Iran, it's a beautiful country. I recommend you to go and see some YouTube videos from Iran. It's a beautiful, beautiful country.
Yeah.
They're amazing.
Can you repeat yourself?
Amazing people in Iran.
Thank you. Likewise. You are beautiful people too.
What's on your mind, Angela?
What's in your mind, baby?
If you want to start a conversation, at least you gotta give me a little bit. It's like with Peter, it's so easy. It's like he's so cute. It's like takes you like 2 seconds to squish him. Isn't that cute?
Yeah, it is.
Do you think I can squeaky squish and follow you too?
Depends on you.
That depends on the stuff that you're doing.
Why does it depend on me?
Because it's your wish.
Not really. I mean, mostly we're
height.
In the meantime, I must say that is not my flag. If I am having the choice to eliminate that flag and leave my country without flag, I would make that choice. And like I did. That flag is not mine. That doesn't belong to me.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like, okay, so I give you a Persian history lesson. In case like your Islamic education didn't allow you. In France history, it's quite consistent, by the way.
Yeah,
Wherein,
way back before Islam.
no,
Yeah, way back before Islam, at least 2005 years before. Okay. Yeah.
no.
And we say it Atretanit Gogore Batuyatamon.
Did y'all hear about what happened in Trump last night?
No,
No, what happened?
this is
I told you this.
really beautiful about like exactly this moment because exactly this time we can once and for all like erase it from our history. It's like secular constitutional monarchy of Europe. Isn't that sexy?
How is it going to happen?
If you want to do that, first you need to be able to, for example, if somebody used that Polish flag, you need to be able to.
Right, the question is like, how
could it?
but I already
It's as much as you heard.
What? You're current?
Maybe you have a plan to come around in Tehran with your compatriots to do protests.
No.
You're gonna do it remotely? In simulation?
No. In real time.
A simulation which works in real time, right?
Or whatever, as long as it works the way I want it to.
Yeah.
And not really because it's about me. But also, it's like, it's also not about you. And also, let's just say, if it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. But what are the odds that it's not going to happen, and what are the odds that it is going to happen?
Do you have any idea?
Well, do you think it's any other than last time it happened? And did you see how fast it happened? It's like almost overnight.
You mean human life freedom?
No, Khomeini. It's like overnight, like poof.
Yeah, by the hand of Brits.
Yeah. This time, it's going to be like how the Israelis, Americans, and Germans. And who else?
And a lot of other elements.
Are you gonna come and enjoy it afterwards?
I would like even go and ask for a job within like the Secret Service.
Don't you wanna earn it by yourself? Rather?
Well, I mean, I'm just dreaming.
Out. Everybody dreams these days.
But also, it's like, to be honest, it's like what I don't understand with the Iron Majesties. Like at this time, it's like, it's almost like, you know, the more they're provoked not to disarm, the more we can get rid of more of them. Isn't that fabulous?
For a killer, yes.
For who?
For a killer, yes.
Killer?
Yeah.
How many of their own people have they killed so far?
Which sums up with the new civilian casualties, right?
Wow. to be honest, you can't really, like, you can't cry wolf, right? It's like, and how do you even have the audacity? It's like, someone else was saying, like, oh, that's our Farouche. What does that mean? But this is why it works so well, because you completely, like, you know, it's like you're under a trance, and you're like very much, but you know what, they'll beat it out of you. And if that's not enough, we'll kill it out.
Sure, I hope you do it by yourself.
No, but it's not about me.
So you want to pay for it?
Isn't it?
Or you wish for
Isn't
it?
your biggest wish to be what's it called? What's that word? Shaheed? Wasn't that Khomeini or Khomeini that was like teaching all like people's kids that was like the highest level of achievement? Do you know how different you are, by the way? But I mean, I only say this because maybe you can also not be. But then also, I mean, like this far down, I am proud of your integrity that you won't just turn around and bail on it. You will go the full way and die with it.
Yeah, it's a highway to hell.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Not if you are a Muslim. What was that word again? Shaheed? There were like many verses waiting.
Martyrio says, use the Kurdic word. Don't you want to hear it?
It's not in my vocabulary.
Yes, your vocabulary comes out of nowhere.
Shaheed?
What does it mean, Peter? What does that mean?
شهید یعنی چیزی که میخواد خودشو فدا کنه دیگه، یعنی خودشو به شکل بده. شهید means somebody who wants to martyr himself. So intentionally.
No, so what I'm saying to him is like, you know, he doesn't need to worry. It's like, that's his, he can always take, what's it called? Take,
My girl left the room. I'm going also see that.
oh, what was it he was gonna take? Like, well, I forgot the word.
Something about murder? Beauty? What do you mean?
He can take, what's it, like, not assurance, but, you know, comfort. That was a scary motherfucker. Yeah, but then also, it's like, you know, why don't you use that where you benefit your surroundings? And not to fucking intimidate your own people. But then also, it's like, you look at the Germans, like, you know, how could that fucking happen? You know, you just put an ideology and then, you know, you get a group of people together. But it's very important to like understand Russian people are not like this.
I don't think they are either, Beauty. I agree with that.
And to be honest, like within our history, you know, we never really been aggressors. When we started getting into trouble, like with the regime change, and then the Iraqi war, and the expansionism, whatever. But you know what it really always was that this fucking Indian Terminators. It's and you really have to have a level of resentment towards the first thing is the biggest thought he could barely even speak Farsi. He's getting into the country, it's but it was so staged almost somehow. And then where the fuck did they come from? It's the Shia. It's
or some money to leave because I have to go to play volleyball on Sundays.
No problem.
Sure.
Can I continue talking? Or maybe I should.
I think I'm gonna restart our start fresh, BB. Are you gonna be around?
No, I'm gonna terrorize another room. I'll go find some IRGC second control.
Yeah.
I'll come back if you open a room.
Go chill.
No, if I talk to them.
No, you're fine, BB. Go chill them. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna close down. Restart. See you soon.